Now, if you think for 1 minute, let's get two of them here because this is really important. If you think for 1 minute that you can fly those goddamn drones in my goddamn yard with my kids in my house, sleeping in my beds ultimately because I paid for them, well, you got another thing coming. I have had it. Let's just get off with a good start. You guys who bet on the purple shirt, you are the winner. So, you know, since there is a contest that keeps on happening, we're just going to go with that. I have my little white shirt poking out under there. Whatever. Whatever, David. You can't control every aspect of your production, son. That's just ridiculous. Anyway, white under purple is fine, right? You guys don't mind that. It's very Easter-like. So we are talking today outside of the drone of silence, the truth of what's really going on. And how are you guys doing? Let's read some comments here. I love Angry Daddy. You started at 11:11. I guess that's for the people on the East Coast. It's 12:12 on my clock right now. Woohoo! There goes Angry Daddy. I knew it, a purple shirt. The purple looks very good on you. David's connection went in at the middle of Angry Grand PA. Let me just see, because we had a terrifying thing on Wednesday. Okay, I'm back on my normal internet connection, and it looks like it's doing fine. But if we get any freezing, I'm just going to do a re-upload. We'll redo the whole show. So quickly reload back on my YouTube page, which is /DavidWilcock333. If for some reason it freezes up again, I'm just going to redo it. Okay, so Beverly Adams donated. Thank you very much. Hi from Argentina. Many blessings. Merry Christmas. Howdy. It's starting to go really fast. Hendrix Purple. You started at 11:11 on the West Coast, and here's $50 from S. Jules. Merry Christmas, David, and chat. Let's pray for a wonderful 2025. Well, yeah, I got to say, the evidence that things are heating up is getting more and more convincing to me. People are really freaked out about this drone thing, man. This is real. I'm David Wilcock. This is the show, The Drone of Silence. We got Greg Gates, who also donated $10. Thank you very much. Marco Dobro says, hi, David. It's 2011 in Germany. That's funny. You look good in purple, says Free Queen C963. Shilbo Baggins says, you started at 111 for me. Paolo Zeppatelli says, what does David Wilcock want from Santa? Woo! You know, peace and stability would be nice, that we're not all stressed out to the edges of our sanity and just barely hanging on. But I mean, that's where people seem to be. It's not just something, oh, he's projecting his own. No, no, no. This is pretty widespread. My next door neighbor has certain things going on. My massage therapist had some very, very crazy, incredible events take place in her life. There's like an upheaval going on. Some of it is very intense, but then there's also transformation happening at the same time. So it's a very intense time. So happy you are here, says Barbara Vadas. How's your poopy doing, David? Well, my dog is gone. If that's what you mean by poopy, if poopy means puppy. Otherwise, how is my poop doing? Well, that's a rather personal question, isn't it? Fine. I mean, I've been taking prunes, and I'm getting incredible. They just come out like a missile, just like a hypersonic missile. You got to watch out for splash. That's the only thing. But no, the prunes are amazing. So that's the old man secret that I finally said, you know what? Let's just try this. I'll try the prunes. I am over 50, so I guess I'm entitled to have that luxury without being an old man. It's just part of what you do at that age. And it really works. Yeah, it's personal. People are giving me poop icons, all kinds of stuff. Oh my God, you are hilarious. Poopy info. Inner Liberation Healing said that. Dutch people love toilet humor. Yay, says Marnix Groot. It's Ascension time. Let's go, says Wayne Bell. And we've launching ballistics. Yeah. Dr. Greer said it's a black ops operation. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe I shouldn't spend as much time over here in the comments. I don't know. But no, we got Peggy Miller donated $10. Thank you very much. So, woo, it's a lively one. And this is a time where we predicted that this was going to happen. I'm the UFO guy. I've been out there saying UFOs are real forever. And now all of a sudden, lo and behold, it's like, oh, well, I was right. Not only have they been acknowledged in Congress, now they're flying over everywhere. They're flying over Southern California now. They've been flying over the New York, New Jersey area. They flew over Washington, D.C. We already saw that they flew over bases in Europe, like in the UK. They had several of them, 5 different bases. We saw that. So this is not just like a minor thing. We're in a very strange new world. And these drones have unusual capabilities. They are fluctuating in their brightness. And, well, not their brightness, but rather the lights are... Sorry, I was messing with my slides. Want to make sure that everything's okay. Let's just check on one thing. Okay, that's good. So, I got a lot of slides for you guys because this is a very, very intense subject and it requires depth of investigation. We got about 2,300, 2,400 people in right now, so it's probably close enough timing-wise for me to actually get the slides going. And I don't want to get caught up and do 6 freaking hours. I mean, you all loved it, and you're like, David, keep going, but like, dude, 6 hours is a lot. I mean, I will if I feel like it, and if we have to. I would love to get it done in a normal time frame for the other shows, however, because, you know, that was sort of like your Christmas bonus, the 6-hour Christmas bonus. But I have to say, getting to the next one here, that these are very exciting times to be alive. Yes, it's fear-oriented. Yes, I get it. The drones are weird. They're not telling us what they are. We had a donation come in. But, you know, don't be afraid is also my point. Like, don't get caught up in all that stuff. That's what the message is going to be today. Mark, $20, donate, said, hi, David, hope all is well. I'm a carpenter. I'm offering my services if you need any home repairs, something, basically a jack of all trades. My wife and I appreciate your live streams. Many blessings of love and light. Thank you very much. I mean, that's really funny because the part that I didn't say out loud that you kind of read there, Mark, is that my massage therapist's friend had the roof blow off of her house. The wind that I had on Wednesday night, right after when I told you guys I have this little gap in my schedule and we're going to get this show in on Wednesday and we're going to get it done before the wind starts to get so bad that it's going to drive me crazy. Right after that show ended, right when the wind actually started that night, this woman who lives next door to me got her roof blown off the house. Literally. The roof just freaking came off the house. And so, yeah, she's going to need carpentry help, and apparently she's out there looking for that. So, pretty interesting that you said that, dude. Thank you, Mark. Kenneth Bates donated $100. It's nice and gleaming red, like a cherry or an apple or lollipop red. I don't know, but it makes me feel good when I see red. Normally, when you see red, you don't feel good, but in this case, I do. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Peace. Kenneth Bates. Thank you, Kenneth. And, you know, we're doing fine financially. Things, I got a mid-month payment off of the YouTube ad revenue, and it was better than I thought it was going to be. So even though you guys missed me for a week, apparently you still watched my stuff, and I still made money. But I'm not going to take that for granted. I don't ever want to lose a week if I can possibly avoid it. In fact, I've had, you know, invitations to go to New York and Los Angeles for Christmas, and I'm really inclined not to travel, dude, with all these drones going on. Like, do I want to be in LA in the middle of the drone apocalypse? No. If that's what's happening, I'm not really that excited about that. Outboard Anywhere donated 65 SEKs. I got to be really careful about how I articulate SEK, or if there were plural of these currencies, they would be SEKs. So 65 SEKs came in. But, you know, there's nothing at all untoward about that. It's outboard anywhere. Thank you very much. He's got 12 thumbs up. Christina Litchens says, David, in remembrance of our meetup in Zurich in 2009, remember the photos you were shown there? Oh, do I ever. Yeah, that was very interesting. I just got a little spinning wheel here. I want to make sure that doesn't turn into anything. You know, but yes, I definitely remember that. It was like of a car disappearing, and there was some type of orb that caused this to happen, and it was one of the most paranormal, awesome photographs I've ever seen. There was a whole elaborate story behind that. So yes, I do remember that. Okay, so yeah, that would be great to see. If you guys ever feel like releasing that, Christina, that would be great. So anyway, it looks like, yeah, Greer is going to tell you who is operating those drones, and it's not good news. The Greer thing, I got to give him credit, man. When we look at the time loop that we've got this week, it ties in with all of the things that are happening. It turns out, I mean, I had to get you that Yeruel reading because it was just so incredible. But it turns out that the reading right where we stopped off on January 21st is all we're going to have time to get through today. It was a reading that I did for a client whose first name was Nancy, and there's a few things that I've cut because they were personal for her, but otherwise it's pretty much the whole thing except for the end. Oh, hi from Romania. We got 49.99 Rons. Kalin Georgescu, the winner of the first round of elections, wrote a book preface for RFK Jr. The question is he part of the alliance? Yeah, there's been a lot of opposition against him, and that would suggest that he might very well be. So, no fear-mongering, please, says Aster Rama. Well, I'm not going to be doing that. Maybe you're talking to people in the chat. I don't know. But this is not fear-mongering at all. This is a very, very exciting situation. Like I just said on my slide, these are very exciting times to be alive. And this week's time loop is actually really, really good. I am blown away by what happened. When I was looking at it before, I'm like, I don't know, it's a client reading, it's for a client, it's not really for us. No. They dabbled here and there in giving her some personal things, but it's mostly just for us. And it's got tons of time loops in it again. If you remember in the last show, the satellites that we're seeing, they called it a voodoo point. We've arrived at a voodoo point. And there was also something in there about Mercury, which was the planet of winged travel, and then Pluto, Mercury and Pluto. So it was the planet, the flying death. Pluto means death, right? So Mercury and Pluto, these astrological references, which then in the time loop that we saw, they correlate to the drones. Well, he did the same thing in this reading, and he uses the planet Jupiter and the term, there's so many drone references, it's totally awesome. And so I want to show you that the Alliance actually spoke about Dr. Stephen Greer. Dr. Stephen Greer is a UFO guy who I have known ever since he got started in like 95. I was looking at what he was doing. He had, I think there was a Disclosure Project event in 1996, but then the one that happened in 2001, I actually ended up going because I'd been on Art Bell and I got in as a VIP. Oh, we got a bunch of donations here. I better honor these. I don't want to just let them slide. Okay. Keeping it real. Follow your gut, says Monica. And then Larry Newkirk says, Greg Braden and his guest mentioned live on Friday the awesome disclosure that you and Dr. Greer have been doing. Well, thank you, Greg Braden. He's a good friend of mine. You know, we've had some pretty long conversations in between, you know, takes at conferences, and I think we met up at Gaia maybe at one point too. I don't know, but I've always kind of been in awe of him because he was out there before I was, and he really was a pioneer of this idea of ascension and the idea with his geophysical background that the ascension can be measured in terms of things like the Schumann resonance. And he talked about the Schumann resonance of 7.83 hertz. That's the basic electromagnetic frequency of the Earth. He says that it's going up and that corresponds to some type of ascension type of change. And so, you know, he probably has had this kind of benevolent, angelic ET contact, the same thing that I had. I was studying about it on listening to Art Bell, the top talk show that was out there, finding out that, okay, 99% accuracy is possible if you follow these protocols, which includes you're in a deep meditative trance, you don't have to pee, you don't have to go to the bathroom, you're not hungry, you're not too sleepy, you're not thirsty. Then you end up going into a deep meditative trance, light as a feather, stiff as a board. That's what they usually call it. And when you get into that place, then, we got more. You guys are just going to keep donating. Well, when you get to that, we'll talk about remote viewing a little bit more in a second. Mihai Oganazu says, hope you can come visit here in Romania. Would love to show you the spiritual places here. I've heard there's some really cool, ancient stuff there. By the way, I heard there may be larger drones showing up. Well, yeah, there's probably lots of stuff we don't know about yet that they haven't showed us. You got to give them one gumball at a time, right? So now they're showing the HP, whatever drones we talked about. I don't want to say the whole thing. Edward Andrews, $100. Wow. Merry Christmas, he says. Thank you for all you do. And that's his first super chat. Well, that's a pretty darn good way to open it up. So again, thank you, Edward Andrews. So get to the point, David. Stop going back 25 years. Oh, then they just got, if you're sassy, the Ridgeline team might nail you. So that's what just happened there. Sorry. But, you want to be sassy, that's okay. I'll stick to the content. The more that I admire my super chats, the more money I make, and that's good for me. But might not be as good for... Oh, we got another one. Richard Whitney. We can't let that one go. $200, dude. I think you just became the heavyweight champion for today, at least maybe of all time. $200 is awesome, dude. Thank you. Thank you for the truth, peace, love, and light. And we also have Judy Booth. Whew, I made it. Merry Christmas. God bless you. And then John Petty says, hello, David. Can you give my good friend David Hegland a shout out? Well, shout out to David Hegland. Big hello from Tennessee, says Judy Woodby. I would love to see all the underground things around the world, says Shelley Dean. How do you do it? Heather Starseed, hello, David, from Athabasca Glacier. I know where that is. I've been there, in Alberta. With the psychedelic solar flash in 2025, will some people not return back to Earth? Thank you, David. Thank you, David. No, the whole point is that we are going to be here. That's what the Yeruel reading said when we were reading it on Wednesday, that there is going to be a solar event, but that we're actually going to be transformed by it non-catastrophically. The Earth is going to go through a change. And again, this all started with me learning how to do a remote viewing variant from a member of Richard C. Hoagland's discussion forum. This guy's name was Joe Mason, and he talked about the dream voice. That when you can wake up in the morning and you can still remember your dream and your mind is already really far out, that's when you listen to the background. Don't try to meditate and get into it. I mean, that's what remote viewers do. But if you catch it in the morning, it's even better because you're so tired, you're almost like falling back asleep, and then you just listen to this chatter that's in the background, but you don't analyze it, you don't have any emotional reaction to it. The more weird and nonsensical this stuff sounds, the better. You actually want the dream voice to sound strange and indecipherable almost, because that's where the magic comes in. That's where you get these encrypted messages that bypass your conscious mind and then tell you really cool things. So I ended up doing what has now become 7 books of Michael Prophecies this way, because the source eventually said it was Archangel Michael. It was dazzlingly prophetic. So if you're new to the show, week after week, I'm going through these Michael Prophecies. And this has been from a new collection. This was in January 1999, as I've said before. And in this collection of tapes that I have from when they were originally recorded, back then you had a cassette recorder and you would, buy tapes, and there was lots of different cassettes available at the typical pharmacy or wherever you wanted to go. And I never seemed to be able to keep getting the same brand. Brands would come and go. So there's lots of changes in the cassette theme, although most of these are TDK. But anyway, we found out that there was 21 missing tapes. And I kind of knew I was missing stuff in the books because there was pieces missing. But then I remembered, oh yeah, that's right, I didn't transcribe these 21 tapes until it was 2006. But then there was 4 total that I hadn't transcribed after 2006 that I only did when I went to Canada, and we were encoding them before I left. So what's happened is that those 21 tapes I'm talking about, we're reading from them. They were dictated in January or February 1999, and they're dazzlingly prophetic of what's going on right now, and it represents sort of like the book 8 of the Michael Prophecies. So I've been essentially working much like the concept of the Buddha, where he says, you know, put out your begging bowl and just give your teaching on the street. So Buddha was essentially like a beggar, you know, except that he was a philosophical beggar, and people paid him based upon, you know, how they felt about what he was telling them. And he had walked out of the palace. He had these incredible riches, and then he goes and he lives as a monk on the street, and that was very inspiring, the whole concept of asceticism. So in this case, you know, the work that we do here is sponsored by donations. It always has been. That allows me to not have to worry about having a quote-unquote regular job, in which case I wouldn't be ready to deliver this big talk at the end of the week with all these slides that last for 4 hours. So your donations are very important, and I want to thank you for doing that. But man, this story is just going to get deeper and deeper, because the Alliance has thrown Dr. Greer a very, very big bone. This is a really great thing. I'm not jealous, but I got to say, this is an incredible honor for him to have been given this, or however it happened. Maybe he did it on his own, but if you read what the Alliance is going to say, which I'll show you in a second, they imply that they definitely let this happen, and it's because, apparently, there was a negotiation that fell through. And they were negotiating on trying to do disclosure a certain way, and now we saw how November worked out, so it's a peaceful transformation. There hasn't been any weird, unusual military activity apart from the drone threat, which is not the Alliance. That's something else. So how are we going to get the disclosure part? Well, apparently a deal was offered, and the DS turned it down, and now it's being worked differently through Dr. Greer. So check this out. This is incredible. Oh, we got some donations coming in. So I want to, Kwan Hong Chan, our buddy, who I'm not supposed to yell in the microphone for you. Hey, if he's giving me $100 Hong Kong, I got to listen to that, man. This is like, he's an insider now. MT Herrick says, yay, Sunday, knitting with David and family. Thank you very much, MT. And then Ivory Bow says right here, I need the hope you give us. My year has been quite hard. Thank you. Well, I know the feeling, man. I mean, it's been very, very intense. Alfredo Ortiz, the beat monk, Lord Buddha, Shakyamuni, Siddhartha Gautama. Better than Jesus, Dharma saves. Well, M's fighting words for some people. Somebody is saying, how could we invest into Stavati? Well, I don't have any specific information, but if you write to the website, you may get contacted by our CEO, Chris. But then there's people trying to fake us out too. So anything is possible right now. But anyway, this is a really cool one, you guys. Check this out. Greer is in cahoots with these insiders that are going to reveal 6 black sites where UFO reverse engineering has been taking place. I highly doubt that it's only 6, but here we go. UFO researcher Dr. Stephen Greer has issued a chilling warning, claiming a major government false... I don't even know what one of those are, is imminent, designed to sow chaos and conceal the... I almost screwed up. Conceal the truth. He described the situation as very dangerous. So wait a minute. If there's an FF coming, yeah. I don't know if this is really true. You know, you got to remember sometimes they say these things, it's not really true. But anyway, he describes the situation as very dangerous and alleges that efforts are being made to stage events that will distract us from reality. Now, this was on the 18th, I believe, right? Or 21st. It's on the 20th. Okay, so by the inauguration, within the next 30 days, whistleblowers from 6 secretive black sites will come forward, unveiling a covert program dating back to the late 1950s. LC donated. Thank you very much. And then we also had Heidi Begley, $50. Blessings to you always. They both came in at the same time. Isn't that interesting? So again, thank you guys very much, but let's stick to this because this is very important. Wow, within the next 30 days, 6 different secretive black site whistleblowers will come forward, unveiling a covert UFO program dating back to the late 1950s. I mean, let's just stop for a second and savor the awesomeness of this. The Alliance, I'm quoting from these posts. You can see where they're from on X. But, you know, we have to be careful about what's included and not included in terms of the stream that's coming through. So you get the point. And we're almost up to 4,000 viewers right now, so thank you guys for being here with me on a Sunday. We're still only 25 minutes in. It was just 25:25 right there. That's really hilarious. So, wow. 6 different sites. Let's look at that again. Within the next 30 days, unveiling a covert program. So this is from the Alliance, and they're not denying any of it. So disclosure is happening. And this is the most authoritative source of briefings that we have right now. So I am like really wildly excited about this, you guys. This is a very, very cool situation. According to him, the DS is scrambling to maintain their grip on power as insiders are exposing their secrets. Woo! He also claims the government, whatever that is, possesses advanced electromagnetic pulse weapons and technology capable of downing UFOs. Right, he's always been saying that. Cautioning that a dangerous escalation is being planned between now and early January, just before 47 could take office. Uh-huh. You see where this is going, right? Like I told you before, if you're standing there in the dark and somebody stabs you through the chest and you never heard a single thing and all of a sudden you're just dying, you don't even have time to be scared, right? What gets you scared is the buildup. The whole point of like a movie, if they're going to do a boo in a movie and give you a gotcha, and it's a movie that has, you know, like a thriller or like a horror genre, and you want to have scares in the movie, you'll have the music, the tense music that builds up to the big scene that scares the crap out of the people watching. That's kind of how this stuff works. So you got to telegraph the fear. You have to orchestrate events that create the buildup. Like there's this music playing in the movie and it's this strained, dissonant violins and that kind of stuff. And you're like, whoa, what's going to happen? What was that sound? Oh my God, what was that over there? So they're trying to do that now with the drones. And now they're bringing in this whole like, well, it could be the end of the world. It could be a dirty bomb that they're trying to sniff for. So, like, it's all this crazy fear, and it's really working on a lot of people, I have to say. So we knew this was going to happen. The Alliance knew this was going to happen. They called it Eye in the Sky. That apparently is the code name for this thing. So this is a very deep, complex, and wonderful story. So let's, again, think this through and look at it one more time. Okay, they said at the very first sentence that a major FF operation could be happening very soon, designed to sow chaos and conceal the truth. And they went so far as to quote him saying that it's very dangerous. And S. Nort Snoromors donated, thank you very much. Okay, so we got a very dangerous situation. Major operation is imminent, designed to sow chaos. Is this really going to happen? Most of the time, the Alliance seems to be able to prevent this stuff, but they're at least going to try. But maybe this one is going to be allowed. Maybe the UFO war that we were thinking might occur is going to happen with these drones. And maybe because the drones are doing weird stuff like making lights flicker, maybe they have unusual defense capability and they're not going to be easy to shoot down if you start trying to do it. Perhaps. I don't know. That's what they seem to be telegraphing. Super Tawanda donated and says, thank you for all you do for humanity, David. It's an amazing time to be alive. So yeah, we're a half an hour in. We're already into our slides. Life is good. So this had almost 2 million views. And it had only come out like a couple days ago, or yesterday, whatever today is. Today's the 22nd, so it was 2 days ago. So, and it's a pretty long video. So this is very significant. And again, just to review, that there's some kind of thing is going to happen, and it could sow chaos and conceal the truth. Very dangerous. Staging events to distract from reality. And that's the first part. The second part is, and in the next 30 days, these whistleblowers will come forward unveiling this covert program. So let's assume that maybe this is going to be taken seriously enough that it constitutes the first major beachhead of disclosure. Well, again, kudos to Dr. Greer. I mean, he's the one working on this. I wouldn't really want to be doing that right now. So it's good that he's doing it. I got to stay here and make sure that the company gets off the ground and keep reporting to you every week on these lovely, lovely 7 camera angles that I have, if you include the slides. So I love doing this. I'm really happy to be here today. My ankle is better. My respiratory system is better. And I'm just really thrilled and honored to be on camera with you and doing this show. Because holy crap, you guys, this is what we've been talking about the whole time. It's all coming to a head. Everything that we thought was going to happen is happening. We were told that the last stage would be the fake alien invasion. We were told from Carol Rosin, who was one of Greer's original witnesses, and she got it from Werner von Braun. This was going to be the last thing they would try to do. And now we're in the middle of this, and it has profound implications. So something is imminent, and it could sow chaos. Let's hope that doesn't happen, but maybe there's going to be some type of a war with these things, because it says at the end, a dangerous escalation is planned between now and early January, just before 47 could take office. Why do you think they'd want that? Oh, because there's this emergency, and we're shooting at these things, but now they blow us up if we shoot at them, and they can power down the plane that's flying near it, and the plane goes crashing. Oh, crap, man. It's an emergency. We can't have a transfer of power. We're just going to have to, sign him out, make her the president. Oh, my God. What? Now you listen here. If you think that woman is going into that position, I have had it. I've been rolling with you guys. I even wanted her to win because, I live in New York State, but I mean, come on. This is totally out of control. You guys need to rein it in and just get it together because I have had it. Oh, yeah. Angry Daddy coming in for the win. So this is the show, folks. This is what we're really going to be talking about here. Because they don't want anybody being in there except for their people. And so they're crazy. And so, I'd love to go visit people for Christmas, but not really, not when you read this. I think I'm staying right here in Rato, Colorado. Because here I've got, all kinds of survival stuff. And I know that if there was a big disruption, because they apparently can suck power out of power plants. So what if these drones are able to turn off the power for a while? Maybe that's how we get to the EMP that we've been afraid of. Maybe that's how we get to the devices telling us, oh, something's going on, because guess what? There's this weird drone war going on. They turned off the grid. That's when the Alliance did its thing. That's when they went and nabbed the bad guys. That's when the EMS starts playing. That could be. I mean, we're getting closer and closer to the apex of this thing. So if it's going to be something, it should probably involve something that we're already seeing a build-up to. And so this fits in very nicely. Whoa, we got donations flying in. Natalie, let me scroll back here. Nathalie Arama. And then we also have Matthew donated $100. David, thank you so much for sharing your talents with the world and helping to raise humanity's consciousness, sending you light and love. Thank you, Matthew, very much. And we're up to 4,100 viewers now. Peggy Miller said, DM, retired Delta forces will try to stop it. Well, this is all part of the Alliance, and they have it organized. So, again, don't take the law into your own hands. Don't try to do anything weird. If there is a blackout, if it's in the middle of a drone war, which is kind of looking like what we might be heading into now, just, as I've always said, stay inside, don't be disruptive. They tell you that there's going to be numbers provided. If you witness a disturbance, you're just supposed to call the number. You don't go out and handle it. Don't go out and do anything. Don't leave the house. If you see weird stuff going on, numbers will be provided. And they appear to have known about this the whole time because they mentioned Eye in the Sky. They mentioned the states, and one of them is New Jersey. Let's go into that. I don't want you to be held in suspense. But first, it's 293 seconds, and this blew my mind. Thank you, Alliance. You guys are incredible. Pictures unlock a deal presented that was declined. The puppets are going wild. Think about what's going on here, because this is of utterly massive significance. Let's read it again. Pictures unlock a deal that was presented and declined. The puppets are going wild. So now, okay, we got 2 more donations. We got Joy Berman. Merry Christmas, Angry Daddy. Thank you very much, Joy. I don't feel like I get enough respect around here. Allison Carr, $20. I just love your show, she says. Thank you very much. Comedy and UFOs is a great way to go, because the two are like 2 peas in a pod, you know? We've been laughed at for so long now. We need to be the ones who are funny, because it's just like in Revenge of the Nerds, where the nerds win. Well, the ufologists won. We're right. It's a big problem now. These things are doing strange stuff that's unconventional physics, unconventional technology, and I've been telling you about it the whole time. So what exactly does this say? Pictures unlock a deal that was presented and declined. Well, what it would mean is that the Alliance wanted the DS to do disclosure on their terms, but the DS did not accept the deal. The deal was declined, okay? And instead of the deal going the way that it originally would have gone, which would have been through official channels, it's going to happen through Dr. Stephen Greer and these witnesses to 6 black sites that have had UFOs on them since the 1950s, and they've been doing stuff outside of any type of government overview. That's a very big revelation. That's the whole thing we've been talking about as UFO researchers the whole entire time, you guys. This is it. I win. I win. It's like an Arnold thing, right? Well, no, I mean, it's more than that. Nobody really wins until this is all settled, and it's a very threatening situation. But I mean, it's amazing. You know, like if you're in a horse race, right, and then you got the number 17 horse. Yeah, you got that horse, and he goes on running and running and running, and he wins that race, and you put money on him, and all of a sudden he's the one that went through. Well, a lot of people didn't want to believe us. A lot of people thought this stuff was fake, that there was no alliance. You know, they had various degrees of I mean, most of the other people in the truth community for a long time didn't really get into the alliance, and only more recently have they picked up on this particular Twitter account. And now that Twitter account has become like what Drudge Report once was, where it's like a headline editor, and it tells people what to write about. And they're not usually giving them credit, unfortunately. I do. But they're actually working as an assignment editor for the whole truth community now, and they're getting millions of views. That was 2 million views on that one. So it's really nice to see the alliance and how, without any mainstream support and only through the alternative, have they steered into a position of such incredible influence that everybody starts doing stories and writing articles on what they say in these posts. So you need to be in there. You need to subscribe to it. And also, the only valid account for me is David_Wilcock. And if you see anything else, it's an imposter account, which of course there's going to be those. I don't have anything on Telegram. If you see anything on Telegram, it might be fanciful and interesting, but it's not me. I don't write on Telegram. A deal was presented and declined, and, ooh, the puppets are going wild. Because this is going to come out, and everybody's going to learn the truth, and they are, if you watch the whole video, by the way, Greer says some very cool things in the video that they didn't mention in the write-up. He mentioned, I believe, that he had a helicopter trip where he got to see, and he only talked about it in brief, but I know what these are. There's certain places, like in the middle of the desert, where if you were right overhead when certain ships come in, and this is right here in America. One of them is just east of San Francisco, okay, out in the middle of nowhere. Nobody can see it unless you were right overhead in a helicopter, but the ground will actually open up. There's a big crack. Two plates come down, and then they slide in like this, and you can go into an underground base through this opening in the ground. It's freaking amazing. And we don't get to know about that. We don't get to know that we already have stuff like that right now. And I believe Pete said that there were only, I think he said like 6 of them that had that, some method of getting things out that was big enough to handle the TR-3B flying black triangle, which now has been openly acknowledged that there's flying black triangles. And if you remember, when we read the actual Immaculate Constellation document that was given to Representative Nancy Mace in Congress, it was talking specifically about how there are UAPs that are made by us, and one of them is the triangle. So the TR-3B is essentially a blimp, but it's a dirigible that actually is built in a triangular shape instead of in a tube shape, because the triangle works really well, and it has decks, entire decks inside that you can fly into, and it acts as an aircraft carrier. It's very slow and sluggish. It's only a blimp, so it can't really do a whole lot. But they've got it pretty nimble. It can move at a pretty fast speed. But anyway, that's one of the things we're going to be learning about. And then also, Pete Peterson told me that sometimes they'll take the triangular sides of the blimp and put 4 of them together and make it into a pyramid. And so the pyramid is still a blimp, and that's another one of the UAPs that we're hearing about, is pyramid-shaped craft. So that would be this blimp that's got a tetrahedron shape, so it's like a triangle. You know, that's actually more like an octahedron. So it would be like this. You know, these 3 fingers would be the tetrahedron, right? So it's got that kind of shape, and then they're all connected at the top. So imagine that, but it's like floating and it kind of tumbles in the air. And we've seen these. We saw these over the Kremlin. And those appeared over the Kremlin at the same time that Obama saw, apparently, you know, well, we know there was that Norway spiral that appeared in Norway the night before he was about to speak. And the insider testimony we got from Pete was that he was going to announce that UFOs and extraterrestrials were real and that some of them were human, and apparently he was going to introduce us to one of them, or more than one of them. The night before he was going to do that in Oslo, Norway, there was this weird spiral that showed up in the sky. And that's in my movie Moment of Truth, which is available at thedisclosure.com for the subscribers. 2-hour movie in 2 parts, so it's 4 hours. Each part is 2 hours. It's got tons and tons of production value. All fair use. So it's a brilliant film. It's probably still one of the most amazing things I've done. And we have a really poignant segment in there where we show you the Norway spiral. And you see this show called The Event. There was a trailer for this NBC show called The Event, which is about what? A black U.S. president who's going to introduce human extraterrestrials to the world. Came out less than a year after this happened, just in time for them to write the script, produce the show, and release it on television. So this was apparently real, that they gave this spiral over the city the night before he was going to do this, and then somebody leaned in, and I heard this personally from Dr. Greer at an event where we were both speaking in Atlanta, Georgia. He told me personally that Obama was warned, if you go forward with what you're going to do tomorrow, what would happen to you if Air Force One flew into a spiral like the one you saw last night? And if you see the thing, it's this weird luminous spiral, and then it opens up in the middle into like a black hole. Well, yeah, it turns out that there's this fluid-like nature to reality, space, and time, and if you get it spinning, then you start to have interesting borderline effects take place. So this is actually, it's the microwave frequencies that are used by stations on Earth, the so-called HARP stuff. You know what that is. So they use that, and they beam these things into the sky, and they get this luminous spiral spinning, and what it actually does, it creates a similar effect as a pyramid. Pyramid, fire in the middle. The pyramid is a passive torsion generator. It sits there in one place. It doesn't have any moving parts, but there's a vortex of energy spinning inside of it because all matter is made of energy, and the energy flows into the matter, and if you have different shapes, it affects how the matter flows. So a pyramid shape causes the matter to create something like a whirlpool. So if you took the pyramid and put it upside down, then there's a whirlpool in there. And that's what causes the fire in the middle, the pyramid. It's the whirlpool, or like the tornado. What does a tornado do? You have matter blending effects. Tornadoes cause straw to blow through plate glass windows, fire hydrants to be embedded with pine needles, really strange things like the lug nuts come off of a car and the wheels come off because the lug nuts get liquidized. There was cases of people having their bathroom supplies from their bathroom that had blown into their trunk in their car, but the trunk was locked, but yet the stuff had been in the bathroom, so it like dematerializes during the tornado and then rematerializes inside the trunk. So tornadoes are wild. So that same physics is created by ultimately the spinning of this gravitational fluid-like stuff that makes reality. Gravity and time are one. Gravity, time, and consciousness are the same thing. I call it the source field. And that's the title of the book that I got. The first one that I wrote with a publisher had a New York Times bestseller. That was totally awesome. So the source field is gravity, but it's the idea of an invisible fluid-like gravitational energy that flows into the earth equally from all directions. So we're like mosquitoes getting stuck on a screen window. Gravity is blowing us down as it goes into the earth. Well, is it going straight? No. It spins. And the more it spins, portal effects are ultimately caused by gravitational spin. And so it turns out that you can hack it with HAARP. You can make that happen. It glows in the sky because you're messing with the ionosphere. Those ionic charged particles are being spun, and this agitates the fluid-like vacuum medium that we live in. And if you spin the fluid-like vacuum medium, just like the tornado inside the pyramid is doing, it's going to cause the portal effect, which is where you had the king's chamber. The sarcophagus is for portal travel and self-transfiguration. So it's a very fascinating thing to consider how far we've come as a civilization. And then at the same time that these pyramids exist, and we're nowhere near able to build that stuff yet. The Japanese tried to do the Great Pyramid at 1/5 scale. No, that didn't work. Okay, let's try again. So now we're going to find out, yep, ancient extraterrestrials were here, that the pyramids that we still see, and you can go put your hands on, we have to be honest, that was a technology we don't have. Another big part of disclosure is going to be, well, guess what? There's all this stuff in the ocean. We found it, like, for example, off the coast of Portugal and the island known as the Azores, that island chain. There's a big pyramid down there. Paulina Zalitsky found this stuff on the west coast of Cuba. It's like a half a mile below sea level, underwater, but it's like pyramids and sphinxes, and she cut a deal with National Geographic. Richard Hoagland was covering it. Art Bell was covering it. I was into it. It was all around the year 2000. We were hoping this was going to happen, and they tabled the whole thing. Nobody ever got to hear about it. So if you scuba dive, well, you can't really scuba dive because it's too dangerous. She had to use a submarine, special bath escape submersible thing. They had a contract with Fidel Castro to go looking for Spanish sunken galleons around Cuba, and if they found any gold, they were going to split it 50-50 with the Cuban government. So they got the permission to use something called side scan sonar in order to look for the gold. And when they used the side scan sonar, instead of finding gold, they found Atlantis. Atlantis is off the western tip of Cuba. Here's the problem. If you look at geological history, that land could not have been above sea level for 12,000 years. It's been submerged for at least 12,000 years. And in the original reports that she was giving us on Art Bell, you had to be listening to Art Bell because no other media was covering it, right? And he had the largest nighttime talk radio program, supposedly 20 million people listening. It's similar to Joe Rogan, what Joe Rogan is like now. So this was very hot, and Richard C. Hoagland was talking to her, and he had private interviews with her, and he was doing some of the presentations as well, doing his own shows on it from his notes. Dude, this is crazy, because pyramids and sphinxes from 12,000 years ago off the tip of Cuba, yeah, we're going to find out that there's submerged architecture all over the world, that there was an advanced civilization here, and that when U.S. troops went into places like Iraq and Afghanistan, they took over museums that were classified secret museums run by these countries that had spaceships embedded in pieces of rock. And I've heard that from several different insiders independently, that there were these vast areas where they had, and it wasn't like they were doing anything with it. They didn't know how to get it out of the rock safely. They weren't even trying to do anything. They just stored everything. So imagine having this incredible technology that could change the world, and it's just stuck in this rock, and it's just sitting in a warehouse and nobody's doing anything with it. And they're just hoarding all that stuff. Well, multiple insiders have told me that when American troops first got to Iraq and Afghanistan, one of the first things they did is clear that stuff out. And then, of course, they're going to start to take it apart, chip the rocks off, get the ship unearthed, and maybe there's something in there that's whole and complete. So, yeah, this planet has had very advanced civilizations, and if you come here from somewhere else and all you got is your backpack and your ship, then what do you need to do? You need to build new things. And if you're a time traveler and you want your things to last a really long time, you can't build houses like we do now. You got to make stuff out of stone. A stone monument is the most apt to last for tens of thousands of years. If you build something that's not made out of stone, it's just going to get crushed in the next big catastrophe. So pyramids have that longevity that you would want to have as a time-traveling civilization. It's going to be there for you when you come back in 10,000 years, maybe, or at least remnants of it will be. So this is all part of the disclosure portfolio that Paulina Zalitsky was going to shock the world with this back in 2000. And then National Geographic said, no, you got to hold off until some future date. And then we're going to get, they lied to her. They said, we're going to give you the cover of the magazine. You're going to be hailed as a hero, but we need the exclusive and you got to do it just with us. And she actually signed that contract and she got screwed because they were controlling and embargoing the release of the information. She was under NDA. She couldn't talk about it. The whole thing got squashed. You never heard about it. But she did release a video that we had on Ancient Aliens in Season 2 that actually shows some of the pyramids. But there's a lot more data that we never got to see, and she got locked up under this vicious NDA situation. So, again, what we're seeing right now with the Alliance is that the pictures unlock a deal that was presented but declined. So I think that part of what disclosure is going to involve as we move forward is not just that UFOs are here, but that they time travel and they've been here the whole time, and that the best thing they can build is pyramids because they're going to stick around for thousands of years. And that they had a civilization that got wiped out, and their island, Atlantis, became Antarctica after it got flooded, and then it froze when it went to the South Pole. So this is all stuff that Graham Hancock was talking about. There's a long pedigree on this. So when we think about what Greer is saying he's going to come forward with in the next 30 days, and the significance of 6 sites since the 1950s operating covertly with no U.S. oversight, that's going to scare people. What if they're mad? What if they want war? What if they don't like being exposed? The puppets are going wild. And remember, what did the first part of the message actually say here? It said it's a very dangerous situation. Operations are imminent that are intended to sow chaos and conceal the truth. So yeah, this is a very interesting and scary situation. And so, as I said, it's utterly of massive significance. And so Greer is being used to break through this disclosure firewall that we have. And I'm very glad for that. And there's also a really strange synchronicity in that I was watching Stargate Universe, and there's a black guy in the show whose name is Greer. And then I was watching Jack Ryan on Amazon, and there's a black guy in the show whose name is Greer. And I'm just now watching Jack Ryan and getting through the first season. So that was just a weird personal synchronicity that both of these shows have a Greer character, which may very well have been that the authors loved Dr. Greer and they did that as a kind of a hidden tribute to him. 2 different shows that I just watched back to back that had that character in there, both of whom are black, which is also very, very interesting. And so again, he's being used to break through the disclosure firewall. And so his name appears in these various shows that I've seen. Maybe that's intentional. So then another really, really amazing thing happened, and I'm so grateful to this person. Oh, we had a donation come in. This is Deborah D. She says, good luck, and donated $10. Thank you very much. Play nice, please, everybody. I guess we have disruptors in the chat, but if you want to go read through all the chat stuff, you got to take the good with the bad. We have a team. It's like 8 or 10, it's at least 8 people on the team, maybe even close to 10, depending on 2 of them maybe are not that involved anymore. They got other stuff they're doing for the company, but we got 8 people fighting this stuff, this insane and possibly sponsored hate that we get. It's very likely sponsored. So somebody on my X feed gave us this, and this totally dazzled me. From 1996, way back when my readings first started, I began doing the dream voice, bringing in Archangel Michael, following the remote viewing protocols that were being taught on the Art Bell Show, 20 million people listening at night. Linda Moulton Howe was one of the top stars, and so was Richard Hoagland, so was Dr. Greer. They were all very, very prominent. So was Danny and Brinkley. He was on there all the time. So this was back in the heyday of Art Bell and the heyday of Linda Moulton Howe. And somebody went back to a document that Linda brought out from that time, and it actually mentions 2025. It's so incredible. So check this out. And so this is the whole post, and then we're going to zoom in on it. Her name is Natasha Abel, and thank you very much. Jim Garrigus donated 200 Mexican pesos. Keep the updates coming. I can't wait for Ascension. Natasha Abel says, I saw a post earlier today, which many may be aware of, but I thought to share. And it's from Dr. Disclosure, Doc NeuroEO. Yeah, I got that right. From December 19th. So I just saw this. I've never known about this until now, and I was so blown away. 1996 Army Sergeant letter to Linda Moulton Howe claimed full alien contact will occur in 2025. Well, imagine that. That's the same date that the Michael Prophecies gives us. Now, I wouldn't use the term alien contact, but we got to forgive them for that. The beings have said, we don't really like the word alien because we're actually humans and we're your ancestors and your parents, and you kind of owe your whole existence to us taking care of you guys and protecting you. But anyway, don't call us aliens, please. Anyway, apart from that, this is the exact same date that was given in my book by Archangel Michael, and I didn't know about it until literally today, as when I found this. So, earthfiles.com, part 3, mysterious metals, and then right at the top it says, after letter number 3, a 4th letter, dated from May 25th, 1996. And so in order to read this, you have to subscribe. She has a subscription-based site, Earth Files. But if you subscribe, this is one of the things you're going to find. And it was posted on my page, and so we're going to read it. It was transmitted after that date to Linda. So I guess, yeah, the accurate dating of it is 96. I don't know exactly when she got it. That's not been made clear. So, dear Ms. Howe, I'm not certain if this is how your last name is spelled. Nonetheless, I wanted to touch base with you personally, taking the opportunity to do so. I am the individual, oh my God, who has dispatched the artifacts of the Roswell disc debris to talk show host Art Bell. Well, that was the Art's parts. That was the whole thing, the Roswell debris. They got that stuff to him back in 95. It was a big story. And then all of a sudden, all these years later, here comes Tom DeLonge. In 2017, I think, is when that all started. And it was all talking about the same thing, that they had these bismuth alloys. Bismuth is a very interesting material. It looks like little pyramids that are made of blue and yellow. If you grow those crystals, the bismuth crystals are freaking amazing. But this bismuth alloy, if you electrify it, it creates anti-gravity. It starts lifting. And Art apparently tested this, and Linda tested this, and she held on to some of it. And all those years later, she sold her pieces from this dude to Tom DeLonge, and that became one of their main talking points, that the disclosure was going to include the unveiling of this material that levitates when you electrify. It's like, well, guys, that was what we were talking about back in 95 and 96 on Art Bell, so you're kind of a little bit late. It's like 20 years, 25 years late or something. 20 years. Okay. So, wow, that's who this guy is? That's incredible. So, we know he's the real deal because the parts actually levitate when you electrify them. Well, I was on a flight to Hungary with Joint Endeavor, apparently some military thing. My wife acquired your address on a Dreamland broadcast. I've been able, until this deployment, to listen with interest to your common opinions about the artifacts, which is what he gave her, and noted some apprehension to the material itself. This is fully understandable. When I decided over 6 months ago to turn these artifacts over to the UFO research community, I decided it would be accomplished by allowing Art to be the mediator and trustee of the artifacts, partly because of his record of complete neutrality on these matters, but more so because I thought the artifacts' safety would be ensured completely. I regret the undue and unwanted turmoil caused to the Bell household. I feel justified in my initial decision. I've been looking over Granddad's journal. Apparently he had a grandfather who was probably black ops and had all these high-level clearances. I wanted to share a few brief extractions with you and Mr. Bell. Firstly, I note that the intent of your own efforts as to the examination of the artifacts is to confirm that they have some sort of otherworldly extraterrestrial source to the metal. And yeah, we'd never seen bismuth made like this in this type of alloy. This was the initial aspect of the original exams, but what came to light was that the metal was virtually indiscernible to Earth metals. I don't know if that's true or not, but we're just going to go with what he says. According to my own grandfather's notations, and this is probably some Area 51 dude, this was to ensure that in the event of crash or capture, no verification as to the alien network or the homeworld confederation could be proven. He mentioned confederation, and a compromise of the alien directives transpired. Very interesting. What directives? That would mean they were talking to each other. And confederation is the same term used in the Law of One. Apparently, the probe ships, this is from his grandfather's journal, the probe ships were constructed with metallic base metals, indistinguishable from Earth metals, as a protective measure and a security safeguard. I guess they used the exotic stuff in this other material. So he says. There was a drawback to this. A negative consequence was that the probe ships would be vulnerable to radar interference. Yeah, that's what brought Roswell down. The aliens' remedy to this was to ensure the probe ships maintained high-velocity trajectories and activated these velocities upon entering our atmosphere. And I guess they could outfly radar interference if they went fast enough, but apparently not at Roswell. Now here it comes. It's so crazy what we're about to see here. Most of the inter-atmosphere operations occurred in the Western Hemisphere and areas of Europe and Asia, with populations consisting of network selectees. And remember, wanderers are ET souls contacted by their home family through UFO contact. So network selectees, maybe those are wanderers, ET souls, like me. This was a term that the ETs used to identify persons who were destined to be contacted. Network selectees. I guess I'm a selectee then. Look at what happened with Michael Prophecies. These contacts were conceived and predestined prior to birth. I was just talking about that last week, that you structure your life. And it seems like it was the case with me, for sure. And was, here we go, scheduled to be accelerated and increased throughout the next 3 decades prior to 2000 ACE, when the network would initiate the transition. Now, 2000 gets us right into the events of the year 2001 and those unfortunate things that took place where we kind of hit bottom as a planet. We had major economic collapse. We had buildings burning, buildings coming down, very strange things. The Pentagon was damaged. And so Michael Prophecies also talked about this as well. They flagged the exact same date, and they tag it to August 11, 1999. And this is right around the time that JFK Jr. died in the plane crash. It's almost down to the day of when Vlad became the president of Russia, which has got all these weird, interesting tentacles to it as well in the storyline. So August 11, 1999 had a grand cross that was the man, the eagle, the lion, and whatever the fourth one was, the bear, the bull, the 4 beasts of the apocalypse. And then in Michael Prophecies, they said that that grand cross was a very powerful lensing alignment in the solar system that allowed us to get onto this non-catastrophic timeline. And we also found out that Edgar Cayce's readings said in the year 2001 that the Earth would start shifting on its axis inside. And so also right around this time of the year 2000 is when we now know that the Earth's axis did shift, and then it stopped moving as of 2012, 2013, right around the end of 2012, like the Mayan calendar end date. So these are really cool things that I talk about in the Michael Prophecies that we could do more slides on and bring out into the open as I expand my reach here. But This is very, very cool that the real human ETs that his grandfather was in contact with called themselves part of a confederation. Let's go back and see that again. They said right here, maybe it was even a step before that, right? Because I don't see it here either. So, okay, extraterrestrial source of the materials. Anyway, they say that they're in a confederation, and it says right here that people who are network selectees were going to schedule an increase to initiate the transition. Starting in the year 2000, transition was a term that meant full contact with ETs. Holy crap. And it would occur in the Earth year 2025. All this information was acquired from the sole surviving alien. Again, they shouldn't use that word, but alien from Roswell, apparently. So holy crap. Transition was a term that meant full contact between humanity and ETs occurring around the year 2025, and that it would begin in the year 2000. And that these people are working with the Confederation. This is exactly the same thing that the Law of One said. And that the Michael Prophecies then said after that. Law of One didn't give you the exact date. Michael Prophecies did. The Law of One gets it approximately. But then when I ended up unsealing these books that I'd channeled in the late 90s, I'd put it all online. I stopped looking at it. Richard C. Hoagland advised me to walk away from it all. Here I come with these books, and they very specifically start to be unsealed in 2022. They're predicting the future in 2022 and then in 2023. It took me a whole year just to get the first one done. So I started the work in January. The book didn't come out till December of 2022. That's when book one of Michael Prophecies came out. And then I started cranking them out faster, and I got the rest of them done in the year 2023. 6 books in 1 year. I'm never doing that again. My hands were falling apart. That's why I needed body work. It was crazy. But as I started to get into these books, and especially in book 2, which was right around, February of 2023, we had a really, really bad winter that year. Really bad. That's when I started to realize that, holy crap, they're saying they're coming back in 2025. And I've been talking about this for the whole time. And after all this time of me talking about that one thing, I didn't know about this until literally today. Today is when I found out that we were going to initiate transition. The network selectees, these people that have ET souls, are being telepathically influenced by the 11/11 conjunction of August 11, 1999, the Grand Cross of man, bull, eagle, and lion. It's the crucifixion of humanity. John F. Kennedy Jr. was part of it. The event that took place in 2001 was part of it. That this was initiating a non-catastrophic ascension process where, because of the awakening that these upsetting events caused, we somehow circumvent the need for the book of Revelations, plague of locusts and hail coming down from the sky and fire and brimstone. And some people think it's going to be meteors or asteroids. Some people think it's volcanoes. Some people think it's a solar flash. Whatever it is, it's not happening. We found a way around it. And any time-traveling ET would know that. So apparently these parts were given to Art Bell. They came off the original Roswell crash. This guy got them from his grandfather. The grandfather had a journal. And even with the original Roswell being back in 1947, what was the date he gave? He said, oh, we're coming back in 2025, full contact. And that our contactees would initiate the transition starting in the year 2000. This is like such a big win. So let's read the bottom. It says, Army Sergeant's 4th typed letter addressed to Linda dated May 25th, arriving after letter 3, focused on Linda's reports for Dreamland, da-da-da. So 2025, that date has always been available to time-traveling ETs. So Elizondo might have encoded the date by going 2 years off, or whoever gave this to him might have done it, because they have the same message as what the Roswell guy said. EB, I think, is what they called him, right? So EB said it would be 2025. Elizondo says 27. UFO disclosure is rushed. This is from Truth Poll X on X. Lou Elizondo says UFO disclosure is rushed because a major event is about to happen, which he cannot mention to anybody. And then he says 2027. You can see the subtitle there. So then this was from How and Wise on April 10th, 2023. Mass ET contact in 2027. And this is from Vicky Verma, who is, again, very prolific UFO researcher. Really love his stuff. As long as we don't get to know each other, then we won't fight, I guess. Everybody fights in the UFO community. But I don't know Vicky yet, so hopefully we can stay nice. I'm always nice, but people turn on me. It's crazy. Anyway, apart from all that, podcast UFO Martin Wills, Ramirez claimed the government is aware of an impending event in 2027. And I guess Ramirez is briefed on the same stuff as Elizondo. An impending event in 2027, and again, the Roswell guy said 25, so did St. Germain to Alice Bailey back in the 1800s, 2025, so does Michael, so does the Great Pyramid. We talked about that. They give 15 years after 2010 that we're going to hit bottom and then we get out of it. 15 years after 2010 is 2025 again. I've told you that in other shows. So let's review this because it's so heady in light of what's going on. Something quite significant, so people are being prepared. He's been stating there's a presence on Earth which he thinks is demonic, and again, there are demonic ETs. They're projecting their own belief systems to make us disbelieve in what we believe. Wills asked Ramirez what would happen if there was a mass landing. Would we simply prepare, or would we actually initiate something? And this man, who worked for the company, wink wink, replied, I think the dialogue we have now in this country, even with the recent legislation that passed through the legislature and is on its way up to the president's desk, is preparing the U.S. population, and by extension the world population, for the reality that there is a presence here that we need to explain. My goodness. This is very exciting, isn't it? 2027, and everybody else says 25. If they show up and we continue to do what we did before in previous decades, there will be mass panic. However, if we understand that these are real, and we have 5 years from 22, or maybe now 4 years if they come in 27, for the U.S. government to prepare the people about what is up there. But hey, wait a minute. EB said 25. St. Germain said 25. So does Michael Prophecies. They probably changed the date for disinformation. So they thought they'd try to teach people, oh, we have more time, but we really don't. In many ways, I think the word got out within the government that they're showing up in 2027. They is in the good guys. And we'd better be prepared. If not, there's going to be a lot of explaining to do. I think the dialogue has happened within certain areas inside the government saying we need to prepare for them all showing up in a mass contact event. That's why in 2017, apparently a clock of 10 years was set. Maybe this was from an extraterrestrial, or maybe that's what somebody told him, because they altered it. They gave 2 years on top of the 25, made it 2027. Lou Elizondo earlier in the year said, just find a hobby for 5 years. It'll all be out in 5 years. He said that this year, so that would imply 27. I've heard 2027 in an official capacity, and I can't reveal from where, so I would say people in the government are aware that something is happening. There's limited time to prepare the people. That's what's wrapping up this acceleration from the previous 7 decades of not even acknowledging it to now acknowledging it at a faster and faster pace. So look, this is really cool, heavy, amazing stuff. I mean, the Linda Moulton Howe thing, to find out that the source of the arts parts, the guy who actually sent it, which was then used by Tom DeLonge, became a big part of his thing, the levitating bismuth alloy. Wait a minute, the guy that sent that in got it from his grandfather. The grandfather's journal refers to a confederation and said that he talked to this little guy that came out of the Roswell crash, and he said, yeah, we're going to prepare you guys for all of us to return in 2025, and we have network selectees who are part of our network telepathically. They're not even consciously aware of it in most cases, but they're preparing starting in 2000. I mean, it's just incredible. So when I find that level of correlation to what we've already said, it's so amazing that I'm just left in awe, and I really am in awe. And so it takes on great significance. In fact, one of the time loops that I don't have this week is where Michael was quoting the price of one of our first potential deals for our aerospace company, $300 million, which again, all that money is going to get spent. It's not like I'm getting $300 million. We got to go into production, we got to make things, and we got to earn profit. Okay, let's just be clear. But with that money, we can go into production, we can start doing things. So the time loop mentioned $300 million and said that what we are doing is worth far more than $300 million or any other amount of money. And that really blew me away. So I feel like definitely I'm one of these network selectees. I've been manipulated benevolently, I guess, to have written all these books on audio cassettes that got transcribed, and then I didn't even know what they really said or care until starting in the year 2022. And the whole point is, yeah, we're coming back in 2025, and they go into great detail. So if this original Roswell whistleblower from 1996 had gotten the same thing, hand-me-down from his grandfather, hand-me-down from EB, the original Roswell ET. Wait a minute, the original Roswell ET said 2025. We're all coming back. That is freaking huge, you guys. It's just so confirming, and it's so amazing, and I feel very deeply awed and humbled to be in the position that I'm in, giving you these pieces of disclosure before, apparently, whatever Greer is getting ready to do, 6 whistleblowers, and there might be a drone war, which may lead to EMP blackouts, may lead to grid failure, and may, in fact, then trigger the EMS. The whole thing could wrap up before January 20th. So do I want to go somewhere else for Christmas? No frickin' way. No frickin' way. So this is a very exciting future. I've kind of given you an encapsulated view of it, but we're also going to see this time loop that talks about some really cool stuff for us. So Joe Rogan, I noticed when he had a guy on who was saying, no, these are not actually radiation sniffing drones, but I think that he's only aware of unclassified projects. I think these are radiation sniffers in a classified project. That's what we're seeing. Just so that everybody's clear on what the hell this stuff is. I think it's, unclassified. It is classified. It's using weird technology that can fluctuate electrical current in very striking ways. So Joe Rogan actually has a Christian, we've talked about that now, that the flying saucer with the dome on the top is potentially Mother Mary's little sports car. Many people have seen human ETs that appear to them as Mother Mary. Maybe that's what it is, or maybe that's just what they're showing us. But anyway, these ETs have also showed up as Archangel Michael, and that was the Garabandal Virgin Mary sighting. They did not just see Virgin Mary, they also saw Michael, but there were strange things happening in that situation. The kids had the communion wafer levitate into their mouth, just like we saw with St. Christina. They could kneel down on sharp stuff with their bare knees and they didn't get hurt. There was all kinds of weird miracles and levitation and stuff happening around that. And remember, Garabandal is a Virgin Mary prophecy coming from alleged UFO sightings that these kids are having, that other people were seeing stuff too. And what was it saying? It was saying there was going to be a warning, that there would be a preliminary solar event that was non-catastrophic, and that everybody would get this consciousness of their past lives. And then days after we talked about that in the show, the sun actually had the biggest solar event since the Carrington event that melted the telegraph wires in 1859. I didn't look at that as a coincidence. So I've branded this whole idea of the traditional domed flying saucer as actually being how Jesus was tooled around by his friends, by the angels. They said, as he came, so shall he depart. There's a line in the Bible where it says Jesus left on a cloud just as he came, and the cloud represents one of these craft. So we've really branded the idea that the traditional domed flying saucer is a Christian positive symbol. And therefore, I find it very interesting that now, I didn't see this until the other day, that Joe Rogan has made a neon Christian flying saucer right above the sign that he's behind every time he does the show. So this was Ryan Graves, who was saying, no, it's not a radiation sniffing drone. Great to be back on with Joe Rogan. We're going to get to the bottom of this. And look at that. Right above the Joe Rogan sign that you all know and love, you've seen it when he's talking. Right above that, he's got a neon flying saucer, obviously made by the same brilliantly talented artist. And let's just zoom in on that a little bit more. So again, it's like this material is really going mainstream. He's also got the same domed flying saucer on those antlers in the middle of his desk when he goes to the wide shot on the Rogan Experience. So like, you know, when Billy Carson got on there and was dissing Christianity and everything, I think Joe Rogan already understands that no, there's something very real behind Christianity, and they were visiting us in these craft. And he loves the idea enough that he built the whole frickin' studio around it. So I think he's very excited about this, and maybe there's stuff that they told him that we don't get to know yet. I hope so, man. Let's bring on disclosure. And the audience goes wild. Okay, so then we have the surge in radiation to unsafe. See, I know when people would clap, if this was like a public address, you got to leave that applause time, right? A lot of people don't do that. That's one of the most common mistakes of new speakers, is that if the audience is either laughing or clapping and you're on the microphone, you got to completely stop talking until the clapping and the laughing stops, or at least starts fading in volume. If you overtalk clapping and laughing, the audience won't hear you. Now, if you're on a live video and your microphone is on the live video, then people watching the video will hear you. But if you overtalk the loud clapping or the loud laughing, nobody in the audience is going to hear those words until they're done laughing. And that's something I noticed so many speakers making that mistake. But I learned it from years and years of doing UFO conferences. I mean, this was my business, was going out to you, lines of 400 people. I never womanized. There's no weird stuff in my background. There's no sexual assault victim coming forward. I haven't done any of that stuff. So, you know, I learned really early, like, you know, you got to play a very fair game here. As a public figure, if you do anything weird, you are going to get caught. So, now let's talk in more detail about some of the strangest things having to do with the appearance of these drones. First of all, this was talked about only on TG, not on the regular X page, probably because they were worried about, you know, some kind of problem, that we see there was an unsafe surge in these overall levels. And let me just be vague right now. A surge. So it says, the recent surge near New York and New Jersey. New York and New Jersey. New York and New Jersey. Coincides with the areas where the drones have been spotted. Oh, that's not good. Let's start to look in on this stuff a little more. What are they talking about here? So it says up at the top, mystery drone spotted in the Northeast, New York City, National Golf Club, Bedminster, Trenton, Pennsylvania, Burlington, Camden, New Jersey, down at the bottom there. And then it's also been on these military bases, Picatinny Arsenal, Naval Weapons Station Earl, and Joint Base McGuire-Dix Lakehurst. So, that's where they're flying, and then right in the same area, as you see there on the left, it says the real-time world map of these levels. And most of the circles are green, but then there's a couple red circles. So let's look in very closely, and when you look at it really closely, to me, what I think I'm seeing is 222 and 278 right down there at the base of that, what looks to be, maybe that's it's one of those rivers that bifurcates New York from Long Island, that main river. It's right around that area, right around the mouth of the river. So, what's a 222? It's a 278. Okay, so let's just split the difference and call it 250. Okay, so there's 250 right around the border to Long Island. Oh, it's really not that great, man. So if you get, these are in millisieverts. If you get 10,000 millisieverts, you're dead within weeks. 6,000 millisieverts is a typical dosage for Chernobyl workers who died within 1 month. 5,000 killed them within a month. Half of the people, 5,000 means half the people that get 5,000 millisieverts are dead in a month. 1,000 millisieverts, you get sickness and nausea, but not death. But you'll live. You can do the, the special Japanese diet that they had, the macrobiotic diet, which is like you're going to eat, you eat like rice, and then you eat these azuki beans, these weird red beans, and you have miso, and you have seaweed. It's a pretty intense diet, but apparently it did wonders for people in terms of healing from radiation sickness in Japan. And you might want to modify it. I don't know if the rice is such a great idea, but yeah, there's something interesting about the seaweed and the azuki beans and the miso and all that, and then having that very Spartan diet. Apparently people really did get better. So, okay. Whoops, let's go back to the slide again here, because this is important. So radiation sickness at 1,000 millisieverts, but then you got 400, which was Fukushima. That's the maximum level that anybody got around there per hour. Every hour it was 400 millisieverts. Then you have Chernobyl, people who got relocated exposed to 350. So they apparently, they got some degree of damage. And then every 5 years, the recommended limit of how much you get is a 100. So this isn't huge. It's not going to kill you, but it's around, remember, we said 250. So 250 is only 100 less than 350, which was the exposure of people who had to be relocated. It's a lot higher than the 100 millisieverts you're supposed to get if you work with an X-ray every 5 years. And so, yeah, that's kind of a big problem. Here it is again, 222, 278. Now we know what that means. It's like, God damn. I mean, everything else, 1422, yeah, whatever. But that's really freaking scary. And so, hopefully, roll up the windows if you got to go across the, whatever it is. There's a borough bridge there that gets you into Long Island. I forget what it's called, but Triborough or something like that. Anyway, roll up the windows, man, because it's particulate material, and there's little heavy particles in the air, and that's what this is caused by. It's not a wave. That's why if you were ever in some type of nuclear attack, you're supposed to wash the particles off, with this stuff called Technu, and now you use it for poison ivy because it works really well. But that stuff was originally intended to wash the particles off. If you get the particles off, they're not emitting radiation anymore. So it's really dust particles. So my God, if you're around New York and you're driving in that area, roll up the darn windows and recirculate the air inside your car. Because in that one little spot, it's a lot higher than what is safe for people using X-rays every 5 years, 2.5 times that amount. So holy crap. And then below that, if you get one full body CT scan, one full body X-ray, you only get 10. So that's a lot more than 10, and nobody really wants too many X-rays. So then the next really crazy thing going on is on the negative dark side of things, the occult side, that they decide, oh, you know what, let's open up 5 sacred portals. And what better time to do it than on the anniversary of the birth of Christ? But what kind of portals do they really want here? Are they really trying to bring in Christ energy and love? That's definitely to be questioned and debated. We have a donation. Jordan Rosen, $10. Hey, David, thank you for your work. Have you ever read The Complete Conversations with God by Neil Donald Walsh? Yes, I did. And, Whitestone Bridge, Throgs Neck Bridge 2, somebody says, April 16. George Washington Bridge, that's the one I was thinking of, the GW. Okay, got it. So yeah, if you're on that GW, man, roll up the darn windows. I have read Conversation with God, and it's wonderful, but Michael Prophecies is very unique. I mean, to have all these time-looped events happening, it's pretty crazy. So yeah, this stuff is scary, and I'm sorry, but again, I don't think this is going to last very long. ETs can get radiation particles out of the air quickly, and so it's not like it's going to hang around for years and years and years. It's all going to get cleaned up. But this is part of what we needed to scare us into a wakefulness. And so that's where we're going. So now, all of a sudden, they want to open these sacred portals. What could go wrong, right? It says that the Pope Francis wants to do this on Christmas Eve this is literally what it says. I mean, I might even get taken off the air for even reading it. But it's talking about a ritual that's never been done before. Oh, right. Okay, so the ritual opens the portal. Got it. I think I've heard of this before. Master Kenobi donated. David, what's your take on the Q official character on X? I'm not even sure. Keeps making weird countdowns, latest one claiming something big hitting in the next 3 days. Season's greetings, the force is with you. I don't know anything about it. I've heard some people talk about it, but I just don't know anything. So anyway, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate it. So here I was yesterday. I was putting these slides together, and I was reading about this very thing. I was actually looking at this in real time, and then the Colonel, Robert Fairlawn, as Michael calls him, and he's in the books. He is somebody who we know well. I've had multiple ongoing conversations with him. He texts me all the time, and he is supposedly the most highly knowledgeable insider who knows all the different compartments of what's really going on in the world. I mean, people say that, but in this case, he might really be that guy. That he was apparently being planned to be made public, and that he was going to be disclosing a lot of things personally, but after seeing what happens to me, he doesn't really want to come forward, and I totally respect that. I'm not asking him to do anything. Other people are doing it, and they're doing it through Greer, but this guy supposedly knows everything, and as a result of his experiences, which include ET contact, he's very, very telepathic. So this really freaked me out, and I'm going to show you the text that I had with him. So he wrote me simultaneously. So he said, "Did you put the portal coordinates on Christmas Eve in a show?" And then I wrote back, "What the hell? I was just reading the following, and then I saw this. And I saw your text." So then the 5 sacred portals, and I said, "Simultaneously, I was just putting it into the show. Are you psychic much?" So that's just like real world stuff that happens in my everyday life, you know? Like, look at what he said. He said, "Did you put the portal on Christmas Eve, the portal coordinates, in a show?" And he wrote me that as I was putting it in the show. And it really freaked me out. It was like a hair on your arm standing up kind of thing for sure. So the next really trippy thing that's going to blow your mind is the Alliance knew the drones were coming, and they called it Eye in the Sky. So they posted this on the very recent, it was like December the 12th, I think, is when that one came out. And it says, look at number 4. So now we're going to zoom in on it, and it says, warning, eye in the sky. Let's zoom in even closer. Okay, Texas, Arizona, Montana, boom, New Jersey. Look at number 4. So if you study these states, we got California, sure enough, they've been seen there, Nevada, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Oklahoma, Oregon, Florida, Colorado, Washington, New Mexico, Montana. Right. So these are the states, apparently, they knew already that they were going to be flying these drones over at some point. So here's another really weird thing. Are the drones spraying something? And is that the material that's actually causing radioactivity, perhaps? Who knows? I mean, we don't have any answers yet. But what are they spraying? They put this out, again, in the hidden back door of the world of TG, so they don't have to put it on X. The mysterious drones are now spraying, and they show this thing that here's this craft going along in the sky in this little video. I probably should have done 51 seconds. I didn't think of it. Sorry. But then it's doing a contrail, and then all of a sudden it stops. So like, whoa, okay. They don't. So, you know, again, they say these things, but is it really that bad? Probably not. They like to scare you. But then if you look at the number of seconds and you look up the posts that they're referring to, then it turns out we're going to be fine. But part of what people need to be right now is scared into awareness. So again, all of this is leading to ascension. I don't really think anything that bad is going to happen, but they did say that they're going to try to create chaos, and they're going to try to do it in the next 30 days. That's a big, big warning, and I am on it. So we have drones over a German industrial base here. It says mysterious drones have recently been spotted near U.S. Air Base and sensitive industrial sites in Germany. December 13th. Then they see, oh, here we go. They can drink up energy. They can drink up power, which means maybe they're going to collapse the grid at some point. A center received a report from a caller about an unidentified drone landing near a solar plant field in North Stonington, Connecticut, and absorbing the energy. So these drones literally suck energy. They're energy vampire drones. Dang. So you see what could happen? When we got these fluctuating lights, let's get to that one. Then they put up the Alan Parsons Project lyrics. I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind. I am the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can cheat, you blind. And I don't need to see anymore to know that I can read your mind. I can read your mind. That's pretty heavy. So if it does read your mind, I don't know exactly what that means per se, but isn't it interesting that people have said that when they spot the drones fly off? So maybe it does have some ability to read your mind. There might be some really weird technology in this. Maybe that's what they're trying to tell us. And again, if our guys start trying to shoot at these, and then when you shoot at them, you find out, oh crap, now they can EMP our ships and knock us out of the air. And then the lights are fluctuating on the ground. Oh, well, we can't let him go into office. We're going to have to declare an emergency and hold power indefinitely as we fight this thing. That's apparently what we're seeing, folks. And you thought I was lying, or maybe you thought this was BS. You're not laughing anymore, are you? This is crazy. And PBB, I have no idea what that means. Maybe it's like peanut butter and bacon instead of PB and J. I think that's a pretty horrific sandwich. I don't know if I'd really want to try that, but PBB could be anything. Presidential briefing, I don't know. Whatever the hell it is, it's for their group and not for us. We don't really know. We can't really decipher that one. Does anybody have an idea? What do you think PBB actually means? Rob Potter says, do you think the drones can project holograms? Definitely, that could be part of what could happen. That's a lot of minds to read at the same time. I agree, but we don't really know what they're doing. Oh, Project Bluebeam. Oh my God, thank you guys. Or Public Broadcasting Bulletin says Great Awakening. But Mark Kuhn and Pamela Sulek said Project Bluebeam. And I totally, Spencer Hall, David, I don't know if you noticed the 333 synchronicity. Bacon goes with everything, says Don No. Well, you want to have that sandwich, man? I'll pay you $20 to eat that sandwich. All right, Mayan Mountain 3333, awareness for Western North Carolina. The hurricane killed 5,000 to 10,000 people. 10,000 are displaced, freezing to death in their tents. Little or no help from various agencies. Thank God for the churches. This is a land grab for lithium. Yeah, I would agree. Project Bluebeam, Project Bluebeam. Somebody had peanut butter belly. I kind of like that one. Pleiadian scout ships. Project Camelot flashback. Pineal gland update. Alan Parsons object. Real eyes, real lies. Angry Daddy knows. God, Look, I'm just playing with you guys. I already know that bacon sandwich is disgusting. But, Project Bluebeam, PBB, I didn't think of that. God damn it. It was right in front of my face, and I didn't even think of it. PBB, Project Bluebeam. Okay. You guys just solved it for me in real time. I wasn't smart enough to figure that out, or I just was in a hurry or whatever. I didn't think long enough. Fine. You guys smarter than me on that one? I take the win. I'm learning something. That's good. That makes it even bigger than I thought, because that means they are going to project holograms. They are going to do something weird. And so these individual drones that we're seeing right now might start looking like something else. They could project holograms. This could get into a weird war that's got everybody scared. The radiation level thing has everybody scared. It's like, dang, this is a really, really strange situation, so I would avoid the George Washington Bridge. I don't think I'm going to New York for Christmas. Sorry, Mom and Dad. But let's just wait until, he gets back in there and everything's a little safer. Then I'll head over there at some point. But I don't want to do it right now. I think we're all going to be fine. I just want to make that clear. But this is meant to scare you. So then they also posted this on the same day, which is like 13th, 14th, of the drones landing on this submarine so-called mothership. And what you see is that they're in a grid, and they all touch down in groups of 3, pretty much, although they do individual landings. This is exactly like a computer-controlled landing that you'd expect from human-powered drones, which is all I think they are. Now even L.A., with Chris wants me out there in L.A. I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm not really feeling L.A. right now in the middle of all this. Southern California is getting their own drone sightings. Swarms of UFOs have been observed across Southern California. Yep, so that could be another place where we see Project Bluebeam, PBB, holograms. Whoa. And then there's an event before January the 20th, and there's going to be people coming forward because there was some deal that they had with the Alliance, and the deal fell through, so now everybody's going wild. Puppets are going wild. Whatever Greer's bringing through is the real deal. They've had this stuff since the 1950s, and guess what? I built a company with somebody who worked in those places And we've got the goods on anti-gravity. We're going to build hover cars. That's the main reason I'm here. I don't just want to be a talking head. I don't just want to rely on the advice of insiders who may or may not be telling the truth. If this stuff is real, then we need a hover car. We need to build a spaceship. Then the matter is settled. But this is kind of settling the whole issue on its own anyway. Very, very intense. So we have a donation that flew in over here. Michael Larson. And he says, great show. I have 2 books here. Which one should I read first? Synchronicity Key or Ascension Mysteries? I would probably advise you to read Ascension Mysteries first and then use Synchronicity Key as the follow-up, because Ascension Mysteries is more accessible. Synchronicity Key is a very technical, almost like a dissertation when we get into the cycles of history. It's amazing, but Ascension Mysteries is way more accessible to get started. Andromeda Daisy says, you're doing a great job. Princess Buttercup says, you're not just a talking head. She loves me. David, hoverboards as well. Well, we talked about hoverboards. The problem with the hoverboard is, dude, we said the insurance is going to be insane on that, because people are going to wipe out and they're going to get killed, and or they could maybe set a projectile going and then try to shoot that projectile at somebody. So there's all kinds of issues with hoverboards. I'm not sure we're going to be allowed to make them even if we wanted to. But yeah, the hoverboard thing is a tricky one. But anyway, isn't this fascinating? All this stuff. We've got UFOs across Southern California, Project Bluebeam. It's all coming to a head. And once the powers that were try to do this stuff, it authorizes positive ETs to take action. And here you got the original EB from Roswell saying that they're going to reveal themselves in 2025 through their network contactees, these people that were contacted by them telepathically starting in 2000 to push this whole thing forward. It's amazing, the correlation with Michael Prophecies. I mean, honestly, like I'm really freaked out. And so one more to get us warmed up here is Elon is doing his part to bravely stand up to the DS, and I appreciate that very much. He's declared war. He says, quote, deep state traitors are coming after me using their paid shills in legacy media. I prefer not to start fights, but I will end them. Let your mind run wild on that one for a while. What is he really talking about? And then, more recently, this was on the 21st, and we had another Earth Angel donated. Good day, David. Mary to you. Thank you very much. So he's now demanding a fully transparent investigation into all these different names. And then this is where he actually started to do that. And I saw that. 9.7 million views. He says, let's find out. And the ships are all different sizes. So that's pretty interesting. And of course, the wrapper has the tiny little dinghy there. Ooh, that could be taken the wrong way. You got to really kind of edit the mouth. You know, you want to make sure that you don't say the wrong thing, because in referring to him as a little dinghy, one could get the wrong idea, a very inappropriate impression. Now, David, you just back out of that one real frickin' slow, son. You take one step at a time. Don't turn your head. Just back away from the bear very slowly, and you'll be fine. Now, thanks, Dad. Appreciate that one. And where are my goddamn glasses? You expect me to talk without being able to see? You tried to put Daddy through that? I have had it! All right, well, enough, Daddy. We got to keep moving, buddy. So, across the U.S., in Virginia, Georgia, North Carolina, and New York, drone-infested places, Death Commie just donated, for the love of God, please interview. Oh, no, we're not going to do that. Sorry. He's been around for a long time. And, you know, I had some people that got hurt by things. And so, you know, we're just going to, yeah. Anyway, okay. Virginia, Georgia, North Carolina, New York are buzzing about their lights blinking and flickering. No clear answers from the federal government. Many are speculating if this is connected to these mysterious drones. And so sure enough, there's a whole collection. Let's read it up close. Yeah, now you can see it up close. Sorry about that. So blinking and flickering lights. Well, wait a minute. The electrical current is supposed... And if you watch these videos, it's really, really cool. I mean, like Lights are flickering inside the store, outside the store. It's like the whole entire city has got this blinking going on. And that's not anything that normally has ever happened before with conventional electromagnetic energy. So that would imply that these objects actually do have some type of disruptor field, some type of EMP disruptor that they can deploy. And it's causing this blinking. And so that means they might be able to take the grid down. That could be what happens in this shooting war with the drone. They could project a hologram. They could try to look like all kinds of stuff. There was this kind of news that I consider to be probably fake propaganda, but that in that one it was speculating that it could be like a hologram of Jesus telling people that 4547 is bad and that God doesn't love him and you shouldn't let him into office. That's one theoretical scenario going around. I doubt that's going to be what it is. Nobody would really believe that anyway. But and he also said that it's going to have a very, very loud voice, which was like the voice of power thing I was talking about again. So they might use that. It could be that it looks like a much bigger ship than it really is. It could be that it looks really massive. They might have 30 of these that they all launch at the same time, and it can make this thing that looks very large, but it's just a holographic projection. Anything is possible. I mean, even the TR-3B, when you got the Phoenix lights, that was a sighting of the TR-3B, Flying Black Triangle. The bottom of it is a blimp. It's just this dirigible material, but then what they do is they have these holographic projectors that come down on little stands, and then they project up onto the thing, and it looks like rivets and a technological surface, so you don't see that it's a balloon. So one of the original, you go back and look up the Arizona lights, one of the original witnesses said, hey, we saw what looked like rivets and technological material on the bottom of the thing, but it was also in this billowy, rippling pattern. Well, yeah, because it's a hologram projected on the bottom of the blimp that the TR-3B is. So if they can project it onto the blimp, they can project it into empty space. They've got this. It says PBB, Project Bluebeam. So whoa, you guys. So here's another cool thing that somebody came up with, which is Uriel might actually also be Archangel Uriel, because somebody mentioned this on Twitter for me. And I thought about like, okay, Uriel. Yeah, I mean, the W is a little bit different, but perhaps what actually happened is that this is Archangel Ariel or Uriel, and that the original name had the W in the middle, but that people didn't always pronounce it that way. Uriel. It could be. I mean, I'm not completely sold on it, but I like the idea. So our earlier time loop reading stopped on January the 21st, and this is where, again, I'm doing Michael Prophecies. I've got the tapes here if you've just tuned in. I talked about 21 newly unsealed tapes. I wrote 7 books of this stuff. It was from 96 to 2000, but then I had to unseal it in 2022 and 23. It says mass ET contact is going to occur in 2025. Same thing as St. Germain, same thing as the Roswell ET, same thing as the Great Pyramid. Everybody's got 25. Elizondo's got 27. He says it's official government. Okay, well, 25, 27. But we know it's really 25. All the main sources all agree on the 25. So, okay. Now, it's very exciting because we've got UFO events taking place that fulfill the prophecies that we were told to expect. And so I've been unsealing these 21 new tapes. They are not in the Michael books. And I only found this right before I went to Canada. And in fact, I didn't even realize that there was 21 of them until I got back from Canada with COVID. And then I came back and I said, even though I'm really sick, man, I got to go into the safe and I got to pull out the box of cassettes and see where are these tapes and how many are there. And when I found there was 21, I was like, man, wow. So week after week, we've been unsealing this stuff that used remote viewing protocols that is either Archangel Michael or Uriel, and might be Uriel, right? Could be the same thing. These are very exciting time loops because even though it's kind of a freak out, the George Washington Bridge, that's kind of a freak out, flickering electronics. Look, I'm familiar with these scalar technologies that make that type of electromagnetic fluctuation no problem. But we have to be prepared that we could lose the grid in the middle of the winter, that there could be some UFO war, that you're seeing things in the sky that aren't really there. And remember, these drones could have weapon capability. They're pretty large. So if the big ship seems to be firing, there might be a little drone inside of it that's actually shooting something. But I think that if they tried to do that much, that they'd probably get hit by Alliance assets, because Alliance has really great stuff that probably can make short work of those drones. But then again, maybe the Alliance is going to allow them to do this. They've been planning this for a long time. The Alliance warned us about warning, eye in the sky, and then gave us this list of states, and New Jersey was one of them. That clearly seems to be what they're talking about. And now Greer is saying, get ready, because the Alliance themselves pointed out Greer and said, get ready, because what his intel is saying is that some major escalation in a drone war could take place anytime in the next 30 days as of the 21st or the 20th. So that goes right up to the inauguration. Woo, that's not at least a bit disconcerting, is it? No, it's totally fine. Okay, so I want to break into this reading that we left off on last week and the week before from January 21st, 99 in the time loop, because it turns out when I went back and looked at it and I was just taking my time, I'm like, oh, dude, this is totally time looped. It's talking about the drones, obviously. So here we go. We're going to read the dream, which I never did on this show before, and then we're going to read the entire reading. Now, this was for a client named Nancy, but certain client details have been omitted. So the reading actually fit Nancy's needs in 1999, but it also fits our needs in 2024. So this dream is very prophetic and reflective of everything that's happened, the downfall of the DS and the people who they were brainwashing the most. In this dream, I was going through city streets. It was not very enjoyable. It was run down. So this symbolizes how the DS is running our cities down. When you see the whole thing, it'll make sense. And there's so many of these that it all says the same stuff, so it's a very consistent prophetic message. Rundown cities is what's happened as a result of 2020 and the events since then. I was with my father. He was telling me how disappointed he was that stores that he once knew and loved were all being closed down. Oh, that's prophetic of lockdowns. Wow. 1999 they had this. Isn't that something? There was one store he was really hoping would not close down, and we were trying to find out what store that was. It involved us walking through this scary, violent city, which they didn't used to be scary, but they are now. And so because my father votes, to the left, and we make the angry daddy character, I think that his character is supporting the DS agenda. In this, symbolically, that's what I believe is going on here, just so that we're clear. This white man who represents the DS, I believe, was following us. This is the guy that caused the lockdowns, all the other stuff, ultimately, symbolically. He had a guitar that he was playing. He was singing, but it was really bad. And they tried to get us to like their music. They sang to us, but I said it was like death metal and nobody liked it. He was trying to sing Led Zeppelin, but he was not sounding good at all. He had a very sinister attitude, like he was forcing himself on you. And I say, this is prophetic of the DS pushing the public with a stairway to heaven, right? Because they're doing these things that are going to bring you to heaven. They're going to kill you. They're trying to kill people. And then the stairway to heaven could also be the drone, because remember how we just saw that picture and they're all like in a staircase and they're all one at a time going down onto that mothership and they're all stacked up? Stairway to Heaven, singing Led Zeppelin. That's the main, most famous Led Zeppelin song. That's the first one you'd grab. There's no other song that's ahead of Stairway for them. So I think this guy represents the DS, and Stairway to Heaven is talking about the drones, and he's trying to push this on you, which people feel very sinister about this. I believe the store that my dad loved that we came to was like a music store, and remember what they're doing in the music industry? It wasn't clear when we first went in, a lot of different merchandise outside. Once I got in there, there was a TV up in the corner showing programs that were distracting, violent, and awful. It didn't seem to be stuff I wanted to see. And this is prophetic of their propaganda, the fear that they're creating, the satanic aspects of it all, the music industry aspects, music halftime shows. and the stairway to heaven, they want you to not be here anymore, right? So the TV is the one showing these evil programs. And the whole reading is going to talk about this dream, by the way. So it's important that we try to remember these details of the dream. That we have the music store, that it's, that there was lockdowns, that the cities had gotten very violent, that it was really tough to go through them now. And that so then it goes on from there. There were probably 4 other people in the store, and at the time the right word was Hispanic. Now you might say Latino. There was a definite, I wrote it in 1999. I didn't change the word. There was a definite Hispanic contingent to this in terms of who I was seeing, people in the store working there. Next, I saw a Halloween costume or wig that actually looked like a skull head. Very satanic, huh? And they just talked about music videos, the store that had all this stuff. So now you got the satanic skull head. You could put it on your head, but you couldn't pull the skull all the way down. And I say here, when I unsealed this, that this is prophetic of evil being seen now on a massive level. You needed to shave all of your hair below a certain point. You'd be bald below the skull on your head. And so I said, my God, when I first unsealed this, which was November 9th, I guess that's when I first looked at it, I said, this is prophetic of women shaving their heads and then doing it online after the victory. But the head, remember, the skull thing is a symbol of evil. They're not aware that it's evil that's trying to stop this administration. They're not aware that this is actually a good thing. They've been lied to and brainwashed so much they don't even know what's going on. So isn't that fascinating? It's got all these elements of our present scenario in January 99, including the shaved head prophecy. I said, well, maybe someone who would wear this had already shaved their head below the halfway point, which was where this thing would rest. I was wondering why anyone would want to look like this skull was on them. And that's symbolic of why would anybody want to go along with these satanic people? Oh, well, I didn't think their devil symbolism really mattered. Well, yeah, you should have been paying attention, brother. Sorry. Anyway, the next major thing that happened was I was still in this store. Everyone was disagreeing with each other, especially the young Hispanic guy, disagreeing with a white woman who was there, some other people. He was saying some really dumb, hurtful, and injurious things. And so this may very well, I say Hispanic, but this might be a reflection of the guy that was involved in the United Health incident, Luigi, because he's got the approximate right look, and he's an agitator, and he's, he hated the health companies, and he wrote this whole manifesto about it, right? And then he shot the guy. So he's saying some dumb, hurtful, and injurious things. So that looks prophetic to me. It was so childish, I found myself real. And remember, if you read what the Alliance actually said, he was doing this wet work on behalf of our friend whose name starts with N. The female. So that's what this reading is that we're about to see. So this is literally showing us her preferred dude that they use to do this. And remember that the CEO guy had been there when there was a cyber attack where they lost $1.65 billion allegedly to a hacker. And then we saw in the show on Wednesday that the hacker supposedly is really them. That they themselves did the hack, the DS did the hack, because they need money to fight back against the Alliance and try to hold on to power by creating this distraction event. So, wow, this is really getting hot, folks. And we got a donation. Lori Powder Tavares says, caught you in the ER, food poisoning. Oh, no. $500 copay. Thanks on Affordable Care Act. Merry Christmas, DW, everyone listening. Lori, we hope you feel better really soon. Sorry that happened to you. That's horrifying. I'm really sorry. So, this guy, so the shooter is now being portrayed in a very accurate way. So childish, I found myself laughing. I couldn't hold it in because it was so silly. Then there was a woman who was older and heavier, and she definitely seems to represent, in hindsight, his mother and the mother of this evil organization. So I think this actually refers to Nancy once again. That's my guess. So she starts noticing what he was doing, and she made a big joke out of me and how much I was laughing. They don't want you laughing at them. That's a very important thing. She was the first person who really even noticed me and noticed what response I was having. Her response to me was extremely strange. As part of the joke, so to speak, she went back right in front of the store, Other people were there. She lay down on her back. She moved her underwear, and then she was holding onto a cup. She peed in the cup, but the material was actually blood. It was spraying not just in the cup, but it was also spraying on my hand, and I was now holding it there for her for some reason. And as I say, this is prophetic of the ingestion of so-called abominable material in the things that they like to do. Think about it. It's a cup, and what's the material in the cup? Right? So this is a very weird metaphor of that. And if somebody is peeing blood, well, they're in a very serious health crisis. Well, we know that she fell and broke her hip. So this is all very intensely symbolic stuff, getting right into the visceral core. I mean, pretty intensely weird graphic stuff that they're giving us in this dream, huh? Wow. So the cup of blood. She had a ridiculous attitude about it and thought it was funny. Isn't that like the whole cooking of the, the idea of spirit and what we had with Marina there? Absolutely. I was filling it. It was filling up past the brim. I was scared that blood was going to spill. This is talking about their bloodlust in general. I was grossed out about it, and then I woke up. So again, with her laughing about the idea of blood in a cup, that would be very common within this particular sect. So again, wow, that's the end of the dream. And I believe the Hispanic woman is referring to her because there was a bloodletting of this company, and the company lost $1.65 billion to a hacker. We said that was an inside job, and she shorted the security company, which means that when they collapse from not doing their job and losing all this money, then she absorbs all the wealth of their company, or a good part of it, by doing these particular derivatives trades on them. That's pretty freaking nasty. So that's like, feasting on the blood of the dead company. And so this metaphor was very graphic in the dream, right? Wow. So then we go right into the reading from here after I've got the dream done. Many thousands of very credible witnesses do agree that the entire functioning aspect responsible for these incarcerations is indeed changing very quickly. So that includes the lockdowns, which they mentioned, and now it also includes the group themselves being incarcerated. Let Nancy be aware that the opportunity comes from within. And in the dream, her character's blood came from within, right? So now it's all symbolic of her, that she might be the one who's about to be incarcerated. She's under investigation for these weird things she's doing, to indeed change many existing forms of society that became tired and worn out and to a large degree useless. And remember, she did a hip replacement after she fell. These aspects of society need to be brought under a microscope, given light in the darkest of places, and that would imply that part of the evil that this evil group is doing, that we just saw profiled in the dream, they're in music videos, they're on TV, they're broadcasting this stuff out there. They got this guy who wants the stairway to heaven, but he can't sing very well. What if part of their agenda is stuff that you only can see under a microscope? Yeah, we already know about that, the viruses and everything. I'm still somewhat congested, as you just heard. Once you have it there, then you can begin to stop the corruption. That's what this is all about, what the Alliance is doing. To bring those actions at one time so fitful of the need for justice to be brought down to earth. And again, she was brought down to earth and broke her hip, and maybe the beings look at that as karmic justice. I mean, you don't mess with these beings. They are the lords of karma. They will control what happens to you, including death. It is clear that some energetic adjustments need to be made if this battle is to continue unimpeded as it had already in the past. So the adjustments would include her falling and the new hip, so she can continue to walk unimpeded. Therefore, it is through such a system of being clear and concise about what one wants that this is then made most direct in its capacity for healing and transformation. So then in the previous show, we talked about, here they are saying her trading is under investigation. There was a breach on February 21st. They had to pay $1.65 billion to get rid of it. On the same day, she made call options in the security company that investigated the breach, and then they collapsed. So it was a smart bet. And then the CEO was, gunned down, so they said, because right in the middle of, he was being investigated. So now they're saying, yeah, he probably wanted to not be investigated. He probably disappeared. He doesn't want people knowing what happened to this money. But, you know, it's very, very suspect stuff, and it's 4.7 million views. Then they say, yep, she fell down marble stairs. That could have been the karmic event. Fractured her hip just days after Mitch had similar injuries. So maybe it was a fall, or maybe somebody shoved her because she got in trouble. Because, you know, maybe they're mad at her that she got caught. Who knows? But it's all part of that dream that we had, and then they mention Nancy by name. Then after the injury, here again is her getting the replacement surgery. And it says at 84 years old, these surgeries raise concerns about a shortened life expectancy due to potential complications and overall strain on the body at an advanced age. Okay, so now we're going to actually continue forward. You already saw this stuff, the incarcerations, Nancy be aware. So she's the one that's probably going to get incarcerated, folks. And then change existing forms, tired and worn out, useless, that's her hip. Then the microscope would be like viruses and other things that they've done. And then you can stop this corruption because there is a need for justice to be brought down to earth, which partly is the mass UFO contact. And they talk about energetic adjustments. We already read these. Clear and concise about what you want. Now we're getting into the new stuff. So I'm sorry that I blew through that really fast, but we already read it once before, and I don't want to get bogged down in this, because this is very, very amazing, and I just put this in this morning, unsealed it all. It's like, holy crap, you guys, wow. The motives are and always will be the same. When you go back through the faded pages of time and uncover the distant hurts and longings that appear to well to the surface. Well, didn't she get hurt? Yep, she fell down. And then things welling to the surface, that could also be a reference to the drones. They're now welling to the surface. And in the faded pages of time, there were UFOs. You indeed might then discover, so it says, the Dead Sea Scrolls of the Self. And this was fascinating. I unsealed this on December 14th the first time. A new version of Matthew 12, which is just when they start talking about harvest or ascension, was found and announced only a few days ago. I think it might have been the day before that I was unsealing this. You might then discover the Dead Sea Scrolls of the Self. So they tell us this right as a Dead Sea Scroll type of text is newly announced, shedding new light into what? The harvest in the book of Matthew, which is the main ultimate quote for ascension. The ascension of the human race, that the weeds are plucked out from the wheat one by one, and after all the weeds are gone, then shall humanity shine like the brightness of the sun. It's talking about the collective consciousness activation, the ascension, which again, the first wave, we've now got all of these sources, including EB, the Roswell extraterrestrial, all saying 2025, and that they're going to start accelerating towards that in 2000. I am blown away. Saint Germain said it back in the 1800s. 2025 is when Jesus and Buddha and all these great masters of light are coming back, and the historical times where humans and ETs interacted, that's returning. We got donations, and it is. David, your slides aren't showing at all. Oh, shit, I'm sorry. I was on the wrong thing, and I see that now, so okay. Let's go back a little bit. If I screwed up, we'll, let's see. Yeah, so that's where we were. You guys didn't really miss anything because I already read those slides from before, and we read them again. So they need to be brought under a microscope, given light in the darkest of places. Sorry I had it off. Stop the corruption, they say. The need for justice to be brought down to earth, and she fell. Okay, so sorry you didn't have my slides. I'll try to make sure I don't do that. I do need a pee break, but I wanted to get through this reading first, and then we'll go right into the Alliance slides. Energetic adjustments need to be made. That would be the hip being replaced, I think. That's part of it. Through such a system of being clear and concise about what you want, that you are now directly able to heal and transform. Well, she had to heal and transform her hip by getting a synthetic hip. So this is very prophetic. Now we're in the new stuff. Okay, sorry about that. We're going to do it again. The motives are and always will be the same. When you go back through the faded pages of time and uncover the distant hurts and longings that appear to well to the surface, and again, remember how she was injured. She was hurt, and it, definitely welled to the surface. There was going to be bruises. You might then indeed discover the Dead Sea Scrolls of the Self. And we talked about, again, that there was a new version of Matthew 12, just as the discussion of harvest begins, and they found it just a couple days before I unsealed this. And so the Dead Sea Scrolls also were ET inspired. Extraterrestrial contact is what, let's get over to here. Extraterrestrial contact is what led the Dead Sea Scrolls to happen. And now we got flying drones. So it's like this parallel loop in history with the time of the Dead Sea Scrolls, symbolically in dream lingo. I love this. This is so funny, right? Like, what a paradox. Then the question becomes, do you own a cell phone? Well, apparently these are, we read last Wednesday, the one whistleblower we had so far really seemed to know what he was talking about, said these are running on millimeter waves, 200 gigahertz. Well, that's sort of, it's a little higher than 5G, but we have 5G cell phones, right? So these craft run on millimeter wave Wi-Fi like a cell phone. The drones are like cell phones. They're being remotely controlled by waves that are the same thing that cell phones use, only on a higher frequency in the millimeter range. So this kind of looks like they, who owns the cell phone, right? Like, does the government own these cell phones that we didn't really know about before? That's kind of what they're implying. And then it says, are you able to maintain the telephone connection to higher intelligence, such as the one now speaking? So telephone connection higher, again, that's like the drones. They're telephoned in and they're up in the sky. Regardless of where in this geography you end up going. Well, the drones fly around the geography and they're taking sonar readings, right? When one thinks that the boundaries can be expanded, oh, that's right, they're not honoring our boundaries. They're foreign objects, but they're traversing into our airspace. They're not protecting our boundaries. When one thinks that the boundaries have expanded and can meet those boundaries, one has indeed circumvented the need to feel small. And so drones are usually small, but these are not small. These are the size of cars. So all this stuff. Do you own a cell phone? That could be a drone reference. Telephone connection higher, that's a drone reference. The drones go in geography, where it ends up going. The drones have crossed our boundaries, and they're not small. So that's amazing. Amazing time loop stuff. With this cell phone of the spirit, so to speak, we can knowingly move, there you do it again. We can knowingly move past the boundaries of fear that have led to the physical encasements in the past and instead become married to our own higher selves. Those parts of us that will always lead to the appropriate destination. Well, drones are driving to an appropriate destination. Drones are physical technology, physical encasements, and they're moving past our boundaries. So that's one level of this. And then there's another layer of the metaphor, of course, which is the cell phone of the spirit refers to your contact with your own higher self, right? So the cell phone of the spirit, if you contact the voice from within, you're no longer afraid. You move past those boundaries of other physical lifetimes. You marry the higher self, which is the message of Matthew 12 and 13, the parts that will lead us to the appropriate destination, i.e. back to source. So it cleverly blends a metaphor about reconnecting with source to very obvious hidden drone metaphors. Tons of them, line by line. In this present case, there are indeed a discrete number of opportunities present to feel ridiculous, helpless, laughed at, etc. One of our slides is that the New Jersey police are getting laughed at when they're asking about what these drones are. And a discrete number is one of the things that's mentioned. Well, there's a discrete number of drones. We were told they have hundreds of thousands in the DoD, secretly, by that one whistleblower. So discrete number of drones, and then the guys that want the truth are being laughed at. So that's prophetic. Thus you see the end of the dream, where we did place David in a similar situation. Remember, this guy was coming at me with the, playing Led Zeppelin really badly, Stairway to Heaven, and the drones travel in the stairway when they're landing back on the ship. It is a point of extreme interest to see these social mores involving racism and disagreements between humans becoming so obviously pronounced. Well, that's exactly what's happened now. The DS has tried to totally stoke up racism and pronounce the differences between us. And with their difficulty leading to a reconciliation. Nowhere is this more easily seen than in the inner cities with the relations between races. Seeing this as laughable, this attempt to propagandize us and make us hate each other, which is what the dream was about, that the cities were really degrading, this is indeed a good start. We also utilize the metaphor of David's own home being obscured by bigger business. In the dream, a corporate highway was being built in front of his house. I guess I didn't get that part. In the new construction, access was being closed off to old and familiar points of interest in the past. Okay, so the highway was being built. The drones are using their own highway. They're building their own highway, right? So that's a prophetic statement. And access was being closed off. The new construction is the drones. We've never seen the drones before, and they're being obscured. Our homes are being obscured by bigger business. That's the drone business, right? There's new construction, new drones, and our access is being closed off. People are not landing, and they're not taking off at these airports because of the drone scare. In some cases, they've shut down the whole airport. So we're being obscured by this bigger business. When we include this type of metaphor, it is meant to convey the fact that as society continues down a certain track, and again, a drone would fly through a track in the sky, right? So that fits. So too does it exclude, society excludes the inner cities and the livelihoods therein that we've been speaking of. People have been impoverished, and then they tried to stoke racism between us. Realizing this is the first step towards arriving at an opportunity to clear these blockages. The drones are blocking our airspace, and we want to clear the airspace. So all this is very drone related, very interesting. Once you have attained the spectrum of development, remember they're in the millimeter wave spectrum is what they're powered on. So I think this is talking about the energies they're using, the weird things they're doing to the electronics. Once you've attained the spectrum of development that enables you to do such good works, you might indeed then be asked to go forward. The drones are moving forward, right? And bring the light of truth to bear. You are the charioteer of your own destiny, and you have the reins of the chariot. The main word that the Law of One uses for UFOs on the negative side is chariots. They say the Orion Confederation traveling in their chariots. That is a common thing that you see in the Law of One, and it's like, wow, there you go. The chariot is actually being described in this reading. It's a symbol of a flying craft in the Law of One, and now we got flying craft in the form of drones. So it's dead on the money. The reins of the chariot. Those drones are not going to be flying around anymore. We're going to take up the reins. They're not going to be unknown anymore. Perhaps you wanted us to illustrate exactly what it is that is going to happen, and these drone sightings predict the coming future UFO contact. Maybe you want to illustrate exactly what is going to happen as though the future were set in concrete and not malleable and pliable. You have indeed seen the presence of Jupiter acting as a catalyst force to bring about these changes. And so again, the other time-looped reading that we read last Wednesday from December 22nd talked about Mercury and Pluto, and we said that was a drone reference. Well, here's another satellite. Planets are called satellites. Jupiter is a satellite of the sun, and they're mentioning Jupiter, the satellite, right? So that's another drone reference. You have seen the presence of Jupiter. That is the presence of the drones. And it is the drone incident is acting as a catalyst to bring about changes. And what is the drone? It's the chariot. But we are going to take over the chariot. We are going to have our own UFOs. We're going to have that technology. So this is very interesting. Oops, we got one down there, but it shows in the next one. It's here now. I just forgot to delete that one. By giving David this dream, which included the blood in the cup, remember that, we do wish to indicate the absurd silliness of what is occurring and how easily visible it will be to others. That's very prophetic. Everybody can see the DS now. Remember that the main adjustment was racial, and this is important, and here we are in this racial stuff. The man who followed David around and was trying to sing but was doing a very poor job also represents that portion of society, I sounded southern, that portion of society that tries to threaten, taunt, and tempt. Right, and now they're threatening, taunting, and tempting us with these drones, the chariots. And yet its tune is so poor, so easily defeated, as to not even be an issue. So they're telling us the drone thing is not going to be a bad thing. They will be easily defeated. Their tune is poor. They don't have the right amount of technology to go up against what the Alliance has got. These various things might be viewed or construed as threats. That's what the drones are being seen as. This is incredible, isn't it? And yet, the truth of the matter is that the higher consciousness will always persist and prevail. We speak from a level of understanding where there is no need to wonder about these propositions, as they are not suppositions, but rather accurate, factual statements. Let the next factual statement be thus. In these times of coming transformation and change, when one wishes to do the work of the Father, Mother, God, one then has the massive forces of light standing behind oneself, such that within reason anything is possible. And couldn't you also say that the drones look like forces of light? I mean, people are even saying, these are the angels, you know. There's some people that are trying to ascribe positive ET significance to these drones. So again, it's saying within reason anything is possible. That's what we're learning. That, okay, well, there actually are these drones nobody knows about, and they're flying everywhere. And so, but again, they're telling you, don't be afraid, because you're protected by massive forces of light and anything is possible. When one stands in the light of truth, the power that is given to them is extremely strong, almost to the point of being infinite. Wow. The power of truth, by virtue of its very strength, overrides and goes far beyond the power of money, influence, prestige, or other social conventions with which you are normally aware. And they just had that time loop that said this work I'm doing with them is more valuable than any amount of money, including $300 million, which was the cost of one of our first deals. The fear need not factor in, as there is no need to worry. Well, people are worrying right now, but they're telling you don't worry, because the power of truth overrides all the money, influence, and prestige of the DS. What one does need to do is to become an effective unit. Well, wouldn't the drone be like an effective unit? It's a unit of something, and it's very effective. It's doing weird things, making lights flicker, preparing for the future changes that await you. And then they repeat the term effective unit. Why do we say effective unit? Again, highlighting the drones. Simply this. Choices have to be made. Decisions have to be brought to bear so as to enact the mechanism that will bring about the reconciliation. The drone is a mechanism, and the DS made decisions to bring it to bear and enact that mechanism as an effective unit. I had no idea until today when I did all this morning. This is the last step left to build the slides. I had no idea that there was going to be so many drone prophecies. Effective unit, mechanism, chariots, Jupiter, the satellite. It goes on and on. This is incredible. The presence in the dream of the wig that could be worn and was a skull, and remember that was the shaved head, so it was the people shaving their heads after he won, was designed specifically to illustrate the ways in which those running this store, remember it had music videos and evil stuff, and they want you to wear this image of death proudly upon your head. And so they did have a cult. They did want you to dress a certain way, to think a certain way, to talk a certain way, to support their agenda in various ways. And they tried to reel in people who were susceptible and who didn't understand, no, you know what, when they're doing all that devil stuff, you really, really ought to pay attention to that. And now people are realizing, you know, I thought I supported them, but they're actually really sketched out and scary folks, and I'm not sure I feel so good about this anymore. So, the skull wig is those running the store want you to wear the image of death proudly, right? They were being very deceptive and trying to kill us. This has its analogies in the hats on the uniforms of the police officers in the dream, who then became quite callous and hardened to the will and welfare of others. That's their jackbooted thugs, right? As well as that of the legal system and its machinations. And look at how they've used the legal system against 47. I've had stuff happening too. Again, we speak in terms of probabilities. The future itself is in a state of becoming. It is not solid or objectified. Well, the drones are. That's interesting. It's a solid object. The drone is a solid object. Understand that the probabilities were indeed secured at one time for this release in January to have occurred. Holy crap. We're going to be released from their control in January. Why? Because of the inauguration. Dang, that's good, huh? The probabilities were indeed secured at one time for this release of we're going to be released from tyranny, in my view, of these people. Once he gets back in there, it's going to be a whole new thing. That's incredible. I could not believe that when I saw that. We do suggest in the present moment things have changed, as this is the nature of linear time. We can have a window on events that might occur without actually seeing those events come to pass. So maybe there will be a drone war, maybe there won't be. I mean, we've expected other things and they didn't happen. So we don't really know how this is going to turn out. I'm not absolutely saying this is going to happen. It's still a probability only. Through the dream that we gave David, we wanted to illustrate the absurdity and silliness of this next phase of manipulative interaction that is going on. Yes, it's become so obvious that they're trying to hurt us, and everybody can see it, and it is, as it says right here, absurd and silly. And if you're aware, you can make that logical leap. Although it is horrifying in a sense, right? It also gets done with such recklessness as to be very easy to tip over in retrospect. Well, guess what? If the drone tips over, it would fall down. These are copter drones. If they tilted off to the side, the copters wouldn't be able to necessarily help them. I mean, they might have a certain degree of that, but let's just say if it tips over, it's going to fall. It's not going to cut the wind right. The gravity's going to take over. It won't have the right thrust. Maybe it could avoid that, but maybe not. So again, this seems like it's a drone reference, and it's saying, look, it's all silly. You were warned about this. You know what these are. It's not dangerous. But it is horrifying in a sense. Therefore, we do suggest the further implementation of those guidelines we've already been giving you through David in the past will indeed bear fruit. And again, the harvest is about the collection of the fruit from the tree of life, the fruiting of humanity into the light body. Indeed, it is a privilege to be able to speak these words that you have spoken in public, which is what we're doing right now, as you are indeed setting an example that others might then follow. So don't freak out. We're all going to be fine. It's still leading to ascension. Use the microscope that you have been given by us to hone in on those portions of society that still need to be adjusted and changed. And they've done a lot of messing around with microbes, right? By your own definition, you have referred to these portions of society as satanic. Whoa. And in your mind's eye, you have given them great power indeed. They said mind's eye, and the Alliance called it what? From the Alan Parsons Project, what was the name of the song? Eye in the sky, looking at you, I can read your mind. Right? Whoa. So there it is, the eye in the sky, time looped in, the microscope. By your own definition, you see these forces of society as satanic. They need adjustment and change. David's dream should be demonstrating clearly that what you are dealing with is indeed childish and subject to many flaws. Just because there are a gang of bullies on the playground and each individual bully might pick on you at various times, so too are there many other students on the playground as well. Many other situations, environments, people, places, and things going on. When you ascribe such power to these bullies, these forces, you are merely increasing your own feeling of powerlessness. That's very important. What we hope you will take out of this reading the most, let me read that again. What we hope you will take out of this reading the most is that the power of God, and therefore the power of truth, is far stronger than any power of men, including drones, when that power is applied toward the negative polarity and its various outcomes. It's so cool. I mean, like, honestly, I'm deeply, deeply honored that this has come through. I didn't think this was going to be that good, but I hadn't really looked at it yet. When I did today, I'm like, oh, all I need to do is read January 21st in its entirety. Incredible. The power of God is far stronger than the power of men when applied to the negative polarity. Think back upon the other night when you felt so helpless, so powerless, so gripped with sorrow and despair. I think that's basically everybody right now. All that was needed at the time was the resolution to keep on fighting this insidious menace that has indeed caused great despair in the past. This is talking to all of us. Do not forget that we are heading into a time of transformation of the physical, mental, and spiritual bodies of all those who are now incarnate upon earth. That is the big mic-dropping, like, whoa. All those who are now incarnate on earth. Everyone is going to go through this. That's what the first wave is. You get switched into some psychedelic spiritual state that you've never had before. And again, there's 7 books on this stuff that I didn't write. I just compiled based on telepathic stuff that came through. I had no idea what it said. I'd never really looked at it. I'd never really read it. And now we're unsealing as we go, week after week, from new tapes. This is dazzlingly time-looped. All of those on earth will have the transformation of their physical, mental, and spiritual bodies as we resolve to keep on fighting the insidious menace of the dark side. You're no longer going to feel helpless, powerless, and sorrowful and in despair. Our work with David has gone into great detail regarding a solar cycle that is in place, a cycle that can be measured within the sun itself and that indicates precisely when such a transformation will occur. Right as we get yet another source, the Roswell ET, saying 2025. They're all saying it. Elizondo, well, he's off by 2 years, okay. But basically the same message. ETs are coming back very soon. 2025, Roswell. 2025, St. Germain. 2025, Michael Prophecies. 2025, Great Pyramid of Giza. That's pretty darn impressive, man. And I just found the last one from Linda today, from somebody on Twitter, X. It is through this solar cycle that we now stand before you so close to the finishing point of the pervasiveness of the third-dimensional illusion as it now stands. And I think they knew that they were going to be very close to the finishing point, that this is in December 2024, that we're reading it now, unsealing it. And 2025 is literally just like less than 2 weeks away. We're going right into the most important events in history. Even back at Roswell, the being knew this was going to happen, and when. It's very exciting. See, therefore, that every thought, every word, every deed, and every action you make is considered very highly now, perhaps more highly than ever in your entire reincarnational history. This is due to the overwhelming suddenness of the fourth-dimensional energy that is now upon you. So you got to really think about everything that you say, every thought, every word, every deed and action. And again, the message they give you is you got to be nice. You don't want to hurt people. That's the whole point. So it's more than ever you have to pay attention to what you're doing. So really focus on the impeccability of your thoughts, words, deeds, and actions, which are kind of the same thing. Overwhelming suddenness, right? There's a suddenness to this. It's just going to happen. There's going to be a shift in 2025. Really, then, we must see that this is sort of an end game for the third dimension. The drone war we're seeing right now is an end game for 3D. That every action occurring in your daily travels, and the drone is traveling daily in the sky, every action occurring is of massive importance. These events are being watched by a throng of spectators that would astound you could you see them. And again, the drones are spectators. They're looking, they're sniffing for radiation, and now we can see them, right? That we're astounded by the throng of spectator drones. That's pretty freaking cool. We need to keep reminding you that the angels and the heavenly hosts surround you, and they are available for your calling. Well, the heavenly host surrounding you is also, again, like the drone. That should be in yellow. I'll do that for the slide next time, I guess, if I ever use this again. Whew. So they're available for your calling. Somebody's calling them. And remember, one of the metaphors they used before was the cell phone, because they're powered by millimeter waves. That's how they're being guided. They have a high-frequency millimeter wave connection that most people can't hack. And, they're referred to as chariots, all these things. So that has two meanings. And one of them is the drones are surrounding you, the heavenly host. Another is that we can call upon angelic support There is a throng of spectators that would astound us that is surrounding us. When you feel so alone and powerless and describe such power and force to these lost souls you have referred to as satanic, what you are doing is denying the armada of light that surrounds you. Well, this is an armada of light-bearing drones, right? This is fascinating. So well time-looped. I'm very impressed, actually. So you don't want to give force to the satanic. You don't want to give them power because you're denying these light beings that surround us, which Joe Rogan seems to be hip to. He's got the UFOs, the merry flying saucers, right above that sign that everybody sees, and on his desk. We have chosen you, or rather, you have chosen us. And this is actually, it predicts a line that the Alliance is going to have this week, saying, you chose us to do this for you. It's amazing that it's so similar in the time loop. We have chosen you, or rather, you have chosen us to be a vehicle of light in a pocket of darkness. You are indeed fulfilling obligations that were part of your choice for coming into this planetary sphere upon incarnation. See then that the various experiences you have had, the various trainings you have underwent, and the situations that have been brought to yourself have all been designed as the catalyst for you to eventually, are you ready for this? I love it. Take aim against this insidious menace. That's the drones, right? People want to shoot them down. Take aim against this insidious menace that now plagues those less fortunate of your society. Well, there's a plague of radioactivity. They're spraying something, apparently. Maybe that's some kind of thing they're trying to do to make people sick too. They talked about look under the microscope. They kept saying that. Satanic menace, microscope, da-da-da-da-da. So this is very, very interesting. Take aim against the insidious menace. And that prophesizes this coming drone war. And what they might be trying to do here. I mean, if radiation came out, it would be a plague. We understand that you have felt overwhelmed by such responsibility. People feel overwhelmed by the drones. And yet we would again remind you that this is the end game of all time as you now know it. Wow. Wow. I mean, this directly paves the way to ET contact, a quantum leap in our civilization where everything we've ever lived up until now becomes like black and white TV. And now it's three-dimensional in color, and it's like, whoa, what the hell happened to us? Well, that's the first wave of ascension. This is the end game of all time as you now know it. Whatever it is that a soul has come to this planet to do is reaching its final stages at this point, as the time of social decay and collapse is now very soon in the offing. So there is going to be some type of collapse. There is going to be some type of event, maybe the collapse of the grid. But we're already seeing a lot of this now. So this has already been proven accurate. It was very soon as of 1999, but it's happening now. The end game of all time. As this collapse occurs, which is happening now and probably will continue, it's going to get a little worse for a while, so too will there be the ascensions as a result. And therefore the two work hand in hand, and they mention the solar cycle. It is unnecessary and pointless for you to fear the collapse aspect of this cycle, as it is the ascension aspect that is much more fruitful. And then I said, for time reasons, we will continue this next week from where we left off. So it is unnecessary and pointless for you to actually fear a collapse, although I noticed that many people in the comments were worried about these things. So anyway, I'm going to take a break really soon and go, to the little boy's room. But first, let's read a couple more of your comments. Brian James says, ironically, I can't wait to have my jazz hands back. Grandma Jeanette Lease says, this is bigger and more about spiritual warfare. Somebody says the camera keeps showing the back of David's head instead of the slide he's reading from, a half an hour behind. I'm really sorry. There's always going to be some wabi-sabi, but I didn't stay that way very long. I caught it pretty fast. It's tough, I got 7 camera angles. There's nobody else here advising me. John Smith says, second coming of Christ is coming soon. The rapture, yeah. That's basically what this is. It's just that it's as Yeruel said on Wednesday, this is the Christ being activated in everyone. UFO Mark II says, don't be a goldfish, remember it all. Remember who you are on the new earth. Sidney Mansfield says, thanks, mate. Joyce Eddy says, YMCA. Maybe you're looking for Trama. We get to Trama later. Love you, David Wilcock. Is the Pope good or bad? Well, you know, if you watch this earlier in the show, he's opening portals on Christmas Eve. It doesn't sound like it's the right kind of stuff. That's how they're trying to fight back. Chomo Lonzo says, David, you are looking so amazing today. Thank you. I'm really getting healthier. You know, the last 2 shows, I was still recovering from the broken ankle and all that kind of stuff. But my hair is wild. It's just a big mess. It's just a big mess of crap. But you guys seem to like the hair. Haven't had the time to get my hair cut. I'm just very preoccupied with my own life and with what I'm doing. Dues Designs, I'm watching you through a lockdown at a Christmas party in a mall. You are getting me through it. Someone got killed outside. Dang, dude. So sorry. Does Trama owe Stephen Greer a few homemade cookies? Well, I'm very proud of him. I mean, this is an incredible victory, man. If he's got these insiders and this all turns out to be true, and they're going to reveal the existence of 6 black sites, I mean, this is disclosure, and you saw what the line said, that they tried to make a deal, the deal didn't go through, and this is the backup plan. And this reading that I just read you is utterly frickin' dazzling. Dazzling, dazzling, dazzling. There was a shadow post that suggested the admin could end sooner. Did you see that one? Hair looks good. Yeah, we're going to get into all those slides coming up. Beverly Adams says, we love you. So while I was unsealing that reading, I was unsealing, actually, is that true? No, I didn't unseal the reading yesterday. I was doing the slides yesterday. So while I was doing the slides yesterday, I had a very incredible thing happen as I was building the show that you're about to see, the second half of the show. There was this incredible pink light on everything on the ground. And it was very interesting. And it definitely like freaked me out. And so it was, you know, it was a wild sunset. So what I've got now is my latest fancy video that I've queued up for you that we're going to watch of the incredible phenomenon in the sky as I'm writing about UFOs and I'm doing all this drone stuff. And we're talking about the return of these ETs, and I discovered this amazing new information that we're sharing today about what's really going on. This is the end game. Linda Moulton Howe's guy finds 2025. I first saw that yesterday. Then I didn't really get into it until today when I built slides on it. Right as I get done building these slides, out comes this incredible sunset that seemed to be very prophetic of, you know, the changes that's going to arrive in our society. So I literally stopped the show that you're about to see, the second half of the show, stopped making the slides, ran outside, and had to just take a gander at this incredible cloud phenomenon. So I look at this as something that was given to us by the higher forces, and I shot 3 videos of it. Hopefully I can get back down here after I pee in time to change it before it loops, but if it does loop a little bit, I'm sorry. I don't think it will, but I'm going to run upstairs, I'm going to take a leak, we're going to play the sunset video, and then when I get back here, I'll play the other 2 sunset videos. But again, this is all part of the synchronistic palette of how the angelic beings actually created a new reality for me in the sky, talking about all these things and the light being seen in the heavens. So I didn't even know what new P-break type of video I was going to run this week, but then they gave it to me yesterday. So it starts with this pinkish color. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mute my, I'm sorry about, you know, getting caught off to the side. That was very brief. But I'm going to mute my microphone, take it out of my shirt, put it here next to the laptop, and then I'm going to play these videos for you. So let's do that now. And then you'll hear from me again as soon as I unmute once more. Okay, I'm back. You can probably still hear me pretty well. And so what we're going to do now is I'm going to cut to this amazing video of this sunset while I run upstairs to take a leak. And it's beautiful outside, but I also have to eat something, so I got to go upstairs. You'll hear me going up the stairs. Let's watch this incredibly wild sunset. Okay, and I'll be back by 3 o'clock my time, Mountain Time, I hope. So let's do it right now. Here we go. Wild sunsets, everybody. This is an amazing situation that I saw. Something very, very, very cool is happening outside right now. I don't even have a jacket on, but this is wild, dude. You can't really see the pink. Well, you can kind of see the pink on the driveway. But there's the sunset.
Check this out.
I could not believe what I was looking at, you guys. All right, I'm going to run upstairs.
So incredibly beautiful.
Right while I was making your
show, you guys said you wanted Angry Daddy. I don't know why the hell he's bringing me out here in this goddamn cold just to look at the sky. I mean, come on, David. Why don't you get with the program, son? Nah, Daddy, we don't really want to hear from you, buddy, because this is... Yeah, the wind blew off my top on my hot tub. That kind of stuff happens. But look at these cloud formations, dude. This is just exquisite. There was such a weird color outside, and I'm like, okay. That's pretty janky in there, huh? Oh, it's all frozen. That's a nice block of ice. A little bit of frozen water in there, that means we can just yank it out. That's a good thing, actually. This is an incredible sky. I mean, you got that stuff over there. And you got this whole line, and it's all lit so beautifully. What do you guys think? I mean, I guess if I'm going to use this today on the show, oh my God, that is cold. David, you see, you set yourself up for failure, son. I don't think you pay enough attention in general. Hey, you know what? This is just amazing. Can we just be honest about, like, how cool it is to have that big orange line in the sky? It's incredible. So I'm happy to be out here despite how cold it is. And I wanted you guys to see this. You know, it's a beautiful climate to be here. But man, the wind is just horrible. It gets so cold. You know, and there's not a whole lot that you can do with that. Except to wear layers, and then you get to be a master of wearing layers. You know how everything works. I don't know why I'm still talking. I guess I just need time in the bathroom to pee. It's basically what's happening right now is I'm willing to sacrifice myself in this incredible cold that's outside. Willing to sacrifice myself. Oh my God, will you look at that? Oh my God, this is so great, you guys. I'm gonna just stay out here in this weather with nothing but a shirt on.
Okay, everybody, I'm coming. I'm heading right down. We're going to play the next one. Stand by. Getting it done. All right, so now you're going to see the next show right from here. Here we go. We have one heck of a sunset going on here. These clouds over here are just wonderful. It's an amazing situation that we've got. Look at these cloud formations, mate. Look at the clouds, David. Oh, I see it,
Pay
mate.
close attention to the ones that are moving in funny directions. That's when you know you got the family coming, mate. Your relatives from home. They come right back in here, mate. They don't care about what you're doing.
Look at that thing. It looks like a UFO. It's freaking crazy.
You see that right there? That could be a ship, mate. How do you know? And be so foolish as to ignore the significance of something like this, David. I mean, I feel tripped out. I really do. Like, looking at this kind of thing, and wow. I mean, it's just incredibly beautiful. But I am damn cold, and so if I want to do more of this, I should probably do it with a jacket on. Might be a fun idea. But yeah, the whole outside of the driveway took on this mysterious pink color.
Yeah, you can see it.
I said something is going on outside that's really remarkable. So you can still kind of see the pinkishness in it now. It's still there. I mean, this is just incredible.
It really is.
Just walk out of the house, and that's what you got in the sky. And everything has this weird pink, surrealistic glow. Not quite purple haze like Jimi Hendrix. This is a pink haze. It's an incredible day. Thank you for watching.
All right, one more if you can bear it, mate. Here we go.
Well, I just went out to look at it again. It's still amazing. There's some purple in it. The rest of it's turned gray. It was brighter just a second ago. At least I got a jacket on now, man. Makes my life a little less painful.
Look at that shit. Wow.
That's some beautiful color in this one. This is really the star of the show now. Wow. That's beautiful. Think of a picture-perfect painting, David. It's just like that, mate. Painted for your own enjoyment and pleasure at the behest of the higher forces of light in the universe, mate. Trying to keep you tallywankers in order. Why, mate? Why? You got to make all these problems. Just enjoy life. Cheerio, mate.
All right. So let's switch back to my microphone now. That means I got to put it back on my shirt. There's really no elegant way to do this, but as I change my shirt, let's go and replay the first video at the same time so you have something to look at. That is an incredible one. So here we go while I put the mic back on.
Something. Nah, Daddy, we don't really want to hear from you, buddy, because this is... Yeah, the wind blew off my top on my hot tub.
Yeah, let's look at that UFO thing one more time. It's got the golden...
Look at these cloud formations, dude.
Man.
This is just exquisite.
It's got a
It was
silver
such
lining.
Weird color outside, and I'm like, okay, that's pretty janky in there, huh? Oh, it's all frozen. That's a nice block of ice.
I tried to take that ice out this morning, and I broke my middle fingernail off, by the way. It didn't work. But anyway, yeah, what a staggeringly beautiful sunset we had there. And you can see why I got really excited, because, you know, this is all happening as this very intense prophetic reading comes in. And we're talking about drones, and we're talking about this ascension process that is apparently underway. I mean, Dr. Greer is on the front line here, bringing out 6 whistleblowers who supposedly have this information about this 6 black sites or black projects that are here on Earth that are running UFOs, that are actually built by us. So let's go back to the slide for the final. Sorry, I choked on that water. Little thing they said. As this collapse occurs, so too will there be the ascensions as a result. And therefore, the two work hand in hand. It is unnecessary and pointless for you to fear the collapse aspect of this cycle, as it is the ascension aspect that is much more fruitful. And then I said, for time reasons, we will continue this next week from where we left off. So without further ado, let's check in with the Alliance. This is something that happens every week, every day, all the time. You got to be subscribed to see it. This is December the 9th, which is that the cousin of our buddy who showed up in the prophetic dream, Luigi, his cousin just so happens to be a delegate from Maryland. Okay. Interesting. The alleged suspect Luigi linked to has a surprising connection. His cousin serves as a Maryland state delegate. Right. So this was all, the implication is that this might have all been, as they've already basically told us, some type of weird inside job. That there's this whole hidden aspect to the thing that involves the $1.65 billion disappearing, the stock of the security company that investigated that being shorted as if they were going to collapse, and then he's under investigation, and right when he's getting ready to have to say stuff, he disappears, allegedly because of this death. Now, they caught the guy. Is he going to sing? Is he going to admit that he was part of a plan? Or did he know? We don't really know anything yet. This is a very fascinating, weird situation. But then to find out that the guy who did it, that his brother is a Maryland state delegate, you smell some swamp gas? Whew. Smells kind of like some swamp gas in here, David. I wonder why. Can't imagine. This don't mean nothing, does it, David? This don't mean nothing. No, buddy, I think it does mean something. So there he is, House of Delegates, Antonio. Don't call anybody, okay? These numbers hopefully are not still good, given all the stuff going on with the internet. Anyway, then we find out that they're telling us that he sounds like a patsy. Now it's all coming together. His high school yearbook paints a stark contrast to his current accusations, where the parents praised him as courageous and respectful. He was the valedictorian Ivy League graduate, and he's now linked to various phrases like parasites had it coming, according to police. Yeah, so he was an angry kid. Allegedly, he used a ghost, possibly made with a 3D printer. He had been missing for some time. His friends expressed concern about his whereabouts over a year. Right, because he got brought into some secret thing. They tell you, oh, now you're a member of whatever military. They might say, who knows, Air Force or Navy or whatever the hell it is. You're now a part of this Air Force, you know, but here's what you're going to do. You're going to stay with us. You can't tell anybody about this. Or it might not have been any of the military branches. It could have been just like they hired him for this private project. I mean, who knows? They don't necessarily tell you who you're really working for and what you're really doing. But maybe he was all being manipulated with hypnosis. That's what they seem to imply here. It's really sad. Sounds like a patsy. Right, so that gets back to Kennedy and who shot Kennedy and what was really going on with Lee Harvey Oswald. Was he manipulated by this type of technology with hypnosis? Absolutely. That seems to be almost a certainty. So then I say, you know what? I mean, he really turned out badly, but damn, that is one sweet bow tie, brother. Phew. I mean, hole in one. Luigi actually has out-sizzled David Wilcock. Sad that he had to go down the path of the dark side and go around with some weird-ass phallic gun with a silencer on it. But, you know, dude, you get my kudos and credentials for the sizzliest bow tie I've ever seen in my life. That is now number one. So he has no reason to be honored, but yet somehow he squeaks through with an assist on the bow tie. I'll take it for $500. Alex, I'd like to have... oh, I can't say that. You can fill in your own joke here. This is like that old game that you had where you buy the book and you can fill in the words and guess. People have to guess a random word. Well, you can fill in whatever joke you like at this point. But no, I'm too sassy sometimes. I started to notice that. Like David's mouth can get him in trouble. And this is a suspect who was accused of a crime. So we'll keep it simple and we'll just say, I feel really bad for the guy if this did happen to him, if he was manipulated in this way. And he might not even realize that, you know, that it wasn't real. And he might think that he actually killed the guy. Maybe there was blanks in it, right? Think about that. What if there's blanks in the pistol and then he goes and makes the shot thinking that it works? Maybe they've even got squibs so that it looks like there's blood. He runs off thinking he did it, but the whole thing was staged anyway. It's entirely possible. If you're thinking as wild as these guys are. So the Patsy thing is interesting, and then it goes on from there. Let's keep going. He says he's being framed, the suspect. Our Sizzle Tie guy, you know, he's number one on Sizzle Tie. Sizzle Tie Luigi, the suspect, hints that he is being framed, alleging that $8,000 in cash and $2,000 in foreign currency found during his arrest were planted. Yeah. Sing me that song and see how long I'll be listening to it. I'm thinking like an interrogator right now. He has remained silent with authorities, speaking only to a judge where he mentioned multiple residences. Sorry, but Sizzle Tie guy doesn't look like he was making that kind of money. I just don't buy it. Eventually naming Honolulu, Hawaii. So somebody was really working with him. Adding to the mystery, he stated that bag was waterproof. That's not normal. And that's so that he could swim and that it wouldn't affect the weapon. One of his friends posted on Instagram that the situation is upside down. He's currently being held without bail, pending a warrant. Oh, we got donations flying in. My God, you guys. Tracy, Mata, David, you have helped me tremendously. Thank you for spreading truth, love, and light. God bless you and everyone here. Celebrating your first super chat at $49.99. Roger Zubarik, $20. Sorry I am late. Thank you. There was another one up here, which was Michael for $5. Another one, Taffy Royal. Just got here. Did I miss the bathroom break? Yes, you missed this incredible sky at sunset last night when I was building my slides that had a silver lining in it. It was all pink and purple. And then over by the hot tub, it looked like an amazing UFO. So yeah, you got to go back and check that out. Okay, I think I got them all. All right, so we're going to skip back down to the bottom here. And so there's some really cool stuff going on here. And, you know, we're all happy to be working together on this stuff. So let's get right back into the slide because this is, you know, a really cool thing that's happening to us here, the opportunity to learn all these things from the Alliance. The bag was waterproof. The situation was upside down. Thank you again for the donations, everybody. He's currently being held without bail pending an arrest warrant from New York City. Yeah, they're definitely not letting this kid out. No matter how sizzly his ties may be. It's not going to happen. So 140... See, that was somewhat sassy. Not as sassy as my other line was. You're not going to hear that one. 3.5 million views, okay? 222 is 142 seconds. So how did Blankety replace Family Y? Who is Family Y? Trace the bloodlines of these three families. What happened during WW2? Was so-and-so a puppet, and who was his handler? What was the purpose? What was the real purpose of the war? Now, we could speculate about what all this means. They're asking you to ask these questions. I would say that the real purpose was, the consolidation of the world into greater and greater blocks, like the United Nations. That war was a polarizing factor to bring these different elements together into their new world order, which, never happened, and probably never will. But that was the overall idea, folks. So, got to keep hydrating as I go here. We're already into 3 hours and 15 minutes I've been doing this, and we're just getting started with the Ezra slides. So the real purpose of the war was to try to take over the planet eventually. They controlled both sides. What age was GS? What is his family history? And we know, some really unsavory stuff if you looked into that. What has occurred since the fall of NG? And who is Angela Merkel? What is her family history? Follow the bloodline. And there's a whole scuttlebutt that she was the daughter of the guy that you see mentioned up at the top, second down from the top. Yeah, look at their faces side by side and then trip out on that for a while, brother. Ooh. Who died on the Titanic? What year did the Titanic sink? Why is this relevant? That was the Fed, right? The founding of the Fed. Anybody that didn't like what was going on? Oh, yeah, let's all take this cruise together. The ship is amazing, brother. What exactly happened? Well, I read about this, and there was a guy that was an insider, and he was the captain, and he crashed it. What class of people were guaranteed a lifeboat? Why did select individuals not make it into the lifeboats? Well, there again, they made sure they'd get out okay. Why is this relevant? How do we know who was on the... And I don't know the answers to all these. I just got to kind of blow through this stuff. And I don't want to get stuck because we got so many. But anyway, let's keep going. How do we know who was on the lifeboats, D or A? How were names and bodies recorded back then? When were tickets purchased for the maiden voyage, and who was specifically invited? Less than 10. That would imply, again, that only less than 10 people are aware of the so-called plan. What is the Fed? What does it control, and who controls them? Well, that would be this greater organization that we've been speaking about. Who approved their formation? Why was Titanic glorified as a tragic love story? Who lived in the movie? What man? And why is this relevant? Yep, there was that wealthy dude that got out. The opposite is true. What is brainwashing? What is a psyop? What happened to the Hindenburg? What really happened to the Hindenburg? And I've heard about this, that it was staged and, one of these kind of things they like to do. Who died during the accident, quote unquote, and why is this relevant? They probably took out their own enemies. What are sheep? They were probably on the ship when it happened, actually. People that were opposing their agenda. That's scary as hell, isn't it? Woo! Who controls the narrative? The truth would put 99% of people in the hospital, so it must be controlled. So there again, well, then I get the dubious honor of being the guy to share that information that could put people into the hospital. But, that's why we have the Michael Prophecies. That's why we just read this incredible reading, because this is being exposed and you're not supposed to be afraid of it. It's leading up, and the sun is just coming out. It's so amazing. What about that sunset, huh? So this is all coming to a head right now. We're in the final endgame phase of this. And again, we're learning this truth step by step that if you first get hit with it all at once, I would imagine it would be very intense. I don't know if you'd really end up in the hospital, but it depends on how much of it you got at once and how much proof. Yeah, I could see that. If you got really graphic evidence and it was something you'd never seen before and it all got dumped on you all at once, then yeah, that could be very, very traumatizing and people could have a mental health break. So we learn it in bits and pieces and we laugh along the way. So Sure enough, he was gone for a year. What the hell was he doing with those guys in that place? What the hell were you doing with those guys in that goddamn forsaken place? Luigi Man seemed to have it all before vanishing from his social circle. An heir to a prominent resort chain. And guess who ends up bailing him out with money? You'll find that out in a minute. He came from a wealthy family with no criminal record, no red flags, and a polished photogenic presence on social. Known for his high IQ, he secured internships and appeared destined for success. Oh my God. Then when they ask you this as a question, it's because they already know the answer, folks. Was he subjected to these M techniques and to S programming, developing, and remember what the S stands for, folks, okay? That's very important. So they're really telling you that this guy went through the horror that's going to split your mind apart and give you multiple identities. Developing, it says, multiple personalities allegedly triggered to perform specific actions or works. Holy smokes. I don't think the Alliance has ever actually validated that particular notion in such a stunning and direct way as they did just now. They literally laid it all out in words. They said it in so many words. John William Cornett quotes from Rabindranath Tagore. I think I pronounced that right, or Tagore. Faith is the bird that feels the light and sings while the dawn is still dark. And then, thank you. And then Minnie Colaris says, calm down, Daddy, LOL. Jeremy Scott says, I love it, for the quote that we just read from Tagore. Okay, so we do comedy here, and not everybody likes the comedy. Angry Daddy likes to say, God damn it. Some people don't like that. I apologize if you're a Christian and if that offends you, but it is just a dumbed down, less authentic version of the kind of stuff that the real Angry Daddy would say. But anyway, I apologize for that. We'll try to keep it a little bit cleaner for you. If somebody's taking offense, I'll try to remember that when I'm doing Angry Daddy. Anyway, this is really, really interesting. Multiple personalities triggered to perform specific actions. Maybe it took them about a year of doing this really scary and horrific stuff for him to finally be usable for whatever it was that they might have ended up doing here. And remember, a lot of these guys that do these weird works, they don't remember anything when it's over. They don't remember doing it. The whole thing is a blank. And we might end up finding out it's the same deal with him. So that's very heavy that they put that in there. And then the next one is that the government says that the drones vanish once they are spotted. The governor has expressed concern over highly sophisticated drones, noting their ability to vanish as soon as they are spotted. He highlighted the potential threats they pose to sensitive targets, including military installations, utility infrastructure, and properties owned by our friend. Yeah, that's very strange. And remember, in the time loop, they were talking about the sensing capability that these might have, the vanishing. So that's a pretty interesting thing. 78 seconds brings us to this. Disinformation is real. Distractions are necessary. SA is the primary, US is only the secondary, then Asia and European Union. So this is talking about where was the primary funding, I guess, and all that stuff coming from. So you can speculate on that, but they've made that point before. And then what was his last tweet about and who was it addressed to? Why was his account taken down? Why was this relevant? Has this ever happened before? So this might happen again. He might lose his account again. That could be what they're warning us about. And how many times did this attack occur? What is the purpose of tracking and distraction? Why did he have military guards in uniform while he was in Hawaii? Well, maybe there's a reason for that now. There's heightened alert status. Why is this relevant? Do military guards typically assist Secret Service? Apparently not. Or why is this relevant? And then, there it is. That's probably why they picked this one, because it's really long. It takes a long time to get through it. What flying object was recently shot down? Oh, isn't that like a reference to the drones? Yeah. Yeah. So this, again, the point is week after week, they give us these proofs that show us, okay, you're on the right track because you look up that number and then you get something that's very, very relevant over and over every time. It always happens. So that's how they're liking to communicate with us. So what flying object was recently shot down? Why is this relevant? And then how precise is geo-tracking? Well, there you go. That's what these things are doing. They're tracking the ground, the geo. And then it also says Alice equals, and then that letter. You'll soon understand the meaning behind the and in Alice and Wonderland. I don't know what that means, but everything has meaning. God bless. All right. So now we find out, oh, isn't that sweet? That the one who was going to benefit financially from this guy having his death faked with this hypnotized dude who doesn't know what the hell he's doing, okay, it's connecting together that it happens that she hangs out with his granddaddy. That's not the least bit weird, is it? So she and her brother Thomas are connected to our buddy Luigi, who is the suspect, through his grandfather, Nicholas. In a 1989 Washington Post article, D'Alessandro, the former mayor of Baltimore, defended Nicholas's reputation, said he was big-hearted, even though he had investigations and human rights violations. That doesn't sound good if he's violating human rights. Oh, man. And regulatory shortcuts tied to his business practices. This becomes even more interesting because she made a suspicious trade the same day the company had a cyber attack. And the company that she traded in was the one that was chosen to investigate the breach. How convenient. Okay. So then we have Jamie Foxx, who did what I consider to be a very clever expose of said individual. Yeah, I'm a little bit sassy, but as long as I don't say the GD, then she won't get all sad on us. I don't want her to be sad, you guys. David, you just got to dumb it down a little bit, son. Some of those words are not appropriate. All right, so Jamie Foxx revealed that after he had a brain bleed and a stroke, he was hospitalized and fighting for his life. He described seeing a tunnel and questioned whether the figure he saw was either the devil or said individual. Early rumors claimed that he confirmed that he went to this particular group to assist in having this justice take place after an incident at one of his shows. Oh, somebody got handsy, did something they shouldn't have done. He got all mad, and he called the feds. So was he joking when he said he saw a figure at the end of a tunnel and questioned if it was the devil or said individual? Yeah, it's really funny, actually, but very timely comedy. And then we got 129, which says closing act, and you can see that, dismantled, impossible to clean. Oh. So I guess it's going to get repurposed into other ways, but it won't be called that anymore. Because there's going to be a lot of people who are fine and are still going to have jobs. So I wouldn't buy into anything where they're thinking they're all going to lose their jobs. I highly doubt that. They're very trained, useful individuals. They're going to be somewhere. So then it says the operations are being done by an agency that's no such. We know what that is. So there you go. And they're telling you this is happening now, and I believe them. And so the company is involved in all kinds of dodgy stuff, like what they were just talking about. Because remember, we were just here talking about the devil and this particular individual. And then that's what they chose to mention was this particular agency and how they're working. So that's a very interesting correlation, isn't it? All right. This former NFL player makes an expose in the next one, a disturbing memory where he was attending an event in the Colorado mountains with two individuals, and then people mysteriously appeared late at night. A moment he stood out was where someone was sitting next to this individual, and yeah, they had a conversation. There are reportedly many, hundreds of these people who want to speak their minds. Dang. So it's really getting to be a big deal now. And it's building steam, this whole investigation. Post 116, crumb dump is incoming fast, archive immediately. So yeah, I know what they're saying is events are incoming fast, and they want me to make sure I stay on the air, which is another reason I'm not leaving. I got to stay here in the war room through Christmas, suffering through this beautiful sunlight to bring you this show. So then Uncle Mitch joins the Black Eye Club, but what the heck really happened here? His injuries include bruising on his hands and fingers, as well as a black eye. Well, that definitely looks like something suspect, like the poor guy. I mean, if you're working for these people and you make them angry, or you don't do what they want, or they blame something on you, they're gonna take it out on you, and then you got to go around and be part of this so-called club. 1.5 million views. Everybody's learning about this. Somebody probably beat on his arm, punched him in the face. You know, somebody slammed something down on his hand or something like that. That's probably what it was. That's what they're implying. Anyway, the former roommate of Mr. Sizzletie says that he's two different people. He described him as two different people, that he has completely changed from the person that he once knew. Well, that's what's going to happen if they cook you up in SRA for a year in some secret location. You're coming out all fried up. You're fried, frizzled, and sizzled. During their 6 months living together, he was entirely harmless. That's before he went into this place. However, he reportedly began experimenting with psychedelics and magic mushrooms as a form of pain management. Well, don't forget that when we were dealing with the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case, that one of the things that she said in there was that she was regularly microdosing psilocybin, taking tiny little amounts of this magic mushroom. And, you know, if you're prone to various problems, doing something like that could be very dangerous. And that's why it's illegal. I mean, in Colorado, you can actually do it legally. And I've tried microdosing, and it makes you really kind of energized. And I can see how, if you already were an argumentative person and then you were microdosing, that you could become really much more difficult to be around. So I haven't taken mushrooms in a really long time, because if I do, I keep I'm being reminded, like, oh, that's right. That's why I don't want to do this stuff, because I don't like the fever. I don't like the paranoia. I don't like not being able to use my hands. My hands don't really, you can't actually grab things properly. You drop things. Your body starts to feel weird, and like you know, I'm like, oh, that's right. That's why I don't do this stuff. That's why I'm too old for this, man. This is like, I've talked to so many people who have done it before, and now they're just like, no freaking way, man. I'm too old for that. I don't want to go through all the sweating and the paranoia. And I don't even have time. I mean, I'm too busy. Even if I thought something cool is going to happen, you know, like, oh man, if you do that, you're going to get some cool stuff, brother. You know, like, no, I'm not into it. So yeah, I can see how, just based on Amber Heard, that if this guy was taking magic mushrooms, that he could get all skitzed out from it. I can definitely see that. So then we got 208 seconds, and that brings us to this one, which you got to look at 207 first. And it says 4.9B in government subsidies. Why? Well, again, what did they do? They just took 1.65 out of this healthcare company. Then the guy gets shot. Okay, so this makes sense. 4.9B in government subsidies. Why? And then it says blank traverse management, very important. So again, you guys got to look that up. I don't know why they're telling us this. I haven't actually researched it, but it is interesting. So this might end up being the one big mistake that she made, like a sting, that really becomes the fatal flaw, the fatal mistake, you know, the final accidental, like the hip was an omen to me. And the readings are talking about it. Michael is talking about it. So there's something about her karma coming back, and the breaking of the hip being symbolic of the organization and the breaking of their power. And that's how I think it got threaded in the reading, at least. So this is very exciting to see where this is all going to go. Then we have Mel, who's at MAL, and he's doing his thing. He delivered a powerful speech condemning certain folks as wolves in sheep's clothing who are preying on the innocent. He also warned of the growing threats of Marxism and said that Americans should take bold action over the next 4 years. He said, I have 9 kids, da-da-da-da-da, I'd have to kill somebody. So this one had 400,000 views. That's still pretty incredible. That's like the whole MSNBC, or no, CNN for the whole day is right around there right now. Okay, so then 148, it says that the New York Times, the clowns article released today regarding us is a direct attack, a warning regarding what is being dropped here. So this suggests they're being directly attacked. This is pretty freaking scary, you guys. Read between the lines. Why was the article published today? 47 has been briefed. New measures are active and in place. Update the graphic. And then you got a bunch of weird code. Including a bunch of greens, and then it says Godspeed. Okay, so they're being attacked in some way. Maybe there's an aspect to this drone thing they didn't really see coming. And they have new measures in place. I think they're going to be fine, but I think there is some unexpected surprises going on. That's probably what this is, and that they're going to get their credibility is being attacked. Okay, then we have this congressman who says that, oh yeah, it's that country. They're the ones that are responsible for the drones. I don't think so, man. We've already heard from the insiders. We already know this is our stuff. It's just that nobody got to hear about it because it was somewhat classified. So then this Republican congressman from New Jersey, his name is Jeff, he dropped a bombshell and said that, oh, that country is behind the drones that we're seeing. He claims they launched a mothership to deploy them, which again is a submarine. We saw that picture of them landing in a grid, citing credible anonymous sources for this information. And they put that in quotations. So Van Drew quickly dismisses the theory that they are any type of operation by the U.S. government and says the technology isn't available here. Well, not openly. But again, under the covers, oh, look, what's down there? He urges for the drones to be shot down. There's many bad ways you could have taken that one. While confirming that the military is on high alert. Then we got 214 seconds giving us post number 214. What is FB? Is it some type of useful thing for spying? Of course. Who created it? Who really created it? That would have been the DARPA, I believe, was something like that. I remember this story. Anyway, you can go look it up. Nothing is what it seems. Then we see that this particular league is going to stand behind him, even though all this bad stuff is happening. Why? Well, he's probably not the only one that was, hanging out and having fun at these events. So their commissioner, Roger, despite whatever was going on, confirmed that the league will continue its partnership with him for events including the Super Bowl. He even stated that their collaboration is strengthening, praising him and his team for their efforts on social justice initiatives. Yeah, that doesn't really sound all that convincing. So if I get too sassy about this, then, you don't want to piss off the NFL, right? I mean, they're fine, I guess, but so these guys might know something that I don't, okay? I don't know anything, and I have no problem with the NFL, but you can read into this what you want. I didn't write this stuff. So read into it what you like. Okay, so then 43 seconds, and it says, so right after they're talking about how it's much bigger, and it's potentially that whole league we were just seeing, and they're all implicated, and they all want to hang together to the bitter end. It says, these crumbs are not meant to scare anyone, but merely inform. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. Maybe this is the arrest event that occurs if there is some type of weird drone war, and things get squirrely, and power gets squirrely. The core focus is removing entrenched and fortified bad actors within our own past and present, as well as others. Simply be diligent. That's what I was telling you, folks. Here it is. This is 43. Phone numbers will be provided If you witness an uprising or other domestic violence in addition to the normal option, any military scene is for your protection, as well as to demonstrate our resolve. Watch for confirmations tomorrow. Whoa. So there it is. I mean, as it all comes out that, oh, well, it's that league and it's this whole, it's like our whole society, the institutions of society are overwhelmingly infested with something that we didn't know about. And now we're learning, and it's all related to these events that they had, and what were they doing at the event, and who was invited, and who was really the boss behind it. It's going to be very, very heavy. And as that information comes out, that's the moment that they're going to fight to the bitter end about on the enemy side. So that's when you're going to get this thing where apparently, once again, you know, if you're seeing the military, they're protecting us and they're going to demonstrate resolve. So that implies that something's going to happen like that, you guys. And you got to use those phone numbers if you see anything weird going down. So, man, there's... why would I want to be traveling right now? No, I'm sorry. You know, I'm just going to skate through Christmas and it's cool, and we'll do a Christmas when it's safe later on. But right now, Daddy wants to stay right the hell here. I have had it. Wow, this is intense, isn't it, you guys? This is all coming to a head. The UFOs, the drones. Here's the star who is slamming LeBron from the UFC. Got the very classy, like, blazer with nothing on underneath it. It's a great way to ruin your blazer and make it smell forever. Anyway, I'm sure he's a cool guy. I'm just joking. It's comedy. Okay. Kind of true, though. I wouldn't really want to sweat out one of my sizzle jackets. UFC fighter Colby slammed him for enjoying these events and questioned how many he attended and if that's why he ended up leaving social media. This individual called him a pathetic excuse of a human being, ouch, and wished for him to share a cell with his buddy. Well, you know, maybe not. They might really be getting along very well. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I kid, my friend. 44 seconds. Before he departs on Friday, he will be sending an important message through X. So then again, it's like, okay, something's going down here, because let's go back to what that was. He's slamming him, calling him how many parties did you go to? Da-da-da-da, you're pathetic. Okay. So that's the story, and then they're going right into that there's going to be an important message about it on Friday. But then again, I'm a week behind, so who knows what this is, but maybe we'll see something on Friday. This is where they first started to tell you the same thing that I've been saying on Wednesday about this whole situation. They probably were from us, and they're useful for these various threats. It says, military sources have informed journalist Jay that the lack of public transparency regarding these events stems from their deployment as U.S. drones in response to potential threats. Right. So they don't have, so let's read this carefully. A lack of public transparency means they don't want to talk to you. And this is because there might be some type of threat. And it could include something that is, you know, energetic. And then they talked about the levels on the Telegram. So you saw that one as well. Okay, so here we go. And then you got the 8 seconds, which brings us to this. And it says a whole bunch of stuff. So about her husband being in jail, about Islam, and then what would you do? Would you kiss your child goodbye and leave without a mother or a father? Where is she today? Was she with this person on a book tour? Military intelligence, state secrets. No such agency. Oh, that's not what you got to read the thing. Okay, he installed his people within each top spot at each 3-letter agency except one. Wow. So there's like, you know, almost 20 of them or something, I think. There's a lot. It's like 15, something like that. There's a large number. So all of them except for one, and they've already told you which one. Good reason there, as Admiral R kick-started this. Oh, so he must have been part of the alliance. And he scrubbed all the nominations to verify the oath. Do you think they aren't in control of those respective agencies? Well, apparently, yes. That's what the alliance is. It's this very interesting, massive covert operation. What is most valuable information? The Attorney General on leakers. Do we fire or prosecute? Reorganization is underway and is happening, so that is continuing. Coincidence that these guys pushing for Fed judge confirmations last week? Why are they dropping out? Not by choice. They were offered a choice. They had a deal, they turned it down. Rest assured they will all be voting pro. This just seems to be mind-boggling, the kind of stuff that, like, you know, I'll believe it when I see the evidence, I guess, because it's so upsetting. It's like, I don't really want to believe this. But she was around on the same night that this lawsuit is speaking about. And she engaged in a heated confrontation at that time. And who actually watched all of this? So then we have 14 seconds, and you start by seeing Washington crossing the Durham River, which relates back to that. So then they say SCIF, military intelligence. What are state secrets and how are they upheld in the Supreme Court? Somebody just donated a really big $100. I got to honor you if you do that. Myra, infinite love and gratitude, brother, for all the light you bring to the world. I've been following you since 2010. You are such an amazing source of illumination and joy in our lives. I really love your wacky sense of humor. May 2025 be the best year ever for us all. And it's $100. Myra, thank you very much. She's got 7 thumbs up. And it's really cool. So this is overwhelming. I mean, honestly, when you look at the scope of what we're being told here, it's like, dang, this is, that they infiltrate, the alliance has infiltrated all of the different agencies except for one, and they've been running everything, and nobody knew this if you're watching television, because the media is never going to announce any of this stuff. That's just really wild, heavy stuff, and I love it. Somebody says, I have had it. Okay, so back to the good stuff here. What must be completed to engage military intelligence over other of these agencies? What must occur to allow for, whoa, there it is, civilian trials? Dang, brother. Why is this relevant? What was his background? Why is that relevant? Why did this admiral meet so-and-so privately without authorization? Does 47 know where the bodies are buried? Does he have goods on most actors? Was he asked to run? And by who? And for what reason? Was this event supposed to turn out the way they wanted on its own, what they thought they were going to get? Did good people prevent that from happening? And why did he form a panel to investigate? So all this stuff that they're alluding to is true, I believe. Has he ever made a statement that did not become proven as true in fact? Well, I think people could laugh about that, as I've said before, but we'll let that slide for now. We're not going to engage that one again. I've already made a comedy routine about that. But for the most part, all these things that he's been telling us, yeah, absolutely, I would say the whole big plan has now been seen, and we're in the final stages of it. It's very exciting. That's why I'm not leaving. Who the hell wants to be in the middle of this somewhere in a big city? I don't. That's the whole reason I got this house. I'm going to be here for now. Sorry, it's just true, man. So what is he in control of? What is this one organization left that doesn't have corruption? And why does this organization play such a vital role? Who is he surrounded by? Or why is he surrounded by these highly respected individuals? Who guards these former presidents? Why are these groups allowed to operate? And why haven't they been classified as a bad thing? What happens if these operations go rogue and engage in bad activity? What happens if mayors, police commissioners, and chiefs do not enforce the law? Oh, and here it comes. What authority does he have specifically over the Marines, and why is that important? Was he asked to run with assurances made to prevent any tampering? And how is he always 5 steps ahead? Who is helping him? So this is a very, very interesting one with very deep roots, telling you what's really going on. And it's stuff that we already know, but it's good to keep hearing it. So then we see that this individual may be retiring for good. He's having a bad year in many different ways. He's a close friend of the individual. He's stepping away from playing for the Lakers for personal reasons in his worst season yet. He's struggling both on and off the court, and he's faced heavy criticism for attending events while his media company lost nearly $30 million last year and is set to lose even more. Amid the turmoil, he's also taken a break from social media. Some have stated he may be considering retiring from basketball for good. Well, is he about to get hit with something? That might be. Maybe he's been tipped off. He already knows it's coming. 8.3 million views. Can you even believe that? So, Post 11 is another real firecracker here. Military intelligence versus blankety blank. That's the key. They've been operating with no approval or congressional oversight. State secrets have been upheld under the SC, Supreme Court. Who is the commander-in-chief of the military? And, more interestingly, under what article could this individual impose such an event of an investigation over these agencies? What conditions would have to present, and why is this important? Who surrounds him? They lost this very important power, the one area of the government not corrupt that directly serves our friend. Now, once again, our sketchy little guy who's, no longer running around doing sketchy little things have been accused by people he sketched out on. There. I got to be very circumspect here. So he's facing new events about things that occurred from 2019 to 22 in Manhattan hotels and at his own estate. And they were not only, Okay. Boy, it just got kind of weird in here, didn't it? Is there any subscribers? No, everybody's still here. According to lawsuits, they were served various drinks, and then they started to, not have the best time. And they also claim that they, didn't exactly get along with him very well when they were thinking about certain things. There, how do you like that? Okay, so we got 2.6 million views. That's incredible. 25 seconds brings us up to this. Follow up to our last post. Return to these two individuals, and then here we were just talking about her again. She's under investigation. This all has meaning. Everything stated. Big picture stuff. Few positions allow for this direct knowledge. Proof to begin, 11.3. And that's again talking about this manual, the law of war, and that it's having to do with an enemy occupation, and specifically how do you handle that in order to get the control back in a way that's as peaceful as possible. It's actually written out in the manual, and they followed it to the letter. So we're going to be seeing that unfold, and we already are. Now, this is very important. They're giving us all a high five, including me, of course, because I work my butt off to do this stuff for you. It takes a lot of time and energy. We all sincerely appreciate the work you do. Keep up the good fight. The flow of information is vital. God bless you. So now we see that there was I spelled pardon wrong. He pardoned. Okay, well, anyway, this is not something that was really good, to say the least. The clemency was granted because, yeah. You can check that out. And he was originally given 8 years, and now he's just free as a bird. Yeah, I'm not too happy about that. Okay, so then when you go down into here and you really zoom in on that stuff, what does it say? You got names, and that's his name down at the bottom. Eastern District of Texas, July 14th, 2022. 5 years supervised release, $30,500 restitution, and the 97 months. Dang. Oh, no, let's make it go away. Okay, so then here we have him pre-framing the UFO narrative. It's very important that you see that these are, in fact, extraterrestrial in nature. because we need you to believe that for the next thing we're about to do. Just, I can't get into too many details right now, but it's going to be a barn buster. Let's just put it that way. Okay, he's admitted that UFOs are real, revealing there is footage and documentation of unexplainable aerial phenomena. Wow. He admitted it? So, okay, trolls and haters. Yeah, so he feels the thing is that these are real, and it's a phenomenon that we just have to believe that the footage and the documentation of these unexplained aerial phenomena are in fact present at this time in our airspace. I don't know what the hell they are. Maybe they'll come to Martha's Vineyard and we'll invite them in for a wine and cheese. You know, I don't think we're going to spring for the full meal, but we'll do a wine and cheese. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for that. I'm sure it's going to be delicious. He pointed out that we still do not understand their movement patterns or trajectory, with these objects defying typical flight behavior. Right. So it's new physics, it's weird stuff, and it's not... He's trying to say it's not ours. But he probably knows what's going on. His description closely matches accounts from New Jersey residents who've reported seeing mysterious drones. I love it. Because guess what they put on there? Right as he's admitting that UFOs are real, and he's laying it down. 34? That's only like the best one there is. The craziest, most shocking. Here we go. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next few days, you will undoubtedly realize, it might not, or several days, right? So this could be upcoming within 30 days, as they just told us. You will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country from the evil tyrants who wish to do us harm, to destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. Holy crap, wait a minute, we're taking it back. Yeah, because they're going to try to do this drone crap. They're already doing it. It's going to lead into some escalation. Now we're starting to figure out what the hell this was really telling us. On his order, we initiated certain fail-safes to safeguard the public from the primary fallout. Okay, so that's a code saying that don't worry about any big radiation thing. That's not going to happen. You will be safeguarded because you are the public. They have fail-safes, so that's not going to happen. Slated to occur 11.3, actionable 11.4. We just heard that's the enemy occupation. So we're going to learn about those laws and how they're following it and they're doing it legally and all that stuff. It's going to be wild, you guys. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. I got like a month worth of steak in the freezer. I'm freaking set, dude. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed. You know, I don't want everybody coming over and wanting to eat my steak, though. I shouldn't probably talk about that. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed. Holy crap. And we know it's going to be over the phone. Emergency message, right? They said that later in this same post. Confirmation will then be revealed. So this is like such a big moment in history. It's just jaw-droppingly amazing. It will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized. In serious numbers because they want to prevent certain senior public folks from ever having to face accountability. On his order, there will be a state of temporary control, and this will be actioned, and special operations are going to be carried out. It's going to be the biggest simultaneous activity of anything that we've ever seen. That's my guess. That's what Pete was telling me back in the day when I got briefings on this. Back in 2009. I've been talking about it ever since then, and then they wrote it up in 2017. This is so amazing. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of our country so that they can't get out of here, and for special op necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being protected and honored in full. The word exhausted, I think, was a mistyping there. However, the atmosphere within the country, and again, that could be about breathing and what are they spraying, the atmosphere will unfortunately be divided as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast in our way. Oh my God. Are you guys looking at this? Do I need to read it for you? You better believe it. We will initiate EMS. That's a broadcast. During this time, and that means it's on your phone and it's full video, and it's going to probably have movies that you're going to be watching, and you won't be able to tune in anything else. It's going to override all your other stuff, and it's going to be loud. You're going to hear the phone do something, and then you're going to go over and what the hell is that? Okay, this is going to be heavy. I can't wait. So they're going to initiate EMS in an effort to provide a direct message and avoid fake news to all citizens. In an effort, it says. They're going to try. But then what will happen if they turn it off? How will we go back to sleep? So there's all these weird questions. Organizations and or people who wish to do us any harm during this time, and remember they said give you a number, call that number if you see something weird outside, somebody's trying to hurt this, they will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great services the necessary authority to handle and conduct operations at home and abroad. And they're also telling us that, like, everybody cool at the top of these agencies is all actually in on it, except for one agency. All the directors, all the people who are, really in the whole thing, they're the ones that know what's really they're read in on it to varying degrees. The plan is shared to varying degrees. It's so exciting. So, the question here is this threat going to escalate into the alliance taking action? Well, that's exactly what's implied. Because again, what was the slide? It was Obama saying that UFOs are real. So this is a very, very compelling clue. I mean, we may actually be getting the final stage of the plan given to us correctly. It may actually be that it's going to end with some type of drone war, and that something strange things happen, and the next thing you know, you got the EMS coming on your phone. So it's probably going to grow out of this drone situation. That's very clearly implied because, again, they quoted this right after Obama says, oh, yeah, UFOs are real. Dang. I mean, this is very interesting. I love it. I love cracking the code. So then he panics when this particular thing is brought up. That's the next one that we see. When he's asked about this conspiracy, he initially says, oh, I don't know anything about it, but we all know that's not true. I mean, come on, of course he does. Then he suddenly described it as a conspiracy theory accusing people of terrible things. And remember, my dream had that very thing implied in it with the cup that we saw. The woman who was the mother of Luigi, really, the guy that symbolized Luigi, she was the one that had that cup. So he was left speechless when he was told that Cash could actually take on that position. He filed to run for a New York City council seat and wants to get back into politics. Yeah, like, oh, no big deal, no big deal, all the things that we caught you on. Why don't we just let you go right back in office so you can do it all again? That sounds great. And he is registered, by the way. So, okay, yeah, that's probably not going to happen. 29 seconds, not in today's age. They say some things must remain classified to the very end. We're on post 29. They are not being run by said individual. He's only an actor. Who is the director? And I think they just told us a couple slides back. Yeah, being very circumspect. The truth would sound so outrageous that most Americans would riot, revolt, reject, etc. The networks are being dismantled, and various other crimes have been paused, not terminated until people are in custody. We pray every single day for God's guidance and direction, as we are truly up against pure evil. So they really want you to hear this right now and understand the scope of what this is about. And again, here he is. He's trying to say he wants to get back into office. So it totally fits that they would be talking about all this evil stuff because, some of it he got actually accused of. So then we see that they are creating their own drone fleet in New Jersey. They want to fight back against this menace to investigate the growing mystery. They've sent up their own fleet for closer observation. New aerial surveys capturing clearer images, revealing the impressive size of some of the objects, with reports suggesting they could be as large as cars. Yep. And that means they could hold nasty things. Nasty, nasty things. things that might not be quiet. As more residents share clearer footage, authorities continue to investigate the mysterious phenomenon, while the Pentagon remains silent and unwilling to provide any answers. Hence, Ba-da-ba-da-ba, Drone of Silence is the title today, yes. 62. We highly recommend that you take all these crumbs, which we're doing now, put them into a massive dump in a single shot. That's exactly what I do every Sunday, and the Alliance loves it. And we're all going to be bros pretty soon. This will be considered the biggest inside-approved dump in American history. They are beginning to understand, as his attorney has been notified. Oh, wow. Yep, so all this stuff is probably very accurate for the present. All my dumps are being recorded, but again, it doesn't matter. Alice and Wonderland. And where is he today? Then we see that this particular individual, that they're seeking this particular penalty. Ooh, I'm tiptoeing. So the district attorney has announced plans to pursue a certain type of idea against these two individuals who were accused of something really bad. After the murder, these suspects, did various things. They tried to dispose of various pieces of evidence, and they didn't want any traces. They were able to enter the country because of various policies. So yeah, that's the penalty they're pursuing, folks. That's pretty intense. It's a very, very horrific crime. So there might be some of those, depending on who it is. There might be some of these. Post 96 is the one that we're up to. And again, we've seen this one, 5 times now, something like that. They keep wanting us to read this about the $221 million because this was right at the end as he was getting out. And this was sent. So then it says, amazing how things make sense once you are asked a question. That's the entire point of the operation. It's up to you all to collect, safely archive, and distribute this, which we're doing now, in a graphic that is in order with the crumb dumps. It will all make sense. Once it does, we look to you to spread it and get the word out. So that's what we're doing. And, they're letting me know again how much they appreciate this being done. And I'm going to keep going. Timestamps will help you validate authenticity. Your president needs your help. He wants full transparency for the great people of this country. Everything stated is for a reason. God bless you. So now, just like in the time loop, they mentioned in the dream that people were being laughed at over this, the drone situation, and there is a picture of one of them. Looks like, you don't know what the hell that thing is, but it's got the aircraft lights on it so that it, doesn't violate air traffic. It's one of our things. That's not a UFO. It's just a classified drone. The Warren County Police Chief Association raised serious concerns, publicly disagreeing with certain groups and other groups that dismiss these drones as no threat to the public. Local authorities are frustrated and alarmed, receiving no real answers while being reduced to filling out questionnaires for each sighting. Ouch. We got 20 seconds, okay? So again, it's got the flight lights on it, just like the old days of ships before it became airplanes. You got port and starboard. And, the lamps have the green and the red. And so this is to make sure that you don't bump into it. Because, again, it's not extraterrestrials. It's just some big crazy thing they didn't tell you about that they happened to build a couple 100,000 of. So here we got the 20 number. And it says, who did he meet with yesterday? Was this individual there? How many of these generals were on the White House list to attend a separate meeting? So this is talking about them having secret meetings and getting ready to do something big. Could the meetings be combined? Why did they have to renovate some of the rooms in this house? That's because they were bugged, obviously. Where was this meeting? Probably in a skiff. Why aren't phones allowed in this room? They don't want anybody to hear what they're saying. And what firm did they contract to conduct the renovations? So now here we go into what the prophecy was really talking about with her falling on her hip. That's that main reading that we just saw two times in a row here. And it's amazing that I talked about this before she fell. And it mentioned let Nancy da-da-da-da before she fell. She's been hospitalized in Luxembourg after suffering an injury while abroad. just days after Mitch's accident. Will she have a black eye? Well, again, somebody got mad at her. That's what they're implying, that she might have gotten pushed. And then she said, oh, I fell down the stairs. So if you want to read the whole statement here, it's talking about her injury. You can get into all that. I don't have time to do it now. But here again, they said it on the other one too, TG, that she fractured her hip after tripping on these stairs of marble. Per the New York Times, of course, it's going to be impeccably true. Nothing ever could possibly be woven for a narrative. That's impossible. Okay. After he also suffered the same kind of injuries, right? So then they're doing a search party after one of them actually crash landed in New Jersey. There you go. Extensive search in Hillsborough after reports that one of them might have landed. Several agencies, including a hazardous material unit, are actively involved in the response. Fire rescue advised in the event of a down thing, that they want to have 330 feet in a perimeter around the event in all directions. Yeah, it's like Roswell all over again. They're getting ready for a Roswell event. Okay, so it says investigating a possible landing in Hillsborough Township. 72, here we go. Wait. Go back to the post about the families who are running everything, and that, one of them was no longer doing that. Was one of them this blankety family? Seriously, because that makes this a happening. And the answer, of course, is yes. And they already said that in some of the other ones we read today. I remember the phrasing not making sense. I was like, oh, does he mean that DT took out da-da-da? But they were on the list as remaining, so I didn't know who was taken out. So again, the main point here, not at the end here, was that he's asking if it was this particular family and said that would be a happening. Then they say, very smart. So apparently that is what happened. And that was the November 4th, 2017 event where they got overthrown and a whole bunch of people got thrown out of government. Disinformation is real. Distractions are necessary. This country was the primary, the U.S. the secondary, Alice in Wonderland. And then that one was reposted. We read it in another one. So now they're saying, yeah, we don't know anything about it. Okay, I doubt that very much. They're unprepared to address the mysterious drone sightings. So he's the communications advisor for national security, and he admits that they lack sufficient information to decide whether or not to take any action. This is the most incompetent in history. So, yeah, this is apparently building up to some really big, weird, crazy stuff that's going to kickstart ascension. So just hang in there and get ready for some fireworks, folks. The eye in the sky. 212 brings us to this. Holy crap, all the president's past tweets are making this reference. And then he says, blankety blank, you magnificent person, they read your book. And they say, do you believe in coincidences? So yeah, this is all starting to make sense. It's no longer conspiracy theory anymore. Then this particular whistleblower around AI was found, unfortunately, deceased. His name was Balaji. He accused these various people of having violations of copyright and harming businesses with this particular form of software. And he was found in his apartment, which was in San Francisco. This comes just 3 months after his allegations, raising questions as that company is now in all kinds of legal trouble. He was arguing that they were impacting the lives of businesses and entrepreneurs whose data were used to train this equipment. Medical examiner's office is not released as cause of injury and, disappearance. But this week, they said there is currently no evidence that anything bad took place. So yeah, they're closing up loose ends, as it were, at this point. So then he's trying to set the record straight on this individual. This is the next one that we've got here. He's making it clear he wants to be no part of the controversy. He firmly stated he had nothing to do with that man or any of the other stupid things being alleged. He demanded that people stop making memes that he's included in and that he doesn't even like these things. He did not mention his affiliations with anyone else. Ouch. Ouch, they said that. Woo! Just got a little warm in here. 1.7 million views, 45 brings us to this. And we've seen this one a bunch too. Follow her, what just broke about her. And why is this story just now coming out? Well, this is talking about the story that he's getting drawn into as well. This rapper. Why is she running for cover? Was a deal granted in exchange for something? Well, that's happening. Who made the deal? Do we care about her or those who instructed her to violate the law? Well, there needs to be justice. Why is this being leaked versus simply prosecuted privately? And who is attempting to change the narrative and soften acts forthcoming this weekend? So I don't know. This coming weekend, given when I actually was able to do this stuff, that might be what it is. So let's just keep our eyes open. Then we see 50 of these emerging from the ocean in New Jersey. There it is. Ocean County Sheriff's Office reported 50 of them suddenly popped out of the ocean, prompting the Coast Guard to investigate. They spotted 13 of them off the coast, each with an 8-foot wingspan. So that's enough to carry some nasty stuff. Sheriffs launched their own industrial-grade drone in pursuit, but it was quickly outpaced by these objects. And then they just disappeared into thin air. So they can fly without their lights on. They're stealth capable. Perhaps they even have some type of exotic cloaking system. Who knows? I mean, I've heard that that does exist. So then we see these could be a problem. I mean, they've got some classified technology. They can disappear. They can zoom off. It's not, but what the Alliance has is way beyond this stuff. These are like tinker toys. So now we're up to 145. And they say, warning, this is not a game. Direct attack today by these clownish people. Do you believe in coincidence? So they're still being attacked, and the enemy is fighting back, and they're trying to do all kinds of stuff. We know this. Do you believe in coincidences? How many do you need before you would believe? This is the biggest insider drop in the history of the world. Please pray. Absolutely. I think it's going to be fine. Based on Michael can see the future, he tells us this is all leading to ascension. Elon hinted at that there would be swarm battles of these back in September. Whoa, maybe he's been read in on everything. Yeah, that's what we've heard. His September tweet hinted at an upcoming swarm battle. We were already talking about that. They're confirming it again. And he said it's going to boggle your mind, right? Because they talked about the PBB, Project Bluebeam. Drone swarm battles, he says, are coming that will boggle the mind. 3.5 million views. So this is really heating up, you guys. It's like we got the prophecy of this all the way back. You can see it says September 29th. And that they're going to boggle the mind, that's probably more than... I mean, remember, they can flicker the lights, so they could cause EMPs to happen. They can disappear. They can fly really fast. But, Michael told us not to worry about it in that time loop reading, and I'm not worried about it. But I also know that, disruptive things could happen, so I want to be here in my safety house because the whole reason I bought this place was for this event that predictably is going to happen sometime over the next month, 30 days or less. Wow. So here he is signaling that, yeah, this has been the plan. These swarm battles are going to happen and they will boggle your mind. The number of views is extraordinary. 3.5 million views. Wow. Now they're talking about this fire in Malibu. I hate looking at this stuff. I couldn't even watch the video. I've seen so many of these. I don't want to see any more. That's why I couldn't watch the TV show Fire Country. It's like, no, this is just too upsetting, dude. I don't want to watch fire. Franklin Fire in Malibu has sent Hollywood elites scrambling to evacuate their homes, while others remain stranded as the flames rage on. That's so crazy. I'm glad I'm not there right now, man. That's all I can say. Because I would see all this stuff from up on the mountain. Every time one of these happened, I would be looking at it and worrying if it was going to hit me. The fire's already consumed over 4,000 acres, destroyed homes, and put 20,000 people into displacement. Dang. Experts attribute the inferno to dense vegetation fueled by an unusually wet winter and spring earlier this year. No, it's probably some type of quote-unquote burnt offering They got to burn their own. You know, it's an offering to try to get power from the negative side. It's kind of how it's done, folks. I hate to say it. 5.5 million views, and then we got to look at 64. Fellow patriots, I'm being advised that actions have created and accelerated counteractions. We have not yet ascertained the scope of the attack. So this is again talking about this fire, potentially. Watch the news outlets. His account takedown was not by accident, referenced several hours ago. Oh, remember, these drones can power out the lights, right? Should the lights go down, please know we are in control. Do not panic. Yep, we are prepared. The assets are in place. They've got their own spaceships that are totally awesome. God bless you. I must go for good at this point. So then she's having a hip replacement after her injury. This is the next slide we got. We already talked about that one. And they say that this raises serious concerns at age 84 about shortened life expectancy for potential complications and the strain on the body. And it's been 2 weeks in a row now. Time loops are referring to this over and over again in a fascinating way. Then we see they can't pay their bills because of collapsing donations. Probably not a lot of people feeling too bad about that either. They're on the brink of bankruptcy, struggling to meet pension obligations after a sharp decline in revenue. Significant factor in this crisis is the dramatic drop in donations from churches around the world and the public. Many of these people have withdrawn their support. They're disillusioned by the ongoing reforms. And he is also one of these members of this group. So they're telling you that, you know, I think you can read between the lines here and say they're not too happy about this organization. 3.4 million views. All of them are now getting incredible numbers of views, just about. I'm blown away by that. So now this representative is discussing that it's become a massive invasion. Chris Smith, he's raising alarm that this is a massive invasion, and they've been circling military bases and Coast Guard operations for weeks. There's no transparency or answers. His team has witnessed them hovering directly over a base. Military base, yeah. Well, the Coast Guard recently reported an incident where numerous of them followed one of its 47-foot rescue boats at a dangerously close proximity. Yeah, that would freak them out. He also previously revealed that an officer under his command had witnessed an astonishing 50 of them emerging out of the ocean. And they're still being laughed at and not given any answers. Dang. So then we have post number 146, which we've already seen, so we don't need to read it again. This is the biggest insider drop in the history of the world. How many coincidences do you need before you believe? Well, I believe it now. I mean, they predicted all this stuff, the fake alien invasion. Now everybody's all sketched out about it. Michael says we're going to be fine. This is so ironic that the lawyers for both of these dudes happen to be married to each other. Unbelievable, right? That Luigi, Mr. Sizzle Tie, the greatest tie I've ever seen. I'm just joking. And then this other guy, that their attorneys are actually husband and wife. Right, because these are inside operations and they want to try to keep it as clean as possible. That's what it probably means. So this was a very important tipping point for everybody in the narrative. When this guy came forward, the Alliance posted it and everybody ran with it. After that, it says John Ferguson, the CEO of Saxon, company specializing in manned drone manufacturing, speculated that the mysterious things appearing across various regions could be linked to U.S. efforts to locate missing materials that have this energetic aspect. He suggested that these objects, which operate under the cover of night, might be engaged in intelligence gathering or classified military operations. A whistleblower informed him about a missing element and their attempts to alert officials to expedite its recovery. He indicated that they may play a role in tracking down this highly dangerous and sensitive material. So that's basically an admission by them, I think, or just about, that that's what's really going on. They're not saying it, but they're implying it. So yeah, they're looking for something. They're sniffing it out. And now we're up to 542, which we don't usually see. And it says fight, fight, fight. That's interesting, right? Because that didn't used to mean the same thing it does now. Demand public disclosure. That's the key word, right? UFO disclosure. Demand it. Be loud. Be heard. This is just the beginning, and then fill in the year we're about to hit, 2025. 2025 will be glorious. Yep. This is very exciting, you guys. I am so excited. And then we see that Chris personally witnessed these objects. That he saw them over his house and said they're unlike anything he ever encountered. He wants the government more authority to have addressing the issue, that ignoring it is only going to fuel these negative theories. And he also predicts there will be vigilantes who might take matters into their own hands. Please don't. And the government wants more power out of a situation they created. So they're telling you right there, if you were to do anything dumb, then guess what? You've just handed your ass to them. You've handed away your freedom. So just don't do anything. And when this event finally occurs, if you see something weird, just call the number they give you. And the event seems to be upon us, folks. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Post 197 says, ancient Egyptians considered gold the skin of the gods, specifically the sun god Ra, and often used it to craft objects of spiritual significance. Why is this relevant? Well, and they had just talked about that the 2025 is going to be glorious, right? We saw that right here. So again, 2025 is when this ascension is going to happen, the first wave of it at least. And so now we're going to go back to this again. And so here they're talking about Ra, which is actually Archangel Michael, the author of the Law of One. Is that a coincidence? Probably not. Because we're going to get the golden body. Some of us will. That's what the Uriel reading said. The Uriel reading said some people are going to send, some are not. And everybody's still going to be here. But some people who have been following the Christ teachings are going to get this light body activation. Okay, so then we see that there's an ongoing bidding war over various materials. And this is coming from Daniel, the brother of Alec, claiming that these agents and attorneys informed him that there is a bidding war. And they're being shopped around, and people are somehow able to, fund the legal operations they're doing in exchange for protection, I guess. Some of it's going, obviously, anytime you pay an attorney, some of it goes to the attorney, some of it goes to the victim. So this is definitely paying for more stuff to be done. It seems kind of sketchy, but hey, they're just telling us. I'm just reading you what I see here. He compares the situation to others and says recordings do exist and that our detestable individual here might still be alive and living in another country, which means he is. They've hinted at this multiple times. They're going to bring him out. He's going to have to talk. He's going to have to talk to the world on a live broadcast, most likely. It's going to be totally freaking wild, you guys. Totally freaking wild. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Okay, so then what we see is that it goes up to 116. A crumb dump is incoming fast. Archive immediately and upload. So again, they're telling us big things are incoming fast, and that seems to be the drone war. So get ready to see some crazy stuff, because Elon said it was going to be totally mind-blowing. Then we got Rosie saying that they are of extraterrestrial orientation and making it part of her public platform, and she starts by looking up at the sky. She said that these things being observed globally are of alien origin. No country is capable of monitoring or controlling them, and that authorities are intentionally avoiding the topic. Well, yeah, it's just a classified technology. It's more advanced than everything else. The Alliance has a lot better stuff. And Chris built some of it, I think. She suggested that extraterrestrials represent a higher authority. Well, I would agree with that. Envisioning a future where world leaders are no longer relevant. No, they're not going to take over our planet. We have to run the planet. They will not do that. Only the negative ones would try to do that. Sounds like this lunatic is pushing for one world government. Yeah, well, it could be read that way. Absolutely. So then we got 111. Important context. And this one just goes on forever. I'm like, oh my God, you guys. It's so long. Okay, let's try to get the meat out of this. What have you learned about her? This is important context. What organization is she from? We remember that. It's Islamic. And what U.S. president was affiliated? We know who that is. And what years and who funded it. What just happened, and this is November 5th, so this was the day after the revolution. All these guys in SA got overthrown and arrested, and it was a big shock. Who was arrested? Funds frozen. Why would this former president be funded before any political days? Repeat. Yeah, because they're setting him up for something important. And then they said it again. Why would he be funded before he was in politics? What is the relevance? Was this particular organization, M, affiliated with any of these others? Obviously, yes. And it was controlled by that country that they just mentioned. So you fast forward, why are these events in that same country so important now? Remember, this is the day after this revolution took place. And why was JK in SA recently? And that would be Jared. Why was the last tweet regarding this SA prior to the happening? Why was his Twitter taken down days before under cover of a rogue? Refocus again. Who was arrested in this country, SA, which is again in the Middle East? Any ownership stakes in U.S. companies, and why was that relevant? And then think about Las Vegas. Why would investment be made in a former president before his political days? What years did this occur? What faith does she and this other group represent? What faith does she represent? They ask it again. Who are the bad actors? It's like there's something really dark here. Who funds the majority of U.S. senior politicians? Apparently this same group. Fantasyland, Fantasyland. Was the former president groomed to become commander-in-chief? Is this possible? Is this system corrupt? And who would be involved in that? They never thought she was going to lose Fantasyland. The complete picture would put 90, they said this the second time in 1 week, 99% of us would be thrown into the hospital. And we're now up to almost 5,400 people, so I'm just going to keep on going. I do have to pee, but anyway, the president is our savior. Pray, operators are active. We are at war. Good night, Snow White. Okay, so let me just pause for a second and see how many more of these I've got. Or do I need to take a break? Oh, yeah. Yeah, if I'm going to keep going for you guys, I definitely need to take a break. But instead, maybe I'll just end the show because it's 4.5 hours. We've been doing great. And so, yeah, maybe we'll just, I don't know. What do you guys think? I probably could go on, but I do have to take another bathroom break. Do you want me to do that? Take a break, keep going. I figured you guys would say keep going. You want to watch that sunset again? I'm just going to sneak back in here in the downstairs bathroom real quick, get it done. Yeah, let me take a break and keep on going because I want to get through more of these slides. There's so darn many of them. I don't want to be behind anymore. So let's run the David Wilcock vacation videos once again. The wild sunsets, because to me this stuff is just beautiful. It's going to give me a chance to take a break. So let me mute. Okay, so I'm going to play this, and I'm going to go upstairs. I got to eat some food, so I got to go upstairs, and I'm going to pee, and then we'll be right back. Okay, I think I got to hit it. That's right, I got to hit it to make sure it plays. Here we go.
Something very, very, very cool is happening outside right now. I don't even have a jacket on, but this is wild, dude. Check this out. It's so incredibly beautiful. You guys said you wanted Angry Daddy. I don't know why the hell he's bringing me out here in this goddamn cold just to look at the sky. I mean, come on, David. Why don't you get with the program, son? Nah, Daddy, we don't really want to hear from you, buddy, because this is... Yeah, the wind blew off my top on my hot tub. That kind of stuff happens. But look at these cloud formations, dude. This is just exquisite. There was such a weird color outside, and I'm like, okay. That's pretty janky in there, huh? Oh, it's all frozen. That's a nice block of ice. A little bit of frozen water in there, that means we can just yank it out. That's a good thing, actually. This is an incredible sky. I mean, you got that stuff over there. And you got this whole line and it's all lit so beautifully. What do you guys think? I mean, I guess if I'm going to use this today on the show, oh my God, that is cold. David, you see, you set yourself up for failure, son. I don't think you pay enough attention in general. Hey, you know what? This is just amazing. Can we just be honest about like how cool it is to have that big orange line in the sky? It's incredible. So I'm happy to be out here despite how cold it is. And I wanted you guys to see this. You know, it's a beautiful climate to be here. But man, the wind is just horrible. It gets so cold. You know, and there's not a whole lot that you can do with that. Except to wear layers, and then you get to be a master of wearing layers. You know how everything works. I don't know why I'm still talking. I guess I just need time in the bathroom to pee. It's basically what's happening right now is I'm willing to sacrifice myself in this incredible cold that's outside. Willing to sacrifice myself. Oh my God, will you look at that? Oh my God, this is so great, you guys. I'm gonna just stay out here in this weather with nothing but a shirt on. We have one heck of a sunset going on here. These clouds over here are just wonderful. It's an amazing situation that we've got. Look at these cloud formations, mate. Look at the clouds, David. Pay close attention to the ones that are moving in funny directions. That's when you know you got the family coming, mate. Your relatives from home. They come right back in here, mate. They don't care about what you're doing.
It really does look like a UFO, man. It's so crazy.
You see that right there? That could be a ship, mate. How do you know? And be so foolish as to ignore the significance of something like this, David.
Okay. Thank you guys for giving me a break. Now my screen is spinning. I hope that I'm still on the air. No, I am. Okay, great. So look, I'm going to put the microphone back on, and I'll play you the rest of this video while I'm doing it, and then we'll continue with our slides. Here we go.
Think of a picture-perfect painting, David. It's just like that, mate.
It's just like a painting, mate. We've got to have respect for how much it looks like a painting. I love accents and funny things like that, so I get to indulge myself and hire myself into my own comedy, and I love it. So let's continue with where we were. Now that I've been newly refreshed, my bladder is renewed, and because you guys just want me to keep on talking, we're going to keep on talking. Everybody says fill up the tub. You know, I just honestly have been too broke to have the time or the money to get it fixed. But, you know, hopefully we'll get some deals pretty soon and can start dealing with various maintenance issues around here. But Vacapalo says, David, I couldn't donate. The button is unavailable. There's a breathtaking sunset there indeed. I must say the ones in Puerto Rico's mountains are are a contender at 70 temperatures with lush green vegetation quality air. What is your elevation? It's 8,600 feet. And somebody is saying, how long did it take to adjust to the altitude? It took a while. When you first are up here, you get really dry, you don't drink enough water, and then you get headaches. But the same thing also happens in the desert, which I was familiar with in California and in Arizona when I lived in Sedona. So it wasn't really all that bad to live up here, but yeah, it's very, very dry. If you like put a piece of bread out on the countertop and you wait like 20 minutes, it's hard. It's actually hardened that fast. There's low oxygen, so like the way I notice it the most is when I'm going up this staircase here. You just will feel sudden shortness of breath. But honestly, athletes train at high altitudes because of the benefits that they get from it. And it does promote athletic fitness to, do walking and other types of cardio in this environment. And, even just sleeping here is work. When the snow is falling, the wind is blowing, it can be a very, very bad scene up here. And so I am hoping to get someplace warmer once our company gets rolling. And things are happening at quantum speed. We're under NDA now. Negative greetings are happening left and right to try to throw me off, but it really doesn't because these deals are happening. And, it's going to change my life. I'm really excited about that. This is something that I worked really hard to do, and it's finally coming together. And the point, again, is to get hover cars out to you. And so, it's a really great cause. All right, so next, we have a pilot. There it is, folks. I was just telling you about that, the EMP attack, right? Uh-huh. What were we saying? That they can damage electronics or shut them off. That's exactly what this drone pilot had when he was flying his thing next to their thing. He experienced a mysterious power failure as his drone approached one of theirs. According to the account, his own drone aircraft's battery suddenly died, and it obviously had been fully charged or just around that time. No, this is some kind of weird countermeasure this thing has got, dude. It definitely can, mess with electronics. It suddenly died, causing it to go down, while the other drone remained stationary in the air, seemingly unaffected. And you remember that the reading that I had, I never went over to, you got to see. God, David, what the hell were you thinking? You can't wear glasses that stupid on the air. Well, no. It's the old man glasses, but they catch the sides, right? So nothing comes in on the sides. They just go straight ahead. So I get why this other individual likes to wear these on camera, but I mean, I don't really want to do it for more than a split second, because they're really dorky stuff. But hey, you guys kept me here. You guys are encouraging me to do more of this behavior of public speaking. So you're going to get a little bit of the bitter with the sweet, my friend. You might see me wear drone glasses. Anyway, here we go. The other drone remained stationary in the air while his plunged down and was unaffected. But these glasses are magic because I can get through a longer period of time and not have to leave you. So you get to hear from me more. We can read through these slides so we don't get backed up. I don't want to be backed up. I'm tired of that, man. So 127, the graphic is your key. Let's pause and say hello to the rogues who are currently monitoring these threads. Was the money worth it? Titanic. And remember, the time loop had things about the drones falling out of the air, and now we're finding out that they can knock other drones out of the air. So again, they're telling us that these weird drones are being made by these rogues described in the second sentence. That's the implication. And that they're going down like the Titanic. They're just trying to scare people. But this is going to trigger UFO disclosure. Greer is doing it within a month. He's got 6 guys, 6 places. This was where we stopped on Sunday. Everything else is now the week ahead. And so, thankfully they didn't do too many this week. I think they had mercy on me. But there's still a pretty darn good number of them. So we'll do as many as possible before I just kind of give up the ghost. And maybe I'll be getting punchier as we go on. Who knows? Anyway, this British dude is warning that these types of things could occur. I don't think they really will. But earlier this year, he issued a warning claiming that they are planning something that could involve this in a European city, and then they could blame someone else. He said that that's very intense, by the way. If that really happened, it would be absolutely insane and horrific. Biblical, you know? I don't think it will. I really don't. He stated this information comes from defense analysts within various military circles who report that significant quantities of material are actually circulating. Okay, so that's really scary, but then they give us this one, the 133, and this really gets into a lot of the dirty details again here. You know, they say, hard to swallow, it's important to progress. Who are these people? And then they mentioned that the SA group has, and then they got 6+++. They say $4 trillion plus. I guess that would have been their assets. Then they have the R's, 2 trillion plus, and then the S is 1 trillion plus. So yeah, that would explain like the wealth hierarchy of them, and that one was at the top because they had the most money. Focus on the above three. This is really what they're saying is what they call the triangle. Their public wealth disclosures are false. And then, remember, they were overthrown in that first one. November 4th is when it all got turned over. So many governments of the world are feeding this particular thing, this I. Think slush funds, that's one feeder. Think war, that's another feeder. Environmental pacts would be another feeder. It says the triangle has three sides. So this again is talking about these houses, these different families. And then it says eye of providence, follow the bloodlines. What is the keystone? Does Satan exist? Well, by asking the question, they're probably implying that he does. Does the thought of him exist? Absolutely. And who would be involved in this? Worship. What is a cult? What is a temple? And what would occur in a temple? Worship, yeah. So I've been helping them get this information out because it's like so scary and people are worried about evil and they don't want to, go that far and say those things. Some people do, but a lot of people don't want to talk about this stuff. So, but yeah, this is the bottom line. And once I learned it, I'm like, well, I'm going to teach the truth. So here we are. Then you can read the rest of that. Why is it on a mountain? How many levels? And what's the symbolism? Then it says, who are these masters and have they traveled there? And then you have the quote, which is about, again, this idea of evil. So this is all going to come out in the open. And again, if you gave people everything, they got it all at once, they'd go to the hospital, apparently. They had 2 of those quotes this week. So we are in the end game. Who the hell knows what they're going to do with Bluebeam? I mean, I'm just banking on it being a big fake UFO, but it could be something totally like weird, like Puff the Magic Dragon. I mean, who knows? It could be Gumby, a massive Gumby. Hey, everybody! Could be anything, dude. Just think about that for a minute. Could be Pokemon. Could be like Grimace from McDonald's. Remember, it's like if you eat these burgers, then eventually Grimace is good. I don't know. It wasn't really the best selling point for me. I said, I don't know if I want to look like Grimace. So anyway, I digress. So we see that these victims are not being allowed to rebuild. What the hell? I mean, come on, you guys. Really? Yeah, because they're trying to create this offering. And they're trying to set it up so that everybody had this bad stuff happen. But, the churches are breaking through. They offered to purchase land from homeowners, and these people's properties are located in a very nasty area, flat land. They also instructed the county to block them from rebuilding. Whoa, that's crazy. In response, the officials are considering withdrawing entirely from the flood insurance program, citing frustrations over interference and the impact on people's property rights. Wow. It is getting pretty hot in the kitchen, folks. And I feel bad for those people. Let's hope that they can find the help they need. So 1 million views, 131. There's a national security briefing for the president at 3:02 a.m. Please stand by. So maybe they're getting ready to do something over there. We might not realize it's them. That's kind of how I read that one. Then he says that they know what the hell these things really are. Wow. That's impressive. He doesn't really let it out, but he implies that he knows. He reveals he's avoiding going back home to Jersey due to these sightings. Well, yeah, with the elevated levels, yeah, let's not get like 222 millisieverts, brother. I think I'd be better off without them. He insists the government is aware of what's happening, stating the military knows where they took off from, where they went, and that something strange is unfolding. Oh my God, I can't wait for this to all turn into what we know it's going to, which is disclosure. It's happening now. This is so ridiculously exciting. Despite this, he claims officials are reluctant to comment. Our military knows, and our president knows. Right, because they're classified aircraft, they're our stuff, and they're trying to scare the crap out of everybody. But we already had that reading in the time loop. We know this is leading to breathtaking disclosure and ET family contact, including from the Roswell EB guy who says 2025 is the year. Post 69 is Godspeed to those who will be put in harm's way. You are the bravest men and women on earth. Well, as David Wilcock, thank you very much for saying that. We will never forget, and I appreciate that as well. All of you share one title in common, and that is the title of hero. Again, I'm genuinely honored by this. I know they did this in part to encourage me, and I really thank you. Because, when I couldn't get the show done on Sunday, I was like, oh my God, this just sucks. I've got wind, and there's this crazy thing that happened to me that I've got to deal with now, this horrific attack. I'm only going to let you see, you can't see the inside, but yeah, I got this. Isn't that fun? Doesn't that look like fun? Hey, are you, yeah, it's real fun. And anybody that gets something like that is like, oh, wow, thank you. You gave me some paper, and I'm really appreciative of that. I needed more paper. I'll use this in my printer. No, you can't use it because you got to read it. Okay, well, it's Christmas. It's kind of a strange time to read an inch-thick stack of paper. Anyway, we're dealing with it. The Lord is my shepherd. I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely your goodness and love will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. It's wonderful. He's going to resign, and oh my God, you mean I'm not going to get to see pictures of him making a heart behind a pink background anymore? God, I'm going to be so sad about this. That he's reportedly contemplating resignation following the recent departure of his own deputy. For years, he has terrorized these people with his forum-driven policies and relentless crackdown on farmers. So yeah, you might be seeing less of him in the future, because once you're not president anymore, they kind of ignore you, and then you just pumping gas and, oh, are you that guy? Yeah, I'm that guy, man. I used to be president. Okay, well, cool. Nice to meet you. Hey, do you want, to buy my company? No, please don't ask me for that stuff. God. That's what his life is going to be like from now on. Okay. Gets late. I get a little punchy. We got to add some flavor to this. Dude, I still got 5,000 people watching on a Sunday night. So, wow. Thank you guys for being here. Let's just keep blowing through these so I don't have to be lying in bed going, oh my God, I'm backed up on Alliance slides. Let's just get the news out. Okay, here's another one. Look at that drone he's holding. It's a cop holding a drone. Owned by Amagi Incorporated, a research and product development company recently discovered in Brooklyn. So apparently one of them fell. This is like the Roswell of the drone incidents. Oh, and one of the companies that built it is owned by this BR. Oh my God. They have attracted significant investments from Amazon, the Climate Pledge Fund, AP, SK, and the one from SA, Aramco. Yeah, so this is not anything extraterrestrial, because they picked one up and they found out, oh yeah, it's from this Amagi company. Right. Okay, now we're up to 40, and they're doing the initials of 47. So he's very involved in this, and he's going to be coming back on the stage in a month. It's so exciting. And then we found out who this person is who did this horrible crime at Abundant Life. Her name is Samantha, And she's a self-proclaimed feminist who had been a member of the school. So the bullying must have been really bad, and she said, I'm going to go take care of business. Don't do that. You know, this is so horrible. Like, just everybody needs to learn to get along. She was fascinated by true crime and admired other individuals. There is speculation that she wrote a manifesto, but apparently it's on private setting on the docks. So, a very troubled girl, probably got very badly bullied by people. I feel bad for her. 3.1 million views. You know, she doesn't look too happy being alive. I feel sorry for her. So, again, post number 12. The military intelligence referred to above is absolutely the biggest insider drop this will ever receive. Think about why various groups play right into the plan. We are always ahead. The good guys are winning. So, yes, this happened, and she might have been a victim of mental manipulation as well. She could have been a member of one of these programs where she doesn't realize that things are happening, but that they are. That's entirely possible. But the good guys are winning. That's the important part. And then we got post number 28, which we read on Wednesday. I think we did. But anyway, broke it all down. So it said, what must be completed for military intelligence to engage over other agencies? In the 50s and 60s, you had federal troops and National Guard accompanied by military intelligence, and they were helping integrate Southern schools. And they also dealt with civil disorders in Detroit and other cities the following year after 67, after what happened with MLK. Throughout this period, military intelligence units also continued to collect data on people at home if they were suspected of involvement in any subversion. In the late 60s, they compiled personal information on more than 100,000 people who were involved in politics to quell their civil rights and to stop anti-war demonstrations and discredit the protesters. This is negative aspects of what was going on. They used 1,500 plainclothes agents to watch demonstrations, infiltrate organizations, and spread disinformation. And so plainclothes means that they might dress like a hippie and have long hair. According to one report, the Army had at least one observer at every demonstration of more than 20 people. The activities were summed up by Senator Sam, allegedly for the purpose of predicting and preventing civil disturbances which might develop beyond the control of state and local officials. These agents were sent throughout the country, keeping surveillance over the way the population expressed their sentiments about government policies. Churches, campuses, classrooms, public meetings, they took notes, they tape recorded, they photographed people who were having dissenting thoughts, words, and deeds, including clergymen, editors, public officials, and anyone who sympathized with dissenters. And then as the thing goes on, you keep reading it, somebody says, ha, 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 he had military intelligence infiltrate these and all the dissenting local groups, always 5 steps ahead, please be true, well done, picture being painted. So what does that mean? That means that the girl who did this probably was involved in something. They've already infiltrated it, they know everything, but the good guys are still winning. And then where were we on this when we started? Oh yeah, that was the girl. So we just had a whole bunch of text to read because they posted 2 videos with her. Okay, so then this never happened, the next one. This elderly liberal says that there's an arrest coming on the 20th. We're already past that now, nothing occurred. So again, they tell you things that aren't really going to happen, but they just want you to think about it. They said he's going to be arrested on the 20th under this particular EO for allegedly conspiring, and he urged people to get in there on the 20th of January and make demands if this didn't happen. And then they call this something with the blue. Well, you know, as an influencer, he apparently didn't get his way. Nothing happened. And I don't think people are listening to him and his crazy calls. But anyway, we get to 264 and they say, God bless you, patriots, we are proud. Second time, they say that they're proud of me and everybody else doing this. So again, on behalf of all of us, thank you, Alliance. We're going to keep on going. Keep this alive. I want to get through these slides so everybody knows what's up. And we're still holding true at 5,000. This guy's lawyer claims, oh no, he didn't know the guy. They weren't friends or anything. And he also happens to have worked for the company. Oh, they have no personal relationship whatsoever. But this directly contradicts a moment in 2016 when they were actually on stage together. Oop, that's a little inconvenient. You got to think of these things before you have your guy say something like that. And during the event, he spoke openly about their close bond. Quote, "This is extended family. You've been here with me through my ups and downs whenever I get in trouble. This is the one I call. This is my strategist." Oh, but they have no personal relationship whatsoever. Check. Got it. Okay, so then we're at post number 62, and it says, "We highly recommend you take all these crumbs into a massive single dump." That's exactly what I'm doing. And it's posts like this is why I continued as well. I'm like, let's just get it out there, because anything could happen between now and next Sunday. "This will be considered the biggest inside-approved dump in American history. They are beginning to understand. His attorney was notified. All of my dumps are being recorded, but again, it doesn't matter. Alice in Wonderland." And where is he today? So yeah, they're saying this is the best intel there is, and it's really weird and how all this stuff is unfolding, and they told us what was going to happen, and they've been right over and over. Then we see that this particular whistleblower met an untimely end. Lieutenant General, in covering controversial programs, ended up in this terrible thing that occurred. He gained international attention for his investigations and said they were researching methods and then trying to frame his country. He publicly denounced that this was, not what we thought, and that it was created internally and exposed various folks' involvement. He went further and revealed that certain funds and foundations were involved in financing all this stuff. So then we have 139 seconds, and it brings us to this list of Republicans who are announcing they're not going to seek re-election. Why is this relevant? So yeah, they're cleaning house. It's taken place over time. So now we have the mayor actually come out and say that they're trying to smell radiation. Belleville, New Jersey confirmed that this is what the drones are actually looking for. And he said that an alert was issued regarding material that went missing in December. Maybe that's where those readings of the George Washington Bridge are coming from. Roll the windows up, dude. After being linked to an empty and damaged container. It's empty. Uh-oh. No, we're going to be fine. In response, these various groups are set to deliver a classified briefing on the drones to the House Intelligence Committee today. Okay, so then we got post number 219, which is again this weird code. "The castle runs red." Well, that might imply, I don't know, maybe the White House, and they're in panic. And there's another post coming up about that in just a minute. So then they see, okay, we're seeing drones over a Marine base in California. And this was on TG, that this U.S. Marine base has reported sightings of unidentified drones over there for the first time. And this is kind of just their general headline feed, but you can also subscribe to that on X as well. I definitely watch both of them. So then we hear, oh my gosh, there might actually be a real cure for certain things that are coming our way. They claim to have developed something like this, provided to patients free of charge, that it will not only slow progression, but also reduce size by 75 to 80%. And we knew they had stuff like this, and they're holding it back, and that when it comes out, it's going to change everything. So that's very encouraging to see that. Very, very encouraging. 117 seconds. Starts at the top with these two boats parked side by side. And then it says, why was these arrests important, and how are they tied to this woman who they've now mentioned, 5 times in 5 other posts? Who was he financing before the politics? Oh, that's right. And who is she? Maybe she's some kind of handler. What book was he caught reading, and why was it disregarded? And then we're hearing about this post-American world. Why is that relevant? Why would he be reading it? Because he's part of this inside group that ties to the top of the triangle. And he's getting money from them, so he has to do what they want. What church did he attend? We knew about that. And who was his mentor? How are these individuals connected, and who was their mentor? Oh, and now we're into Bush Sr. and Jr. How are they connected? What kind of a war did we enter into in that particular year? And what was the purpose and disclosure of justification? Who was financing everything? Why are these pages now being released? And then again, they're referring to the November 4th event that just had happened there in this essay. What documents are being publicly released, and why is that relevant? What information do they contain? I guess we're going to find out. What does money laundering mean? What's the single biggest event that could generate many nation states to pay out billions of dollars? Well, we know the answer. And that's what they like to do, you know? Who audits where the money is going? $15,000 toothbrushes, reconcile that. And why was the real reason that we attacked another country? And who is this company? What do they specialize in? And what would you do to service an oil field? What senior level officials are affiliated with this company? Ugh, right? It's gross. Primary goal and the mode of influence that drives this corruption. What does the money buy? And how is this connected to these other individuals and this particular place? That's a huge one. But again, it's all connected. We're going to learn about all this, that there was this SA money involved. Now, this is not Porky Pig. This is a Porky spending bill. Okay, so just keep it clean. He's trying to pass this Porky. How else could he pass Porky? I'm not going to get into that. $50 billion spending bill. Little slightly suggestive metaphors, mate. Nothing to worry about. He's wasting no time stabbing others in the back as they work to ram through a $50 billion bill that is loaded with Porky favors. This includes funding for preparations and research into countermeasures, all that kind of stuff, right? It's really weird and sketchy. They're trying everything they can. And there you can read about the countermeasures that they're seeking in section 626. Next one we got is that certain individuals are making plots and then trying to blame it on others. And Piers Morgan was stunned as his guest claimed that this plot is occurring and that the incident would be used as a pretext for a war. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. I think he's very well protected. They urged the supporters to stay vigilant and pointed to various operations that have paved the way for conflict in the past and various things. Then we got post 120 right here. So this one is pretty interesting. Why, by coincidence, would there be some kind of an attack or a mental health type of attack at a sea level within a short time when they receive negative news? Because they want to throw you off. They don't want you thinking about it. Do you believe in coincidences? No. They think you're stupid. Puppets without power. They want your toys. Why? Because then you wouldn't have any power left. We read this one before. Who funds various groups? What email published by this particular leaker connected these groups together? And was she involved? Why is that relevant? Yeah, you can see that the answers are probably all yes. Why is controlling the narrative important? Do most people investigate or do they simply follow? Why is the media so hostile towards them and who controls them? Why each and every day do they push a particular topic? Is this coordinated? Who sets the narrative and how do they communicate it to the media? What does the military intelligence that you know about allow for data? What do they have that allows for data collection? And then think back to other individuals. Why are they limited in their ability to capture and unmask U.S. people? Well, congressionally, I guess it was passed that way. Who sets the narrative? People in the U.S.? Maybe not. People in Triangle, right? Who could violate this rule? People in Triangle. Who cannot violate this rule? Just about everybody else. Why is this admiral so important and who wanted him fired? Why wasn't he replaced when he was taking office? Why is this relevant? Who has the ultimate power to designate classification and who ultimately sets it? Why is this relevant? Fantasyland. So this is all, again, predictive of stuff we're about to learn. So then we see that he wants revenge and he's now banning any type of this inside trading from happening because he feels that there was a plot to replace him. As she recovers from hip surgery, he wants a long overdue ban on anyone in Congress trading any stocks while they are in office. We do have a donation that came in. Total Todd says, thank you for keeping on keeping on. You are the man, David. Yeah, I still got 5,000 people watching, and I'm at 5 hours, so, you know, that's really great. Thank you guys for being here. Wacky World of Wilcock. Well, you want to call it wacky, but that's okay. I'm going to try to get done pretty quick because I'm definitely tired. But anyway, I want to keep going, but I had the donation. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go back to that. Right on. So he wants to ban insider trading, and he avoided it during his own career. But now, a month before he's out of the picture, he's determined to have a parting shot, a farewell surprise. Okay, and then we got 66, which says, we read this one several times already, so they're warning us of this again, that he is currently under attack from within. Absolutely. Let's be real clear. They just attacked him. It was immediately detected by military, and he was alerted. Re-review all of these crumbs we're giving you. What does this mean? What actions are immediately occurring? Again, things are really escalating. If this leaks or there's immediate action ongoing at their headquarters, you'll get a verification ahead of schedule. So this is weirdly, the drone war is all part of this inside war between these factions. Then we see that Yale has created something airborne. You say, what could go wrong? They have unveiled a groundbreaking delivery system that requires nothing else. This innovation will revolutionize distribution and transform how people get what they want to give them in the future. Oh my God. Lots of fearful stuff this week, right? It's crazy, but it's not really going to happen. They're going to protect it. They're going to stop it. It says polymer nanoparticles deliver this for mucosal ingestion. Okay, then we got 281. We represent you. Never forget that. We never will. And that was so funny because in the reading it said the same thing. Maybe they knew I was going to hit this and they put it in there as an Easter egg for us, but either way, it's wonderful and I love it. Then we have his goons calling people up, pretending they're in law enforcement, and saying, oh, you better not participate in that thing that you've been asked to participate in. They're caught on audio tape impersonating people. Can you even believe this? So the guy involved is taking legal action, claiming the defendants went after more than 24 people, 24 clients of his, and urged them to countersue. Yeah, like that's going to happen. He alleges that his organization's agents posed as if they were state employees. They even brandished fake badges during the interaction. Unfrickin' believable. Because I just had somebody come to my place with a badge, right? How do I know if he's the real thing? This attorney is currently representing over 120, including minors. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's the real thing. Okay, so anyway, we have a new yarn that he's spinning about this particular issue. Oh my God, like he's still out there. Give me a break. Don't anybody believe this. Serious concerns. And again, it's all fear stuff. He warns that this could jump around, potentially evolve into something very dangerous. And to combat it, he says, oh, we need widespread surveillance and testing, of course. And that we should flood the system to closely monitor whatever is going on. Not going to happen. 156. Oh, we got those two crosshairs. So, yeah, be on the lookout. Whatever that means, something for him, might not be too good. Then we have over $1.5 trillion on December 18th wiped out in stock market losses. Today, that was the day it happened. Somebody just donated, so let me catch that one real quick. It says, hello, David. After the EMS, will there be financial relief globally for humanity? Thank you for all you do. Absolutely. That's what I always heard. The whole point of this was to enter in a new prosperity. Everybody's a lot more wealthy. We have advanced technology, declassified. That's what my company's working on, is the declassified technology. So thank you very much. Celebrating your 5th super chat. Chris G says, you rock. And we are past the 5-hour mark and going strong. So we're just going to keep on happening. Keep on bringing this to you guys. This is wonderful stuff. But again, $1.5 trillion wiped out in one day. Yikes. Now they're warning yet again that something could happen. I don't really think it will. But they just keep on showing you these are all these different things these enemies are trying at the same time. None of them are going to be allowed to work. There could be another one far worse than the first one. Not a question of if, but when. He's spreading the fear porn. You see him right here. He stressed that there's catastrophic impact if it starts to change what it does. He says the situation is quite complicated. Well, that part is true. Noting that it has a staggering rate of 25 to 50%. Yeah, I don't think this is ever going to happen. Would never be authorized. Michael is saying we're all going to have ascension. He cautioned that this will begin once it binds to our receptors and that it will become an inevitable global problem. I don't believe that. They're just telling you this because this is what they're trying to do and they're exposing that, but it's not going to happen. 3.4 million views. Wow. And post 53. List out all those who have foundations. Why is this relevant? Well, because they're the ones that paid for this thing they were just talking about. How can donations be used personally? Analyze the filings. Who is charged with overseeing this? IRS, corrupt, politically motivated. The level of corruption in our country and most others is so severe there is only one way, and we know what that is. It's coming apparently before the end of January. Could be sooner rather than later. I don't know. That's why I'm trying to get these all out. And then we see, here it is, the big moment again, that they're causing weird flickering lights. And we already read this one, Virginia, Georgia, North Carolina, New York. It's very strange. It's all over the place at the same time. No clear answers from the federal government connected to the mysterious drones. Yes, they can power things down, and there might be grid events, and that might be where we get the emergency messages, and it could be soon. Panic at your discretion. They give us 4 different videos, which means we have to unseal 4 of these. It's a lot of work. And so we've read this one before. What countries donated big money and why? How much was owed? What, when she lost, would this be repaid? And did they do things with cash just before they... Well, that's talking about what's happening right now. Good people were forced... let's read the top. You just saw that part. And then here's the bottom. Good people were forced into this evil in bed under various threats. Could you live with yourself helping to cover up things like this despicable evil, if you had a safe way out? These people are involved in these things. They have this worship. Some of them openly show it. Yeah, that's pretty strong. Telling us what's going on. It's all connected. The drones are intended to try to stop them from being hurt and defeated. They want to build up some big weird thing. We've seen this one many, many times. The president using the military to save the republic. 22. Study and prepare. The masses tend to panic in these situations. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. Isn't it nice to finally be like, okay, maybe now I know what they're talking about, and this is imminently going to happen as a result of the events they're giving us intel about. Get a donation, Phil Casubris. Merry Christmas, David. Thank you very much. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in our collective philosophy. I agree. And so I'm going to keep on moving, keep on trucking, because I want to get out from under here and not be here for 6 hours. We're already a little bit over 5, and we're getting pretty close. The next one is 26. The only way forward is the military. So this was all done deliberately. Fully controlled, save and spread, biggest advanced drop ever. And then the last one on these flickering lights, holy crap. The good old post number 34, we've already read it once before this time. But this is definitely telling you it's all going to come out of the drone thing. I think we can safely believe that now. Over the next several days, we are taking back our country from evil tyrants. Initiating fail-safes to safeguard the public from fallout. So nothing's really going to happen. People will be arrested. Confirmation will then be revealed. And then they're going to say that it's going to be on EMS. Public riots are being organized, various numbers. And they want seniors to not have to be captured. On his order, there will be temporary control actioned. Dang, dude. I mean, I am so excited about this. Let's bring it on. Special ops carried out. False leaks have to be made because several must be retained here so they don't get out. Rest assured, the safety of everyone is being protected in full, but the atmosphere is so divided because many people fell for this evil narrative. So we are going to initiate the EMS. Holy crap, you guys. During this time, in an effort to provide direct messages and circumvent the news for all citizens. I cannot wait. I'm going to have steak every night. I already do. Organizations and or people who wish to do us harm during this time are going to be met with swift fury. So yeah, stay the hell inside. Certain laws have been pre-lifted so that the military, the great military, will have authority necessary to handle and conduct things here and abroad. Wow. So it's all coming out of that video of lights flickering from the drone. They're handing it to you, folks. I mean, I don't know what else to say. This is so exciting. Eric Hausler, 200 sex. SEK, South, I don't know what that is. He told me before, and I forgot. I'm so sorry, Eric. Look to Farsight Institute for drone information. They seem to have the best info. Thanks for everything, David. Total Todd says, keep on trucking, brother. Yeah, I am not finishing this show until I get through these slides, because I hate the feeling of being backed up. I don't sleep well at night. I feel guilty, self-conscious, like the Alliance doesn't like me anymore because I'm getting behind. And I know that's not true. And that's why they said some things on Monday about, how much we're honored and that we're heroes. And I did need to hear that. So thank you, Alliance, for sharing those things. And now, since I'm in the interest of trying to get out of here, let's just try to get through the rest of the slides, huh? I think that's a good idea. So that's what we're going to do. Next, we have the warning of a drone attack. But they're trying to say, oh, it's our friends overseas that are going to be doing it. And he's an asset, right? It says that right at the beginning. Warning of a potential attack by drones, saying they are the ones who built them and that they just happen to be found near U.S. bases. So they're throwing everything at the wall. Make it ETs, make it this Eastern country. And he's trying to set up a narrative. They are preparing to attack us from our own soil. No, we're not going to believe that it's them. We know that it's you. We already caught you. He says we are going to get hit. I hope that's not true, but they're basically telling us something's going to happen. Hopefully it won't be that bad. We're going to get hit. We're not taking the necessary precautions to protect our bases and the American people. Sounds like a warning to me. Yeah, I can believe something like that might happen. I don't know how bad it's going to be. Hopefully not too bad. And now we're up to 41. What a coincidence. We've seen this one over and over again, right? The mountain that housed their aspirations completely collapsed. Unbelievable timing. I wonder if critically important materials, scientists, and the people making things were inside the mountain when it collapsed. Yep, because the Alliance did this. If anybody's messing around with dark stuff like these weird drones, guess what? They might solve the problem without anybody knowing who it was or that anything even happened. Shocking, they say. No global news agency suspects we had nothing to do with it. Enjoy the crumbs. So this is ongoing, and they're probably actively taking out various drone threats right now. That's what I would guess, based on that. Then we see that this particular statue was destroyed in New Hampshire, and here's this misguided young lady who thinks that, oh, it's just this fun thing about liberation. No. There's something to Satanism that's very scary. Pray that you never find out what that is. Pray that you never have to go through it, because you would not be cheering for this. They are furious after the statue was repeatedly destroyed. According to the media, the statue symbolizes their values of compassion, justice, and personal freedom. Yeah, that's how they reel them in. It had gotten decapitated, and they are outraged. Now they are calling for the removal of all Christian statues and symbols. They just don't have the numbers. There's not enough people that want to do this stuff. 49 seconds brings us to this. Follow the senator. And what is different this week? And again, this is just talking about the statue being decapitated. Why does he have a higher than normal amount of security? And why are they held in a secure location? What is different this week? Are secret sessions underway? Yeah, people are being prosecuted. How could this be discovered? What would we have to report if we filed under state secrets? It's a name recognized around the world. So again, secret sessions, it's all building up to a big disclosure. Not only are these two guys' lawyers married, they're actually in the same jail. He's now in the same prison as the other guy, and their lawyers are married. Unbelievable. And then we got number 10. And we already read this one, so we've seen this one many times. Repayment for those who donated, and that they want favors and access. That's what people do. They pay these things off. And they're forced into bed with evil under personal threats. Could you live with yourself if you had a safe way out? And some of these people are openly showing what they worship. Yeah, so this is all going to be exposed. It's all going to come to an end. Then here he is blaming these people, saying that they're fake, they're not the real thing. Says that they are godless, they don't have true beliefs. Ethnically, they may have certain things, but they don't attend religious institutions, and they lack a real historical identity. What exactly is he trying to say? Then we have post number 49 again. Same exact thing we just saw. So I don't need to read it again. Thank you guys for that one, by the way. So then they make a sudden return to the White House. What the hell are they doing? Something's going on. They made sudden returns to the White House. She canceled her California trip, and he left Delaware unexpectedly. Will this fake even last for the next 30 days? Well, if they start doing weird stuff, and then your phone goes off and it's an EMS, then the answer would be no. If there's a drone war, and then all of a sudden they got to move into the plan, that could be what this is. So scary things with drones may be about to happen, folks. We got 2 videos. 43 is the first one. And again, what are they saying? Phone numbers will be provided if you witness an uprising or domestic violence. In addition, any military scene is for your protection and demonstrating our resolve. The core focus is to remove bad actors, entrenched and fortified, past and present. Wow. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. Not to scare you, but merely to inform. I really do think they're going to do this, folks. This is not an accident. They're desperate. They keep telling us these things. They keep posting and posting and posting. Multiple videos that all link back to this stuff. Here's the poor guy. We've read him many times before. He's suicidal because he can't stand that no one will open their eyes and they're being manipulated. Well, I'm not suicidal. You're not suicidal. We're going to be fine. I'm actually very positive. I hope with all my heart he's going to make good on his promise to drain everything. I've been thinking about joining the Navy for Corpsman Greenside. I would love to serve under the administration. I hope that what you are saying is true. I'll be praying for all those who risk their lives, their safety. The Lord will guide them. Praying that what he says is true, and praying for the spiritual edification of God and for the complete safety. Pieces are coming together. If this is true, those around him are absolute geniuses. I would have never imagined there'd be any possible way to get back this monster of corruption and get it out of there after overtaking the country. Then they say, we hear you, dear patriot. We hear all Americans, such as yourself. Wow, here it is again. I mean, this is all building up to something, folks. I'm not making this up. I'm just reading you the data. The time has come to take back our great land. That time is now. And it seems it's going to happen through the drones. Rest assured, he is backed by the absolute finest people alive. They are all dedicated to eradicating evil and corruption from the whole world. Find peace. God is with us. God bless you, and be safe. Now they're saying, yeah, you know what? The whole thing was kind of a facade, not really what we thought. That it was carefully managed, and evidence suggested he was never truly even in charge. Yep. And by the way, we're only a couple slides away, I think, from the end now. Meetings were canceled or rescheduled. He was shielded from his own polls. That's not good, right? How do you know that people hate you if nobody tells you? You got to find out what you're doing. What can you do to change that? He was instructed not to disrupt any global order. Reports reveal that they had been covering up his decline since his time in the previous round. This included vocal coaches, canceling critical national security meetings, and scripting public appearances. Come on over this way. Here's the Easter Bunny. The Easter Bunny's going to help you. Aides controlled access while top advisors acted as decision makers. That's not how it's supposed to be done. And it says here, interactions between him and many of his cabinet members were relatively infrequent, often tightly scripted. At least one of these members stopped requesting calls with him because it was clear that the request would not be welcome. Then we're up to 187. We'll read it from the top. My actual conclusion is probably what's delayed me the most. It's been mind-blowing understanding our country now. I totally get it. Current conclusions. Titanic, R screws America, making our money worthless. Crash of 29, tons of new government, which doesn't fix the problem that he created, but a war would help. Company, everyone is being blackmailed. Media consumed by it. The country is forced over to the left hard. Population are turned into puppets. Causes an uprising from certain people like Kennedy, Reagan, and others. And while they managed to do various things and outlast Reagan, enough lessons were learned that we are now finally ready to clean house and become America again. First time in about 100 years. Wow. Isn't that great? So then we see that this bill is loaded with wasteful spending. Once again, Chuck is now prepared that the government might shut down. Thankfully, it didn't. That he will only back the original massive bill including 40% pay hikes for everybody. Oh my God, really? Right now you want 40% more money? Maybe not. You know what? I'm not feeling that. I'm just really not feeling it. $15 million to fund a college tuition. $400,000 for clothing expenses. $500,000. Daddy made my voice go. For a zoo initiative. $800,000 for a senior living center. $400,000 for an activist group. Funding for multiple things. Mandates in anticipation of new events and provisions for censorship. And that brings us to this one, which we already read, so I got off the hook. I don't have to do it again. Thank you guys for that carrot. If my voice can stay, we'll go a little bit longer. We have Mayorkas ominously warning about these cuts that could be made, that this shutdown would eliminate funding for countering this other problems responsible for protecting us from various attacks. This statement feels particularly concerning given ongoing discussions about potentially missing items being located here. What exactly is he implying here? Well, maybe that's what the sniffers are for. And they're trying to give you... I don't really think any of this stuff is going to happen. But they love the fear. They love causing fear. And I guess I missed number 25, but that's another one of the really great ones. In fact, let me... right now, just while I'm here, we'll pop that into the show because I can't believe I messed that up. Let's do 25 so you can see it for yourself because it's a good one and it's important. So here we go. Hold on. It doesn't take that long for me to do this. Okay, and it's important that we get it because I kind of remember what it said, but I want to be sure that I'm not making it up and that I got it right. Okay, yeah, we've seen this one plenty. We already saw it in today's show. This is an older slide of it, but that's the same thing. So here we go. All right, I'm going back to the slide now. So there it is. In real time, I popped it in there. The proof to begin 11.3. Everything has meaning, big picture stuff. And we all sincerely appreciate the work you do. Keep up the good fight. Flow of information is vital. So yeah, that's a powerful one. Then we have Greer revealing that he's got these 6 new whistleblowers. We read this at the beginning. A chilling warning claiming a major government thing is imminent. Uh-oh, we've been reading about that. And we kind of know what it is, and they're telling us this is when they're going to do their big stuff. Miss Miles Irvin donated. I'm trusting my $10 is not more wasteful spending. And now to invest in Stavati. Thank you very much, Miles. And we're almost done. This is one of the last slides. Thank God. So Greer issues a chilling warning that a major operation is imminent. It will sow chaos, conceal the truth. It's very dangerous. And efforts are being made to distract us from reality with staged events. He said within the next 30 days, there will be 6 different whistleblower groups from 6 different sites coming forward, unveiling a covert, obviously UFO program, reverse engineering and such, dating back to the late 1950s. According to him, the globalists scrambling to maintain grips on power as insiders expose secrets, claims that the government possesses advanced electromagnetic pulse weapons and technology that could down UFOs, and cautions that a dangerous escalation is planned between now and early January, just before he could get into office. So they don't want to do it at the end. They want to do it frickin' early. Oh, now I get to be even more paranoid, even more panicked. No, it's going to be okay. They're setting this all up for us. But this was the big slide that kind of took the whole day for me and turned it into this show, Drone of Silence. 1.9 million views. 293 says that their deal was declined. The Alliance offered these guys a deal. We're going to disclose. Do you want to be involved? They said no. And now the puppets are going wild. Unbelievable. I love it. I love the way that all these pieces fit together, and that's why I still got almost all of you guys here. It's 4,900 basically, so we only lost 100, and I'm almost 5.5. I think we can finish within 5.5 hours. Let's try for that. That's better than the last one. I don't want to be on here for 6 hours. Okay, but there's so many of these, we got to get through them. So She's embezzled $28 million. Oh, my God. Really? Staggering that they took these grants into their personal investments, and this includes the luxurious Auberge du Soleil. Auberge du Soleil. An auberge is like a hostel. 5-star hillside hotel and spa, and I watched the video. It looks fantastic, I got to say. But they hold significant stakes in it. For decades, his investment in the hotel struggled to turn a profit until 2021. And remember they said earlier that this Luigi guy, that his father was involved in the hotel business. That might be a connection. I don't know. I'm just wondering. Until 2021, that year they had relief funds, disaster loans, special grant programs for restaurants, and suddenly they were making money. Well, that's called follow the shell and follow the pea under the shells. Yeah, we can see where it went. Post 87, my signatures all reference upcoming events about to drop. That's why I'm on the air for 5.5 hours, you guys. You don't have the time to wait. You got to watch this now. Get ready. Get your stuff in the freezer. Get ready, because this could all be going down. And I'm ready, man. I got fireplace. I got the, solar electricity, batteries, you name it. And then this German guy who just did this horrific thing, he appeared with the BBC. And this is the guy who drove his car in this very bad way. He was openly discussing his involvement in looking for various types of things. And this is very similar to the first guy appearing in a commercial and the second in a recruitment ad for a war. Yep, it's all part of what they're trying to do. It's really sad that this happened. It's all part of their weird schemes. 73. And it says, what was his last tweet and who was it addressed to? When was it taken down? Why is that relevant? What was the last tweet addressed to specifically? Has this ever happened before? Why now? So yeah, this is saying it's really building up to a head. They're going to take things down. And then it says, why did he have military guards in uniform? Why is that relevant? Do these people typically assist the Secret Service? And then once again, oh, that's right. That's why they put it in again. Flying objects being shot down. That's how this is all going to turn into the plan. See if my voice can handle the rest of these slides. We're just about done. And I got to make sure I drink enough water that my voice doesn't go out. And they're talking about geo-tracking. So this is very interesting about the drones. Then we see that Kim has joined the boot club, as they're calling it. She made an entrance at a Christmas party, had a brand new boot on. She is the latest star to join the club. The cause of the injury still remains a mystery, but again, you could hide a tracker on there with the boot. That's probably the point. 2.1 million views, and we got 29. And then they got the name Kim again, right? That's probably no accident. Some things must remain classified to the end. This country is not being run by him. He's an actor in the play. Who is the director? The truth would sound so outrageous that most Americans would riot, revolt, and reject. So we're not going to learn everything. That's probably good. These networks are being dismantled. These various activities are paused but not terminated until everyone's in custody. We pray every single day for God's guidance and direction as we are truly up against pure evil. Then we find out that this particular individual who tried and did not even get one off, the second guy, visited Fort Bragg, the military base, 147 times. Oh, that's not weird at all. Over a 4-year period. I mean, it's, think about it. There's 52 weeks in a year. So 4 years is 200 weeks, more or less. So almost once a week for 4 frickin' years. Extensive review of cell phone, laptop, and GPS data almost every week for 4 years. This dude, Ryan, visited Fort Bragg 147 times and stayed overnight 29 times. He did not look like anybody who would be doing that. He looks like a hippie. And I ask you, really honestly, does he even consciously remember going? Or did they just have him under some trance and, once every week or so, there he is, once again. He missed a few weeks here and there during the holidays, but otherwise he goes every frickin' week. Maybe he doesn't even remember it. Maybe it's all under hypnosis. That's entirely possible, believe it or not. Bets just donated and says, thank you. And we have 70, which we already have seen some of these. Why did he travel down there? What are they known for? What does their biggest donations come from? Are they a safe harbor and point of transfer? Port of transfer. Why was there a smear campaign against these individuals, Jared and the other guy? Why is it important timing? Martial law was declared in this country. Why is that relevant? Well, again, they took everything over. And how much money was donated by these various groups? What other bad actors were paid off by these folks? Again, that was the top of the triangle. Why did this family come out recently against him? Who is good? What are the laws versus these two countries in terms of charging criminals? What information might be gained from the detainees, and why is this important? It broke the whole thing open. SAUS. What force is actively deployed there? National Guard, have faith. These, the crumbs in time, will equate to the biggest drops ever disclosed in our history. Disinformation is real. Alice in Wonderland, Great Awakening. Now we hear, as we're getting right up to the present, Iris Matzoth just donated and said, sending love from Germany. Thank you very much. That these documents are now circulating. He claims to have purchased 4 boxes, allegedly found under the floorboards of one of the mansions, sold for $515,000 on a black market. The team is reviewing the contents. Multiple targets have already been identified. Dang. This is exciting, folks. Crazy. I mean, people are probably really pissed off. Then we see that this particular influencer was putting poison into produce. It's really crazy. His real name is Charles, and he was spraying this stuff on food. He's accused of contaminating produce with pesticides and now faces felony-level charges. Wasn't funny, dude. And anyway, there's that up close. I had it up close. And then, of course, we have 24. Any person making statements they will not seek re-election was put in submission. For the betterment of the country, not all will be prosecuted, but all will do as they are told. You will see more of this occurring, not normal, even on the D side. And we're right at the 5.5 hour mark. And we are coming back from this incredible amount of slides, but we got through it, man. 5.5 hours, we did it. Some of it went down the wrong way. How do we do 5.5 hours? Well, try not to have stuff like that happen. Because if you cough too much, you can... That was just me swallowing the water the wrong way. My swallowing reflex doesn't know how to work anymore after so much talking. All right, so moving right along at a deadly pace now, we're going to go right into the Global Peace Meditation. But first, I wanted to read a couple more comments. People are saying, you did it, David. Thank you. That was so great. Very interesting. Truly a gift. Great job. Love and light to you and your straight teeth. Yeah, that took a lot of suffering to get to that point. Merry Christmas. Can't wait to see you back in Japan. Done and dusted. Hands up. Secret trick I learned back in the day to help the coughing. Yeah, actually, that kind of feels good. Keep it going, baby. Hang on to it. Are you still on? Yeah, I am. Are you good? Yeah, I'm fine. Audio Shanti says, what did I miss? Chomo Lonzo says, amazing show today. Diana Moulton, thank you, David. Light and love, many blessings. David, could you remind us of where you can find these archives? What website? Well, you got to go back to the one I did on Wednesday, and I put the link in there. But you got the first letter, and then you have ANON, and then it's, I believe it ends in .pub. So keep Ricola always at hand, and then maybe an Alphorn too, right? I wish I could talk for 5 hours and make 30,000 in super. It's not 30,000. It's like, usually it comes out to 1.3. It kind of stays the same. And I forget what the split is. It might be 60-40 for me, something like that. But look, I'm not getting rich on this. I'm just surviving. There's always some trolls. I mean, people, Lightspeed says, still live. This guy is a legend. So yeah, thank you guys for being here. Let's get out of here before too much more time goes by. So let's do our beautiful, wonderful global peace meditation. I'm really excited about this. So I'm going to try to give you something a little nicer. If you get an ad, you just hit the skip button. You know, you just open up your eyes, hit skip. I'd like you to close your eyes now and put both feet flat on the floor. Take a nice deep breath. Let yourself breathe out. This was an incredible amount of material, so we're just letting our minds get quiet now, focusing on the power of the present moment, the power of this amazing, spontaneous, fourth dimensional energy coming in, transforming our reality. Breathing ever more deeply, finding a pathway to peace within the self. Letting yourself breathe nice, deep, cleansing, healing breaths. We are so grateful that the time of waiting is almost over, that all these subtle hints are now turning into flagrant clues, flying in the skies. And we have been told that this is all leading to the transformation of what it means to be human. As we breathe in the fourth density light energy, transforming our bodies. And as we breathe out impurities, lack of motivation, sadness, depression, anger, fear, etc. As we breathe and we remain calm, we exist in that place of trust that the positive outcome for all of these things is coming. And the stillness of our breath follows us through this path of amazing disclosure, that this drone incident apparently leads to some sort of emergency message system. Disclosure will probably soon follow. The next 30 days, Greer has these 6 sites that are coming forward. That could be it, folks. The deal was turned down. So just keep on breathing and send this energy to yourself for your own healing. Send it back to the planet as a whole. Send it to everyone in need of healing. Let's visualize the most peaceful, least stressful way to get through these times. They're definitely warning us. That's why there's so many posts. So be ready. But also exercise that readiness with calm, with compassion for yourself and others, and with trust in the divine plan. And so it is. In the name of Jesus, we so wish and pray that all of these things be guided with exceptional clarity and purpose. And so it is. And now I'd like you to breathe your way back into the room, wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. If you're still with me, we lost like 400 people. Those are the defectors, mate. They walked out. Thank you everyone so much for the generous donations. Yes, it's keeping me going. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be supported by you guys. I feel very honored for that. And, you know, I want you to think about, during this holiday season, how you can live a more peaceful life. Because if you go back to that reading from January 21st, the message was really about loving yourself. And remember that this dream featured that these people are trying to distract us. There was this guy trying to play Stairway to Heaven in my face. The cities were dangerous. And I was like, nope, I don't want to listen to your music. I'm turning all that stuff down. People are trying to mess with me. I don't want it. So this is all part of our awakening as a planet. We're meant to be led through scary things that actually end up working out for the greater good when we finally get to the last stage and you can look back on it and see, oh, that's what this was really about. So I'm very happy that all this stuff is happening, and I'm very happy to be with you guys here today. Maria J. Hanley said, beautiful meditation. Thank you. Adam said, thank you for all you do. Octavio Garcia Vega says, Merry Christmas, everyone. Pamela Smith, thank you for all you do, David. Calling the name of Yeshua defeats any negative attack. James is cool. Thank you, Dave from Alaska. Appreciate your energy and excitement. Thank you very much. Thanks for all you do. Merry Christmas to you, and Angry Daddy, too. Thank you for your continuous service to humanity. Have a good night's sleep. Thank you for sharing the information. Yeah, apparently as I keep on healing and as I get stronger and my body gets stronger, I'm actually able to handle 6 hours now almost. Oh, we had a whole bunch of donations just come flying in. $99.99 from Kathy Sharp. That's pretty darn helpful. Thank you very much, Kathy. Thanks for sticking it out, she says. Total Todd, love you, dude. And then we have Jacob Westwood. I dare someone to copy this donation. Celebrating his 5th Super Chat, $4.99. Kristen Kane says, you bring me hope every week. Danke Shane from Germany says Ilona S. And we also have love and light to you and your high hairline. Ouch. Thank you, Master David, for your attention. I don't care about the hairline. Thank you, David, for your attention, your presence, your service. We love you dearly. You got 11 thumbs up. He said, Master David, by the way. So, okay, we're heading into the 5 hour and 40-minute mark. Sophia Johansson donated 10 in SEKs. I have to be very careful how I talk about those. SEK. Oh, my God, thank you so much, David. Says Lisa Chianci, you are a gift. I am from New Jersey. Many are discombobulated about what is going on. I'm so grateful to be calm in the storm, thanks in part to you. Well, I really appreciate it, you guys. I think you need to listen to what this guy has to say, David, says Sunshine Lee. Remember to reach out to me if you need a spiritual friend. I mean, I have a lot of people that want that. David Wilcock, Moon Impact. Till we meet again, says Wade Woodruff. But I do appreciate the offers of friendship. I'm just actually very busy. Honestly, running the aerospace company and everything, I'm very busy. So love always. You're very loved, David. You're number one. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm really honored to be giving you these messages. And I'm so happy that I got it done in time, that we're now not behind and we can catch up again next week with a normal slide load and not freaking 5 hours and 40 minutes. But here we go. We'll see you next week. Keep your hats on tight. Anything's possible. And we'll see you next Sunday, weather permitting. Thanks for watching.